Good morning. Good morning. Buenos dias. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Day 22. It's 23? Damn, I got it wrong again on my thumbnail. Day 23. Okay, you guys? Uh, Lots going on that I wanted to talk about. Let me make sure that I'm not missing anything before we get started. Now, if you watch my channel, hold on. I've been on the internet for 7 damn years, and that's a long time. Hold on. Shoot. Okay. Hold on, guys. There we go. All right. I've been on the internet 7 damn years, and I like it. You guys know this says Agnaphilo. I don't want juniors to see me to objecting every time to GUNs. There is nothing illegal about these GUNs. Mr. Combs has professional security GUNs. We're in the safe. This witness is prejudicial. I don't care. They don't know where Astroglide was. Okay, so we're doing our daily thing, arguing over evidence every morning. Hopefully, this time it's not 2 hours. I'm just saying. Anyway, listen. So this back in here. So when I come on this internet, I have a lot of fun. You know, me and my husband and my children, we're just a funny family. We always telling jokes and uh, you know, cutting up, acting a fool. That's one side of me. Then there's another side of me. I feel that as an older person, and because I'm a mother, I have to let talk about some of the issues that are going on in our country. A socially hard time right now. Let's put it that way. All kinds of stuff is happening uh, to our country. And what made me want to talk about this is because today, let me head over here. I was watching that Florida sheriff, right? And if you didn't miss it, let me see if I can find it. If you didn't see it, let me tell you what I'm talking about. Here he is. Hold on. Make sure the sound is off. I was looking at this sheriff, and he is here. No, let me just show you first, so y'all don't think I'm making nothing up. He's going bat s crazy because he says that he doesn't want any protest in his state. And read what it says at the top. It says Florida sheriff wants immigration protesters that they won't play. He warns them, I'm not going to play. He said, with it, he's not going to play with them. Says officers will arrest them or unalive them. Y'all see right there? Hold on, Perry. Let me just talk because I gotta get this out. Said that he would unalive them, right? And then we saw what happened to the other senator. They actually, threw him to the floor and handcuffed him and everything. We're living in different times right now, right? So, as an adult, I see this happening. Now, a lot of people don't research their own mess. They come, I know this. When they come to the blogs, this is why it's important to find your favorite blogger and trust your favorite blogger. People don't have time to sit down and research. It is what it is. But I come on here and I give you information that I know is true. I don't come on here lying so I can make more money. I don't come on here lying so I get more views. When we do these stories, it's very, very important Now, a lot of people have to make decisions in this, has to make decisions in life that are that affects them, right? So let's say I'm very socially conscious. I am. Number one, because I'm an African American. And when I say that, I have a lot of white people in my chat. People think it's rude or I'm racist because I talk about being black all the time. I covered that yesterday, why I talk about being black all the time, because I am black. And so I make decisions in my life that affect my family, my culture, my bank account. Being in the real estate business, if I buy a house that I know isn't going to sell because we're going through hard times, that would just be foolish. You have to stay socially conscious for your money. Hold on, we got some updates here. Agnafilo says, oh, it's the judge. Mr. Agnafilo, the defense would
Sherelle, go to the one before that. There's one before that too.
I read that. I'll read it again. But these are GUNs. Let them put on the agent who actually found the GUNs. This witness should not testify. Someone says, this is how every law enforcement search is done. The property is secured before the search begins. They can ask, and then it says pronouncing AWSK. And then the judge says, Mr. Agnafilo, the defense would stipulate that the GUNs were there, right? Agnafilo, you're asking for the first time. I know the property well. I've been there many times. The security room has been locked. Oh, judge, can we find the person who did this? So they're going to talk about that, those parts that they found and why the serial numbers were filed off. But so let me get back to what I'm saying, because it's very important. It's very important what I'm talking about today. If you come on here and you're a blogger and you're lying and you're carrying on, you take away, it affects society. I know people listen to what I'm saying. That's my job. As a blogger, I have to tell the truth because it affects so many different areas in a person's life. That's why when I come on here and I tell you guys, okay, listen, they're trying to change a law behind y'all back and y'all not paying attention. They're trying to move the goalposts on RICO. It ain't got nothing to do about team this and team that. As an African American, as a white American, as Americans, don't you want to know what's going on? We live in a very sneaky society today where our government is lost. There's no partisanship. There's no togetherness. It's your team, my team. We cannot. Now, if you don't mind them changing the law behind your back, that's cool. But me, as an African American mother with two boys in the age group that they want to set back, it's very important to me. Yeah, Diddy did some crazy, right? He did some craziness. But you have to treat him the way you treat everybody. We're a country of laws. This has nothing to do with Diddy. They're trying to change the goalposts. They're going to start using this law, the new RICO law. I bet you my grandchildren are going to know nothing about how it was made for RICO. It's going to be the black rapper law. Every time we want to get them, we're going to use this law. So, when Denat goes around and accuses people of not telling the truth and this and that, listen to what he's saying. People go, team this, I'm team this blogger, I'm team that blogger. How does that affect your life? when you got serious things going on, like laws being changed behind people's back. So when you say, well, what does it matter if she was a stripper? What does it matter if she was lying? You are supporting them changing the law in plain sight. Y'all got to wake up. I mean, I was young once too. But just because you're young doesn't mean that you are socially blind. Because you're young doesn't mean that it's not your responsibility to know what the hell is going on. Everybody knows, because now I'm keeping my hand on the pulse, that these witnesses, all of them, are liars. So they want to change the goalposts, change the law, so it's the new YSL law, okay? Every time we want to get them, we're going to use this law. Y'all going to go for that? That's okay? That's cool with you? Okay, it's your right. You can choose to do what you want with your life. But over here, I'm not playing. I am socially active. I am socially aware of what is going on. It's not cool. And my white friends understand this, that they rewrite our history. It's not cool that they take African American studies out the classrooms. It's not cool when they said that slavery turned out good in the end because all the black people got learned a trade. I'm not making this up. You got to be socially, that's okay with y'all. I'm not playing with these lying ass bloggers. You are causing a very, very big problem in our society. You want to keep them dumb so you can keep your wallet full. That's okay? Hey, listen, I just told you it's a free country. Do what you want to do. That comes with a consequence, by the way, but I guess you're ready to pay for it. But I don't play that over here. I'm not a kid that's into numbers. I don't have to have the numbers to believe what I believe. If you don't believe what I believe, cool. You know what you can do. But this Diddy case is bigger than just Diddy. If he did something bad and he broke a law, charge him the right way. But what y'all trying to do right now is move the goalposts for Rico. So yesterday, a couple days ago, we took calls with all those black men came up. It wasn't even the women. It was the black men like, yeah, this happened to me and that happened. You got to be aware. Because when they changed this law right before our eyes, with the approval of black people, because they worried about what blogger said what and team this and team that. Don't come crying later when it's your father, when it's your son. Don't come crying. I hate people that make conscious decisions, because it's a conscious decision. For you to turn your back on the fact that they're moving the goalposts, you don't want to be enlightened. You don't want to know the truth. You just want to get on here and cut up and act a fool and act like we're teenagers and clicky. And because when you say team this, team, that's your clique. That's your clique. So let's say you're 20. You team so-and-so, team that. This blogger is the truth, because people want to be lied to. Because if you're told the truth, then you got to make some damn decisions. So they love a good beef. They love it. Yeah. Tell them like it is, so-and-so. Diddy gay. Y'all don't see what's happening? Don't cry later. If you're 20 years old and you're an African-American man, I don't want to hear it. You so worried about team this and what's funny and what's not funny. And the man know there was a tape put out there and he's hooking up with Meek Mills. What does that have to do with them moving the goalposts? Don't be ignorant. Ignorance is a choice. It's a choice. And once you make that decision, you got to pay the price. Don't come back 5 years later and you're 25 and you don't understand, well, I can't get ahead. Because you helped them design a plan for you not to get ahead. So don't complain about it. These bloggers that keep lying, you're dangerous. You're dangerous. But you can find a fool on any corner. I don't have to do this job. I like it. Sometimes I have fun. Sometimes we get to share thoughts and sometimes it gets serious. Y'all know I didn't work. I was a stay-at-home mom. Thank you, Perry. There's nothing wrong with stay-at-home moms. They work just as hard. But it was very important to me that I was a teacher to my children. I don't give a damn about numbers and teams. Girl, what you doing? What you doing? To say something so fickle as what does it matter if she's an escort, you all about the salaciousness. You're all about the gossip. You're all about the lies. That's why I say, when people call Denat crazy, oh, he crazy. He ain't doing it. He crazy. But what is he talking about? Listen to, what is he saying? Some people think you have to have a PhD behind your name to be telling the truth. You can learn from anybody. Y'all don't want to learn. So that's cool. Hey, you got people like that. I'm all about the drama. But don't come back complaining. And don't come in this chat spreading lies. Because I'm going to get you. I'm not a kid. Grandmother. If you want to play games with me, I'll win every time. But I think it's just sad. You pushing smut. People believe in it because they want to believe it. Everybody, Jaguar's the truth. Jaguar's the truth. Where the hell is she at now? Hiding. Broke because her lies ain't making her money anymore. When you take the right route, it takes longer. Lies, you get some quick views real quick and get some cash real quick. But what about your integrity? Now we looking at you like, girl, shut up. You are a liar. You're not alone. You're not alone. So, it's pretty sad. And I'm just going to call you out, Nancy Grace. You are damaging the African-American community with your salaciousness, your lies. Get your story straight. It was funny at first. Now I'm not laughing anymore. So this is why this case is so important, and you better look at it for what it is, moving the goalposts. No, but does that mean Diddy's not a good guy? I think we all know he's not. But if you take down one of our key players the wrong way, it's him today, it's Perry tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Do it right. Do it right. So I don't have time for the BS. Some of these bloggers get on my damn nerve. They're destroying our society. You got to be consciously aware for your family, for your children, for yourself. Listen, that's why I don't have a problem with people that voted for 47. They did what was best for them. You got to make decisions that's best for you. Then we can get together as a group. But you better be making decisions for your household, for your children, for your race. Because we all know 47 was voted in by the Hispanics. Now look at them. Look at them. And there's not a black face in that crowd. I get offended when they say, well, the black people aren't helping us. We didn't help you vote that way, so don't come looking for help now. I'm not Hispanic. It doesn't bother me. If you are a rich white person, it makes a lot of sense to vote for 47. Makes a lot of sense. But if you're black and poor, what are you doing? Girl, you got to make decisions for your wallet. For your wallet. For your tax bracket. So anyway, so that's what I wanted to say today. You know, you won't get no lies and salaciousness over here. It is what it is. They're trying to change the goalposts. Do we want criminals walking around free? No. Diddy should pay for what he did the right way. Because if you don't, it's him today, it's you tomorrow. Y'all don't get that? And all these lies that was put out here, and he lacing the baby oil, and there was kids. Where they at? Where are those people right now? Why, even if you're a blogger and you push that smut and you thought it was real, how come you're not on the stand reporting what you reported earlier? Were you lying? Where's the baby oil? Where's the tunnels? Where's the minors? Where's his gay lovers? Where they at? You got to grow up. It's time to grow up, guys. It's time to grow up. And
All right.
if you choose that, that's cool. Go ahead, Perry. They're just arguing over.
Let me catch up with the super chats real fast. Judge Wood says, good morning, family. Charge the correct charge. I agree. Yeah. Judge Woods again, he says exactly, changing the spirit of the law of Puerto Rico. And what he's saying about this, people, it's a lot of play in this world where people play on your emotions, your intelligence, and your hatred for somebody. Everybody know, a lot of people feel the same. Even if we agree with the RICO charge or not, we all agree that Diddy is a freak, a narcissist, and all these things. But is those things applying to this RICO? Now, we can disagree. I don't think so. But they want to play on people's emotions to get you your hatred for Diddy and the things that you believe he did that was probably never proven, but you really feel he did it. And I feel like some of the things he was involved with too, but I can't prove it. So they'll take your emotions to get you to hang this man for a RICO today. Then they're going to just take this same law. They got R. Kelly, now they got Diddy. They're going to apply it to other people. Your uncle, your family member, and all that stuff. And you get a lot of people, be real careful, because you get a lot of people out here on these platforms that's using it. Now, we all do these shows for profit. Get it. But you don't have to lie or be extra creative. Now, you can laugh and joke about certain things when people clearly know you joking, but this is a serious matter. And some people don't give a damn. They out there gonna say whatever, and still today are out there lying to people. Basically, and what they're doing is, look, be careful where you go. There's a lot of scammers out there. They would tap in to real victims' emotions for their own profit. And that's why I got a problem with. Because I'm not saying the real victims shouldn't feel a certain way, but watch out for users. It happened in America all the time. A national disaster come through. You get all these fake FEMAs raising money, capitalizing off somebody else's trauma, right? That's what some of these bloggers do. They don't give a damn about the real victims, but you get to have your eyes open. You cannot trust everybody. The people who can walk out that courtroom and say that witness did a great job yesterday got a motive. They got a motive. Because As long as the lie and they get to protect the things they lied about, probably over the course of the last year, they get to protect those things. So they sort of got to keep telling you the same bullshit and to tap in. See, I'm here for the victims. Go and ask yourself, how many dollars have these people produced or gave to these victims? It'd be zero. How many people have they helped prosecute for these victims? Zero. So don't be hood wink, people. And I know you can look at me and my wife and say, "Oh, well, you pushing a certain." No, we're talking about justice, fairness. If we can agree that Diddy's a bad person, we agree with that. We also got to look at the other side and look at these people got their own motives too. These people, we could say was kidnapped and all this. They kept going back. You can't answer that question without bringing up a syndrome that this person never been diagnosed with. So let's just be careful out here, people. Let's just be careful and get into this thing with an open mind. Because people can say what the hell they want to say, about, oh, well, you flip flop it. No, we're here for the truth. If the shit changed today, we'll say, okay, well, hell, so far they haven't built a RICO case to me. And that's
And
why I stand today.
flip-flopping is something to try to make you look like you're doing something wrong. If I believe one way today and I see something different the next day, I can flip-flop all effing day.
Mm-hmm.
You want to flip-flop because when you know better, you do better. Just because I was ignorant yesterday, I got to wallow in ignorance for the rest of my life. If you don't get out of here with that mess, flip-flop all day long, when you know better, you're supposed to do better. How would I look if I know different, that my views have changed since yesterday? Because every day you're growing, and I just stayed back here because this was my original decision. She sounds stupid.
So Yolanda say, tell the truth, my sister. Look, I mean,
Thank
because sometimes, yeah, I love the laughing joke all the time, for real. Let's keep it
you.
real. It breaks the cycle. We ain't got to do it, but we can't overlook real shit that's going on. And these are some of the things I see going on. People are out there. Where are all these tons of views from the Diddy? I was on the table. I was with them when it happened. We haven't seen these fools on the stand yet. If they were so much the truth and they were so much the truth are protecting victims, I'm out here, I'm an advocate for victims. Well, if you was going to advocate and get your ass on the stand and expose these victimizers. You haven't seen one, but you seen them when they was collecting your sympathy and your cash. A lot of these people are that way, still to the day. Eyes bulging, doing all this. Look, can't nobody be that gullible. You have a motive. If you still saying Diddy did all this, Diddy's a monster, we get it. But for you to say, oh well, it's okay. Well, and what to her having her having being a prostitute or an escort have to do with it? It shows on her credibility. It shows why she was in that position to get used by somebody. That's what it does. But anyway, let me read this. Catherine says, good morning, everyone. Hello, Sherelle and Perry. Like the spinner said, it takes a fool to learn. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I see right through it. No one has a problem with Diddy going to jail. I don't think nobody has a problem if it's done the right way. You have to ask yourself, why are they spending this? Why are they pushing RICO? Because they could have had other charges. Why are we pushing RICO here? And why am I hearing about RICO all the time now? All the time now. And what does it have to do with the African American rappers? Why are they getting all these RICO charges all of a sudden? So, it's deeper than what y'all thinking. Y'all worried about team this and team that, while they're passing laws right behind your back that affect you. Affects everybody. But because Karen Reed, she's a white woman, falsely accused, but the jails aren't full of white women. They're full of black men. Am I a race baiter or am I telling the truth? Is it a fact that they are filling the jails with black men? Free labor. So anyway, someone says rappers equal gangbangers. Like a lot of minorities are getting accused of being gang members, and then they're bad people. Let's ship them to El Salvador.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They're bad people. Let's put them in prison. Like, come on, everybody's a gang member, and y'all don't have no gang members. Isn't the mob a gang? Anyway, that's what I'm saying. These bloggers are pissing me off. Let's get Diddy the right way. Let's get him the right way. Let's use the right laws. And let's make them go through Congress if they want to change a law. Don't support them in changing the law. If they want to make RICO the new law for rich black rappers, make them go through Congress to do it. Don't sit up here and support them doing it this way. Make them go through Congress.
Okay, Ms. LaShonda, you said some of those black men need to be there. I agree. But look, a lot of people need to be there. 47 might need to be there. It's a proper way of doing things.
Yeah.
It's just a proper way of doing things. That's all we're saying. Like, we agree. Anybody that do crime and all that, and it's proven in court, should do their time. But let's not make up shit on people. That's it. Let's just not make it up just because your belief or my, believing one thing and proving is another.
I mean, hi, Reese. How are you? The FBI knows the law. I'm sorry, y'all biased opinion doesn't hold here. I'm going to say something that might shock you, Reese. But the FBI is in a very critical condition right now. They have to act a certain way or they will no longer be a part of the FBI. Haven't you done your homework about that? Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor, her father was the head of this FBI. It's a lot going on in our politics today. You really need to learn the law before you say that. That's why I said to you, I could tell a black person something, they won't believe it. If a white person say it, they take it at face value. But you have to know your laws and know what you're talking about. The FBI is in a very compromised position right now. First of all, they're all getting fired left and right. Let's say that. That's number one. And just because I have the title FBI don't mean I lie. I mean, if you believe the rumors, they took out Martin Luther King. What you talking about? You have to open your mind. You are being brainwashed. Just because I hold a title does not mean I'm telling the truth. I could be our leader of the free world and I could still lie. You have to open your mind, Reese. You're stuck in the past. Don't get left behind. And everybody is capable of lying, even 47. You've got to expand your thought pattern. And I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just trying to tell you what's going on.
Right. And I'm saying this too. And say, if we go with your theory, they know the law. Their record is somewhere 97%, 98%. If they knew it, it don't mean they don't make mistakes. Or they come with some bullshit from time to time.
Especially if you're African American. Look what's going on. Look at the culture we're living in today. They are changing things right before our eyes. If you are a single mother with a child trying to make ends meet by yourself, well, good luck. Because they just dismantle the welfare laws. You can't believe in the system because of titles. Learn the facts. Reese, I think you want to learn because you keep coming every day, but you're stuck. You're stuck. See what you're saying. And I'm not even trying to argue with you. Cognitive is real. How do you not see that he used his career to commit these crimes? You're still not listening to me.
Okay.
I said there's a lot of crimes being committed here, but RICO isn't the charge. They're forcing RICO on you so they can move the goalposts. Diddy would have been in jail if they did the right charges. He is a true definition of a devier. That we can't deny. But they're pushing the RICO laws. They're changing the goalposts. The law is made for the mob. All these black men right now that's got these RICO charges is not the law. Don't you see the pattern? Don't you see the pattern? So, and here, let me help you out. Let me help you out. I'm getting sick of your shit. You're a troll. I thought you were here to learn and see things from a different point of view. You're not. You're disturbing my chat. So, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave because this is ridiculous. Like, you don't want to learn, child. Bye-bye, Reese. And you can't save them all. You can't save them all. She could be a troll, another blogger trying to disrupt my chat, but I really thought she was here with real questions. She is not, so we got to go. But listen,
yeah, go ahead.
You guys don't let them change the law right before your eyes. If they put Diddy away, we got to do it the right way. We got to do it the right way. Again, Reese could be a blogger that's really trying to disrupt my chat because they do that a lot. They did that a couple days ago, and I can find out every time. They're still talking about the stuff. So, don't let them change the law. Don't help them change the law. Make them, if they want to change the RICO law and make it for black men, go through Congress. But they know if they went through Congress, put the bill on the floor, nobody in their right mind would vote for that law. If they say, hey, let's make RICO for the rich black guys and we can keep their stuff because of this other law that we passed behind your back. What's it called, Perry?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Where they get to keep their money and keep their cars.
Well, I mean, if they get to, if they can prove RICO, then they can confiscate your property, saying this money was used for that. You know what I'm saying? To build your empire.
Why aren't they confiscating Perry and all of his stuff? They literally, Young Thug had to sue for his $2 million. Like, is that cool? I don't care how he looks, and he's he don't look the best, but he earned that money fair and square. Like policemen don't steal from the dealers. Come on, y'all. But let's not be ignorant. Just because you have a title, some of them are the worst ones. You could be 47 and be the leader of the free world and be a stone cold criminal. You have to do what's right and what makes sense. All right, I done spoken enough. Judge says, this is not a criminal enterprise. Yeah, Sherelle, block her. But yeah, Jay-Z said best, everyone can't go, okay? Like, she could be another blogger trying to disrupt my chat. But I think most of you understand that's why we're here. This is why this channel was like, well, wait a minute. Where's all the, first of all, we noticed, well, where are all the people?
Mm-hmm.
Where are all the people at? They were making money hand over fist, okay? They were making money off of these lies. So if I'm making money off of lying on the Diddy case, and you got this one blogger over here saying, hey, y'all, pay attention. They're making money. I need to get rid of her. because she's stopping my cash flow. Y'all don't think about that? So I'm going to say anything I got to make her seem like a stupid villain because it's all about my money. They don't give a damn about the law. They do not give a damn about that law. Their motive is money. This is why Perry has a politics channel. Like, we need to awaken our youth. They're going through life with blinders on. Team this, team. That's why I always get pissed off when I see you say teams in the chat. Like, teams? How about team real life? Anyway, Let me make sure the court hasn't started yet. Some Black people don't believe white lies. They always lie since slavery. Okay? Guys, they're on another break. They're arguing over more evidence. I guess this GUN is coming into the picture. And they want to make him see, they found parts, they didn't find a GUN. So they're saying it was securities. So that's what they're arguing over today. We'll see who's lying and who's telling the truth. But, I'm not going to sit here as a mother, as a woman. So I'm a woman. We have to stand up for our rights. We have to. That's why, I'm always socially conscious. I'm a woman, so that's a minority. I'm African American, that's a minority. I mean, don't ask my grandmother. And, I'm just about fairness for the human race.
Okay,
when I was telling you guys, I grew up in a melting pot in California. It was great. We had Laotian people, Cambodian people, Mexican people. It wasn't black against brown. That's crazy. That's what's going on now. All the Hispanics is mad at the black people. But you have to understand, we told you what would happen. Now it's happening and you're complaining. Don't come over here with that mess. We told y'all what was going to happen. So, good luck. I wish y'all well. I'm not Hispanic. I don't do vote on my laws, on what laws help Hispanic people. But even that, we told you. So stop crying. we told you. So get out of here. Keep on marching. And I hope they don't take y'all out. You got a senator yesterday being thrown to the ground like he's a thug. Like he's an animal. We have to be social conscious these days. You got a sheriff saying, if you protest, I'm going to unalive you. What?
Yeah, that's crazy.
What? I'm going to take you out. I'm not lying. Read it right here. It says, yikes. A Florida sheriff warns immigration protesters that they won't play with them. Says officers will arrest them, and here we go, zoom in, or unalive them. And you worried about who's the popular blogger when you got an official in a damn badge saying, you come over here, I'm going to take you out. And you worried about who slept with who, if Diddy gay or not. Diddy gay? That doesn't do anything. Did Diddy make love to his girlfriend and called out his mama's name? And some of this stuff is so stupid. How do you believe that? How do you believe that? And you put yourself in this situation. You need therapy. Yes, they're using you right now to move the goalposts. I don't know. You need to be in jail on the proper charges. You put your hands on women. You got something going on in your head. You got a tick, tick, boom. But because you have a tick, tick, boom, they're going to use you to change this law. Because I promise you guys, I swear to you guys, if they took the bill to the floor and said, let's make this new law for Black men so we can take their money and then make them free labor, not one person's going to vote for that. I don't care what color you are. No one's going to vote for that. So we got to go through the back door instead of the front door. So that's what I want to talk about. You ready to move on, Perry?
Oh, I'm ready to catch up on these super chats. So BJ says, where else is RICO being used? Bye, Reese. Cousin Pam says, so if you hire a pro locally, then it's only soliciting. But if you fly them out, it's
RICO.
With life in prison.
Right. She's right about that.
No. And see, and that's the whole thing. She's definitely right.
Overcharging. I mean,
and they talk about this stuff, and you got people who make films, these P films. I'm sure they fly people in. They're entertainers, and they film them for profit. None of them are getting RICOs.
Oh, I want to read this.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you, Duke.
And then Duke says, thanks for telling the truth. Yeah. I mean, thanks for the super chat. That is huge.
Someone says, is it Mitchie? She says, sorry, but I don't agree. We can agree to disagree. That money Diddy made was dirty money. He stole it from his artists. Is that RICO? Please listen to what we're saying, Mitchie. Is that RICO? He definitely stole from his artists. So did Clive Davis. So did Tommy Mottola. So did Lucian Grange. I don't see them sitting here with a RICO charge. Please listen to the message. Wrong charges. Is that a RICO charge? And why the hell isn't Lucian Grange sitting right beside Diddy?
And we'll wait for the answer.
I'm not going to throw you out. You say you want to agree to disagree. Why isn't Lucian Grange the biggest thief in music, the number one man in charge, who gave Drake, because he was half Jewish, you heard the explanation, one of the biggest deals for the rappers? This is what they mad about. This is what Kendrick Lamar is mad about. Drake gets a pass, and they said it. He's half Jewish. He's a good boy. What does that mean? You half Jewish? That's why he's not like us. Listen, can't nobody say Drake don't get special privileges. Come on. He's a good rapper. I'm going to give him that. In his own right. Cute. Very cute. He has a special privilege card he can use whenever he wants to. That's what they're mad about, Drake. And you know it. Mitchie, girl, let me see. Hold on, Perry. Keep going.
Okay, so Mrs. Afonso says, did he have any convictions to make him not able to carry a firearm? So, yeah, that's the thing. I think with the firearms, he got security around him. Now, people say that's a lot of weapons. But I would imagine if you take any top celebrity that's in that thing, their security have some type of weapons. Now, whether we get down to the serial numbers and all that, different story. And I think they're arguing about should they let somebody come on and speak on what they found and not do it in the proper way. I guess that's they found some, but then the defense is saying you also find a lot of these weapons that was locked up in a safe, that was secure or something. But, we'll find out when court actually kick off.
That girl is crazy, talking about he steal from his artist. That's not a RICO charge. And if anybody wants to be accused of stealing from their artist, it's Lucian Grange. If you don't know who he is, look it up.
And not that she's lying about it, but what you pointed out, a lot of these people do. Not condoning it. That's the business. If you got stole from, when you sign these contracts, that's a civil issue. You maybe need to take them to court civilly or whatever. So we're not disagreeing with you. And we ain't agreeing for the people who hate Diddy at this point, who feel like he did a certain thing. But we're talking about the Diddy trial, day 23. Where are we now? is it enough to prove it? I mean, and I, you will not get the boot if you don't agree with us about it's not haven't been proven yet. It's just a thing. But to be ignorant, to come on and spell out RICO for one individual, but you can't see one thing wrong with some of these witnesses is a problem. That's what I think.
Child, come on, people. You have to be socially conscious. We're living in just feverish times right now. People, Diddy is not on trial for stealing from his artists. He's not. He's not.
Mhm.
And if they listen, that's not a lie. They steal every company. One isn't better than the rest. Even Lil Wayne said that Birdman stole $50 million from him.
Mhm.
So, but they need to be on trial. Okay, jury's entering. Now it's time to go back. Judge says, all rise, jurors. You can see you can see we are only 50 minutes late today. So we are doing better. No one's playing with you, Judge. Comey, we're introducing the following exhibits. These under seal, E331, BRC, FR, HR, etc. All under your honor's pseudonyms order. Is she back on the stand?
No,
Because I
she
thought
gone.
she had to get to Dubai.
She on her way, but she's gone, and I think
Oh,
it
she's
should
gone.
it should be a new witness coming
Oh,
on.
that's this GUN specialist.
Yeah. Hmm.
I follow trials. That's what I do. And so when you follow trials, you become familiar with how court is supposed to be ran. And I'm not being I don't like this judge. He's too young. I like a courtroom that's, you know, more tight with the rules. He's too lenient. Sure, he's a free thinker and all of that. I'm just talking about I need some, I need people held in contempt for lying. So you get to lie and have immunity. He still hasn't addressed the motion to get the testimony thrown out or a mistrial because they all got caught in lies. All of them. He has not addressed that. So that didn't happen. That affects a case. Can't go on the stand, swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. You give me immunity, so you make it real easy for me to tell the truth. And I still lie and nothing happens to me? No. Where they do that? The Southern District of New York. The new Southern District of New York. Everybody, don't go by what you knew in the past. 47 got rid of them. This is a new group. A lot of them are new. A lot of them don't hide the fact that, we're not going to be as lenient as we used to with, certain people. Y'all got to realize the rules, and learn how to operate. If for nothing else, if not for your culture, what about for your money? That's why you got to be socially conscious. Stop making dumb decisions. Yes, it is. That is illegal. But they're also saying that it's not his, it is the securities. Yeah, we'll see what happens today. They're trying to fight like hell to keep him off the stand, the defense. We don't know why they're fighting like hell. And here we go. Attorney, before the witness comes in, we introduce these text messages involving Christina Coram. Let me read. And then it says, Puff Music phone 2. Make sure Robin pays her rent. KK, Robin sent her rent was paid. Uh, Attorney, in the vicinity of Newark Airport, cell phone number from Damian Butler. I don't know who that is. So they're introducing evidence. Let's see what's going on. Very interesting today. Still, listen, I don't know for sure. They all of a sudden made the witness list sealed. I'm hoping that's because KK is going to come on. You cannot rest your case, prosecution, without bringing KK on the stand. You can't do it. You just can't do it. You just cannot do it. You will look so bad if you do not bring Christina Coram on the stand. I would have made her one of my first witnesses, and I would have brought her back a couple times. You need KK. You have to have KK. What do you guys think about KK? That is who needs to be on the stand. Yes. Yes. Thank you. The securities are hired by Diddy. They will take the rap for him and then regret it later, like Shine. Is that what y'all really want, Sherelle? Who said that they're going to take the rap, first of all? Second of all, you can't take me to take a rap for nobody. And if you do that, that's your choice. That's your choice. Don't automatically assume, let's see what's going to happen, Lorraine. I'm not taking the stand, the rap for nobody. Nobody. And if you're dumb enough to do that, then you know what was in store for you. You did it. That's why Shine made up with Diddy, because you took the blame. That's a willing choice. Nobody can make you do that. I'm not taking the stand for nobody. Attorney says, and this message, 3 of my doors are broken. This is crazy, D-Rock. He is coming to the house. He just texted me. I don't think it is a good idea to leave your place. That's not going to make it better. He has my key. I don't feel safe. Who's that coming from?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out too.
Damian Butler. I don't know who Damian Butler is. And listen, how crazy is this? How crazy is this? You don't feel safe around your boss. You think he's a ticking time bomb with a tick tick boom in his head, and you stay. You stay. Why did you stay? What are you doing? Here we go. Attorney says, this message, 3 of my doors are broken. I already read that. I don't feel safe. And what kind of man don't feel safe? Like, I don't know. I just think that these are equal criminals. They all should probably be in jail. They gave them all immunity. I think that was a big mistake. You gave, what was the girl on Jane immunity? She throws you under the bus. You claim you didn't know what she was going to say on the stand. Didn't you prep her? It doesn't make any sense, because every attorney I know preps their witness before you take the stand, because it's the opposite side's job to tear them apart. Crazy.
I'm getting confused too. I'm just trying to figure out. I thought a specialist was coming on, but these messages, I'm not getting it.
It is what it is. This is just a routine. Okay? Every morning, we're going to argue about something. Because if this is securities GUN, and I don't know the law about this, should he take the blame for that? He does have professional security. We don't know who's sawing off what? Why is there a reason to saw off a serial number? Who does that but a criminal? What's going on? I'm not saying he's not a criminal, setting these proper charges. Here we go. Attorney reading. The key is a blue fuzzy tail. Just take it. Then D Rock says, I'm at the house. Puff is here. You know I can't take your keys from him. Judge says, thank you. The government may now call its next witness. It says the governor calls Special Agent Andre Lamon, Lamon. This should be interesting. Why is the serial number scraped off? Only criminals do that, right? I don't feel comfortable around GUNs. I know Perry's we have GUNs in our house. Makes me very uncomfortable. My children are grown. Nothing, they're not going to do anything irresponsible with it. But the reason I feel uncomfortable with GUNs is because whenever that enters the picture, things can get really complicated and somebody can lose their life. So I don't like GUNs, even if it's to protect myself from somebody else. That's just me personally. I know people that carry them around. I just don't like them. I just think
I mean,
it's
but you
bad.
can see what happened to the YouTuber in Vegas like 2 days ago.
Right.
So
So
I mean,
there's a YouTuber, you guys, named Sin City Manny is his name. His name's Sin City Manny. He got into an argument with another blogger, two bloggers arguing. The blogger that is no longer alive says, pull up, pull up. You hear young people saying that all the time. Pull up, pull up. He pulled up and just walked up to him and pow, pow, pow.
him and his wife,
Him and his
or
wife.
girlfriend, or whatever. Yeah, but you got to update too.
Here we go. Attorney says, where do you work? He says, HSI in Los Angeles in the human trafficking unit. Attorney, did you execute search warrants? He says, yes, 50 or 60 so far. Attorney, did you search 200 South Mapleton Drive, LA? He says, yes. That's a lot of search warrants. Oh. I wonder why so many search warrants.
Did they keep going back? Or maybe they find something and they keep going back searching again? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a lot. But yeah, this guy, Sunset Matty, takes his GUN out on the strip. There's no less than 100 people on the Vegas Strip at all times. Everybody was around him. He going to jail, but I don't know. Maybe it was that serious. No. Perry, do you know about any charges outside of RICO? I think
No,
they put it all in one basket.
no, I think it was just the RICO and the racketeering. I think racketeering is part of the RICO. So no, I think that's it.
Sherelle, they said Jane Joe hugged the defense. Ooh, leaving out yesterday. So what the hell on? What the hell, Beyonce? I added that in. Also, you know what happened when Diddy gave Shine a lawyer? Yeah.
Yep.
Diddy
What happened there?
trust. Also, too, I think that I don't know. I think that Kanye showed up yesterday. Him and was she there, Bianca?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
he showed up yesterday because she knew that he knew about her being in a separate freak off without Diddy. And I don't think he had to show her his face. If this one person told her Kanye's at the door, she probably freaked out because she was there on her own free will. The girl is an escort. Now, I don't have anything against escorts, but I'm going to label you one when I see it. Sorry.
They should just take pride in it. It's a nice paying job
I
for
can't.
some.
Someone said Kanye didn't show up. That's what they said, that he showed up. It's an article. Let me see this. Let me read this. Perry, will you keep your eye on the screen?
Yeah. Yeah, we wasn't there, but the articles, people saying they did. You got to update too.
I got to update. Hold on, really quick.
Mhm.
Agent says HSI New York asked HSI LA to be involved. We executed the search warrant. Attorney, here's an exhibit. Please publish it. 2000 South Mapleton Drive. Attorney, what are these other buildings? He said, Sauna Recording Studio. Attorney, what room were searched? He said, all.
Now, this is the part we talking about. After all these raids, show us something. Let's see what they got.
Let's look at this Kanye thing. I will keep updated. I won't miss the updates. Kanye West wants to attend the Sean Diddy Combs trial to support Combs court. This is a CNN. CNN says Kanye West has been in touch with Sean Diddy Combs' family about possibly attending Combs' ongoing criminal trial to show his support. A source close to Combs tells CNN that West, who goes by Ye, is currently in New York City. He did not attend Thursday's court proceedings, but would like to attend to show support for Combs, the source said. So you're right, whoever said he didn't show up. Adding that West has been in touch with Combs' son, Christian King Combs, about attending trial with the Combs family. Combs' sons have been in court for much of the trial. No. Listen, guys. Kanye wants to come. You know why? It was YSL yesterday, is Diddy today, is Kanye tomorrow.
Yeah, probably. No, I mean, for real. I mean, think about it. If they had the private freak off in Vegas with Jane, and Jane was there. I mean, and look how he parade his woman around. I don't know if to call her his wife or whatever. I don't know their status today. She walking around nude. Damn.
He's rich. He's Perry. It's going in and out again.
Not on mine. So far, let me keep watching yours.
Somebody said he showed up. They didn't let him in. Hashtag intimidation. Listen, I don't know if he was there or not. I'm getting different reports. A lot of people say he was there. The main thing is if Jane went to one of his freak offs, that's intimidation. She probably freaked out. But that's okay. You did good for the defense, Jane. You threw the prosecution right under the damn bus. It's okay. But Kanye tomorrow, I'm willing to bet everything, a lot, that if this goes through and Diddy gets locked up, Kanye's next, Drake is next, Future is next. They're taking them out one by one. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
If Kanye is doing freak offs, according to Jane Doe's testimony, she outed him and they will be charging him next. Okay?
Right.
He's next. It's going to go in this order. It's going to be Kanye, it's going to be Drake, and Future. And that's it. That's all we know of. Who else allegedly throws freak offs? But they're taking out the rich black, I wouldn't call them leaders, but high profile. Let me put it that way. High profile of rappers with this RICO charge. Now, do y'all see what I'm talking about? This has nothing to do with Diddy. He's the vehicle to move the goalpost. And he put himself in that situation. No one feels sorry for Diddy. You're helping them change the goalpost by being so damn dumb and freaky. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. And the crazy part, this one I believe, yeah, we're talking about the rappers, right? And the IG models and, the women of the night who want to put themselves in this spot for fame, cash, and everything else. But I believe, just my belief, that it happens in all these communities across United States. We're just not talking about them. And
What happens?
these freak offs. Because
Oh
really, if you look
Lord.
at like entertainment, right? Like back
Mm,
in the day, it's always groupies. When
mm.
groupies around is opportunity, and what happened to the groupies when they came to the hotel rooms? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me catch up on this. Agent Lamont says it's a large property. I went through the objects that we seized, then entered them into our case management system. Attorney, we moved to enter into evidence these exhibits. Agna Philo, objection, sidebar. What were you saying, Perry? Please don't make me
Yeah, no, I'm
get
saying this
upset
right.
again about these
Okay,
damn
yeah.
sidebars.
It could be, Kanye next week, whatever, right? But what I'm saying is, I think we just got our eye on the rap community, like because it's pretty much advertised. Because every time you go to IG, these models got their ass out and all this on rappers and all this. But I think it happened in all these communities. Because I remember talking to somebody in Texas. They even said that it happens a lot there, but not with like rappers. Oh, the oil people, that the oil moguls that own all these companies. And think about this, right? Epstein, was he a rapper?
No.
No. I'm saying these freak offs is happening in every community.
Oh,
My
I see
belief
what you
is.
mean.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, about
what I'm
these
saying.
high profile traffickers is what you're saying. Like the girl on Housewives. I'm not gonna say her
Yeah,
name,
yeah.
but
So I'm just saying, like, I think now maybe, I don't know, that it's not just the rappers themselves,
you're
but
saying the lifestyle might be more common than what we know.
it's way more common because these people are making money. But the thing is, a lot of people want to look at it and say, well, oh, these men with power are just using their money. And no matter what this girl may be, they shouldn't use her like that. Well, shouldn't no escort use them for money neither? Because now let me say this: if Cassie used Diddy, the Diddy used Cassie and did all that outside the DV, then turn around, would it be considered blackmail? We did all these things over the years. Now you threaten to sue me if I don't give you 20 million. Is that a form of blackmail?
Say it again.
Okay. Cassie and Diddy outside the DV, all those things they did in the bedroom. If she came out and said, "Hey, if you don't give me X amount of million, I'm gonna take you to court," is that a form of blackmail?
That's touchy. Why don't you
I know,
ask the
no, I
chat?
know, I
That's
know it's touchy, but what I'm trying to say is that we
Mhm.
all adults and we just trying to just figure this whole thing out. I'm just saying nobody is completely innocent on this. Like either you for the underdog and you say, "Hey, this person should pay." I think a lot of these things that's happening on both sides, unless you were straight up trafficked, kidnapped, and put into this business. If you volunteer for this business, I think it's most of it was consensual. It was consensual on Diddy part to get used for his money. It was consensual for the women to get used for their body parts. Is what I'm trying to say. And somebody told me
I don't
it's
know, Perry.
extortion. No, I don't know. I'm just saying. But if you can't tell me a lot of these people that's involved didn't consent to it, then maybe that's our hiccup. Maybe that's why we don't agree. Many people in this situation had their own vehicles, have had time separately that could have kept on driving, but they drove back.
Yeah,
I'm not feeling
yeah.
sorry for Diddy getting sued for money because that's what happened in that business. I could be, oh, he had to pay her 20 million. That's what happened when you play these kind of games. And if somebody lied to you, like people say, oh, well, I think Diddy, he lied to Jane.
Mhm.
Jane lied to him too. So I'm just saying it's two adults. And
So,
when you just
okay, let me ask the chat. Are escorts innocent? Let me ask. Let's just see, because you throwing it out there, okay? Keep your eye on the screen. Lord,
Yeah.
please make me a billionaire. I promise I won't freak off. Also, where the hell is Gina? I know. Where's Gina? Where's KK? This case is not laid out very clearly at all. And I hope they're not just putting it together as they go along.
But maybe they warming up today. Maybe they warming up to start providing us with evidence. We'll see. Because we have seen two other people come on from Homeland Security, and they just showed up with a 7-inch heels, bottle of baby oil. And
It won't let me do a poll. That's crazy.
oh, I mean, take my poll down.
Oh, that's why. My bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did the same thing. I thought my computer was broke.
You did, me too. Are escorts innocent? Should they be charged? This is a deep question right here. Oh, I'll just shorten it. Are escorts innocent? No, that's part of it.
So I'm not sure if you read this stuff, but Judge Wood says, attention, this testimony here is
That's
the
an
setup.
interesting question.
Then King David says, should have known Kanye was the bear from the jump. First 3 album covers had a
I
bear
know.
mascot on the cover. Kanye, a known freak. Prince dropped here. LOL.
Oh,
The bear.
I
Angry.
love Prince. I think Prince was, when he realized what was going on, he tried to spread the word. And somebody earlier said that did he steal money from his artists? They all do. Listen, I feel bad if you are musically blessed with a beautiful voice
Mm-hmm.
because you just want to share your talent. But this industry is ugly. And if you're not aware of that, if you're not aware of the pitfalls, if you're willing to do anything to make it, it will chew you up and spit you out. It will. I know, I've heard of actresses. No, you guys said the escort shouldn't be charged. Well, it's going 50-50. I don't know. Perry, answer your own question. Should escorts be charged?
Well,
This
no,
is
no.
illegal.
And whether they charge or not, my thing is this. Right? Should we stop escorts from being able to work?
I got a quick
Yeah.
update.
Okay.
And we have a delay. Okay, here we go. Judge says these exhibits are admitted. Attorney, what are these? Agent, he says the floor plans of 2000 South Mapleton. Attorney, how do you know these are accurate? He says I was there.
Oh, okay,
Perry,
Sherelle. So, and typically when
we
we get
have
a delay,
Should
I know,
I go
but typically,
out
yeah,
and come back in?
you should, yeah.
Okay, I might not come back, but let me try it again.
Oh no, I think it's fixed now, but go ahead.
You're saying do it? Should
Drop
I do
out.
it?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, if
All
not,
right,
you can
all
take
right.
my office if you don't come back. I'm not gonna leave with you. Go ahead. Yeah, people, I mean, but basically what I'm saying, people, it's not even so much whether they should be charged. I'm just saying, can we come to the agreement that all parties involved, it was pretty much consensual. They moving their business, you contact this business, and you getting together. Now, whether things happen or not, all these when you get a house full of drug addicts, and they having these freak off things, shit like this happen. Should one person be pointed out to be, oh, well, he did her so wrong or whatever, whatever. These women didn't just sleep with these men because Diddy wanted them to. They did it for their own purpose, whether it's to gain cash, to move up the list, thinking, and these are their own thoughts. It's going to elevate them, their relationship with Diddy, because the more freaky they got, the more he would love it. And then a lot of them say, no, no, I just did it for Diddy. But then some of them, like Jane, would take off and do it on her own. So I don't know. I mean, for me, I can't come out here and criticize the escort. She got, at the end of the day, she got to do what she got to do to make her money. She's doing this for his money. I'm not going to feel sorry for him because he's getting overcharged or whatnot for her services. Yeah, I believe it was consensual between both. Then somebody can tell me it doesn't matter. What doesn't? I mean, I'm saying at the end of the day, I'm just saying this. All these adults and these things. Go ahead, Sherelle.
I have an update. Attorney says, how many manila envelopes were there in the nightstand? He says 6. Attorney, what was written on them? He says the letter K. Attorney, published the stipulation. Testing determined in the K envelope with a shamrock on it was ketamine. Okay, so they found drugs, ketamine.
Mm-hmm.
That's a drug charge. I don't know if it's trafficking, but it's a drug charge. How much for you to freak off, child?
I'm telling you right now, in the day economy, shit, we might get it popping for 1,000.
Perry, there you go, being a cheap whore again.
Yeah.
You should raise your prices.
You know what? I just wanted to serve the public. That's it.
Perry, what if you don't make any money? What if you're like $100 a night escort? Then what would you do?
I don't know. I got to change the business hours.
At least you're open 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I've got to change that. I forgot to change it. You told me to change it.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can change it now. But if I do, I don't want the thing acting up. Let's see.
But Sherelle, it's not acting up on my part. Yesterday, you was actually blinking out every few minutes.
Really?
So, yeah.
And then we found out it wasn't even us.
Yeah, I know.
Child.
Yeah.
Here we go. Day 23. I mean, this should be wrapping up. This should be wrapping up soon. So yesterday, I did see a lot of people's opinion changing, saying that she was a bad witness. She was an escort. She was a plant. People were saying she was a plant. It was insane. So a lot of people are changing their views. Also, too, I think a lot of people are getting sick of this case. I see that, on the neighborhood talk and the shade room, people are getting sick of this case because we've been talking about it for damn near a year. It's been a long time. So we didn't, and we thought when it went to trial, we were going to finally see all of these witnesses, all the stuff that they talked about. And now we see like none of that is entered in evidence. And now we're just like, in all of those, his employees were addicts too. Who's the better of the addicts? Is that what we're going by now? It's just, this case was poorly laid out. And I hope it's crystal clear now to the people that used to argue with me about the Southern District of New York. They are capable of putting on a bad case. Don't associate the new Southern District of New York with the old. There was this guy. His name was Anyway, they used to have brilliant attorneys there. And by the way, a lot of you guys might not know, all these brilliant lawyers that they came in and fired, they're suing. They're in active lawsuits right now. They sued 47. I don't think you have to go to trial if you're the leader. I'm not sure how that works, but they sued 47 because they're pissed. But he didn't do anything illegal. He's allowed to do that. And that's what he did. So
So
gotta
Fabulous,
follow the rules, huh?
Fabulous says this, Perry, your bussy cat cheap as hell. You a cheap hoe.
You're a cheap hoe, Perry.
Yeah. I mean, look, people, you got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. But I would tell you this though, but I probably wouldn't make it up because I'm only going one way.
That's why you're so cheap. Maybe you're not, maybe you're not that desirable, Perry. I'm just
saying
that
that,
could
like,
be a possibility.
I wouldn't be the type with the bussy stuff though. But I'm just saying, like, I just be the one way. Like they call me. Well, no, I can't call myself.
So did you see that escort on Tasha K's show yesterday? Let me show you this.
No.
No, this escort was cute. I want you to see your competition, Perry. Are you sure you're going to be making money, off of this?
Yeah.
You didn't see that yesterday?
I don't know what the hell I was doing yesterday.
Tasha K got salacious. That's what she does, and asked him, did he see Diddy licking cum?
What now?
She asked him, did he see Diddy licking cum? Something wrong with Tasha K. Something wrong with Tasha K. And he started laughing. He's like, hey, what? It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Trying to prove a RICO when X is consensual is ridiculous. If this flies, NBA players are next. Oh,
a lot of them are. I'm trying to tell you.
What's the guy name? Deshaun Watkins or something like this? They used to have the Watson.
I mean, yeah, he couldn't keep his hand off massage therapist. I mean, the women at the massage parlor. I mean, according to them. I mean, he set himself up with a lot of that stuff, though. But just like Diddy did.
Well, these listen, people got mad because I said that athletes' brains aren't fully developed. Oh my God! Speaking of athletes, did you see that video of your boy? You said he was a great player. The one that's a little touched in the head. What's his name? They used to date Keisha Cole's.
Oh, Brown. Antonio Brown.
Yes. Did you hear what happened?
What?
Why the fighting? And then what made him pull that out? The GUN?
No.
I didn't have heard either. Okay, let's go do a CNN update because I love CNN's updates. Oh, we got a lot of. I wonder if the defense didn't allow Kanye in because he can be a possible witness to Jane's character. I would say that's a huge possibility.
The crazy part about it, would you want to bring Kanye on there and risk it all? I'm just saying, like, if I was defense, because I think Jane's character spoke for itself. The jury should have been able to see through it that she was down for it. But Kanye might do all kind of shit when he go in there. You know how he is.
I got an update. Yeah. Attorney says, is there a safe in the closet? Attorney says, yes, it's gray. They're in the photo. Attorney, what was in the safe? He said a passport for Sean Combs and a plastic bag with substances in it. Attorney, stipulation. At Para 15, testing found in the brown pebbles were MDMA. And listen, it's a huge possibility, you guys, that Diddy had insane amounts of drugs because he's rich.
It's possible. And it's possible that they're just saying that because typically when they go in there and say they found something, they say, I found kilos. They would typically put a weight behind it. So I'm just saying, I don't know.
They're a bunch of junkies. Diddy's a junkie. They were high all the time. I don't even know how he ran multi-million dollar businesses under the influence 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day, his ass was high. Also, too, um, a lot of people have been around addicts. A lot of people are addicts, but there are people that are not familiar with this behavior. I happen to be an expert on it. Don't believe a word an addict says. They lie all the time.
Sherelle, go and make some more coffee. I'll be back.
Mhm. They lie all the time. Don't believe a word they say. And all of these witnesses are addicts and hostile witnesses. Besides the fact that they have the proof that they were lying, and a lot of them said different things to the grand jury, that's a big deal. I don't understand this judge. You guys like him. I don't, but maybe he's going somewhere with this. I don't know. And I was just joking when I said he got his jacket from the Dollar Tree. I mean, I think I was. No, I was joking. It was a joke. It was a mean joke. I was being mean. Let me make sure I don't miss anything. I want to do this. Let's see here. I want to do this CNN update. Okay, CNN says, in front of the jury, but before Homeland Security investigation, Special Agent Andre Lamont took the stand. Prosecutors read aloud some text message. According to this reading, Combs text his then Chief of Staff, KK, on November 21st, 2023, saying in part, make sure Robin is not doing anything dumb like having the rent paid on time. Can you make sure she paid for this month, please? According to previous testimony, Robin was Combs' accountant. Why did Perry's outside? Just walk past the window. And Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, testified in this case under a pseudonym and is identified as a victim in Combs' indictment, said Robin handled the rent for her home. Testimony was indicated Combs paid for Jane's rent for a Los Angeles home from 2023 to present day. We know that. Coram responded according to the messages read today. Robin said her rent was paid. Another message changed ready today was another message chain, that's a whole bunch of messages exchanged, ready today was between then Combs' girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and D-Rock. Okay, that's good. One of Combs' security guards in January 2017. My bathroom door is broken down. He's blaming me for going to someone's house when I pulled over to see if I was being followed. And I was. That's Ventura. He has my key, so I'm leaving. I do not feel safe. I'm not effing with anyone else. It said she later messaged him that 3 of the doors were broken. In parentheses, it says, I can take your key from him, D-Rock said in a later message. He is here. You are there. I think that's the best thing for now. So we're going back to Cassie feeling not safe. I wonder what the dynamic is between him and Cassie, because he definitely treated her the worst and put his hands on her. We all seen the video. I don't think he did that to Carisha, and Jane was only once. Here we go. It says, next photo, boxes marked Astroglide, 24 boxes. Attorney, where were these boxes of Astroglide? The agent says, in the garage. Attorney, overall, how much bottles of baby oil did you find? He said 200. Attorney, how many bottles of Astroglide in South Mapleton? 900. I hope they say that these Astroglides were laced, because if not, I'm sick of hearing about it. 900 bottles in one house, 200, that's damn near 1,000 damn bottles of Astroglide. That's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Let's see what you guys are saying. Uh, because the impossible was the Jane character. You missed updates. I did. Let me go back. Hopefully, I covered them. Yeah, I think I'm up to date now, Wayne. Thank you, though. Um, am I rude when I say I'm sick of this damn testimony? I want to hear something new.
Right. But like I guess,
Unless these astroglides are laced, then that's good evidence. Go ahead.
right. And I guess they got to show us something they got from these rays. Now, unless they're not laced. Now, if they're laced, maybe they got something, possibly, right? But anybody, it's not illegal to have baby oil. Now, regardless, it could be to the extreme.
Child,
But
that's a lot though, Perry.
okay, right? No, no. I understand that. No, and not to make it up for it, but I'm just saying that it's not illegal to have it.
If it's
They was
laced,
real
that's
specific.
good.
They was real specific on how many bottles of baby oil and Istroglide, but not how much weight of the pharmaceuticals. So I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
Got an update.
yeah,
Attorney says, let's turn to the firearms found in the residence. What are these? He says a Ruger, it's Ruger, a Glock pistol, some AR-15 platform. Attorney says, show the photo. What is this? He says the Smith and Wesson on the chair. There are 30 round magazines. Now listen, okay. So I just told y'all I'm real uncomfortable with guns. This is not my thing. The only reason we have them in our house is because of Perry. I don't like them, but a lot of people like them, and a lot of people carry them. There's nothing wrong with that, right? If they have a permit, but you can't have certain kinds, right? Perry?
so what now?
Said a lot of people have GUNs in their house. Some people
Mhm,
like them. They're for protection. For some people,
mhm.
they have to be permitted, right? You have to have a permit.
Right,
But certain kinds are not allowed at all, right?
right. And like certain, like the modifications of them and things like that. West Side's magazine. It's just different things because you got hunting
Oh,
weapons and
okay.
you
Well,
got
I
whatever
don't know
stuff.
any of
So
that stuff.
yeah, I mean they could be or could not be, but now even um with the weapons now. I think it's definitely illegal to scratch off the serial numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
But either they're gonna say he had weapons and wasn't permitted, and charge him with that. They charge him with it.
What kind of
So,
sentence is that?
huh? Oh, I have no idea, but I know it's not life.
Yeah,
Now,
no.
because people don't get life when they use a weapon like that and actually take somebody's life half the damn
Really?
time. So unless they can prove these weapons was probably used into
In a case?
incidents, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I don't
Mhm.
know. I mean, but basically, I'm gonna tell you this is going into unless they get deeper and deeper. Like, prove to me that these bottles of stuff was laced with something. They
Mhm.
could be just throwing out stuff to portray him as a freak. We know this, but he wasn't freaking by himself. He was freaking with these escorts. Are they just as guilty? I'm just saying, like, let's back away from it a little bit, trying to over dramatize it. Oh, and he had the Istroglide, 1,000 bottles.
Hold
Well,
on, Perry. They might be going somewhere with this. You're a mess. You are a mess.
no,
Child.
I hope they going somewhere with it because damn it, we've been waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm serious. If they don't get to that there was somebody unalive by these GUNs, I'm gonna be pissed. If they do not bring on Christina Coram, I'm going to be outraged. And I think if they don't bring on Christina Coram, who needs to be on, I think people was losing interest yesterday. They all said that Jane was a liar. They all said that everybody was lying. People are losing interest in this case. They made it to be this big thing, and we just got a bunch of lying drug addicts on the stand, and the judge won't address the issue. When I say that they're lying, I'm not being mean. I'm saying they said they have evidence of a different transcript during the grand jury, and you can get in big trouble for that. Why isn't the judge addressing that? You could get charged with perjury, especially if you lie to a grand jury, because the grand jury uses that information to decide if there's enough to go forward in the case. So, I don't know. Y'all like the judge. Let's see what he does. We got an update. Lamont says there is a 5.11 bag. Attorney said, what's that? He said, just a bag. Attorney, and this, he said, rifles and a Mossberg gun. I don't know none of this. Attorney said, and this, he said, a drum magazine, large capacity. This one was a 60 round. It had 59 rounds of green tip ammunitions in it. What's that?
It's just a tip on it's a tip on the bullet. Like when you fire them at night, it'd be like a tracer, so you can see it if you aiming at something and stuff like that. But
are those legal?
Huh?
Are those legal?
Well, I don't know about the 60-round clip. See, I don't know. I mean, because different states have different rules and what you can
This is
carry.
what Vincent said. Vincent said if the Astro Glide was laced or the guns were dirty, he would be charged already. I'm telling you, Vincent, I'm going to set it off. No, this is a joke. I'm not going to release it. I'm going to be pissed if there's nothing in that damn Astro Glide, because they've been talking about this the whole trial. If there's nothing in the damn baby oil, I'm going to lose it. Pound for Pound says they say it's up to 5 years for scratching off serial numbers.
But
also, too, isn't
that's
that
if you charge for it, right? I mean, I'm saying that's if you're charged for it. I don't think they charged them for it. I mean,
what do you mean? Explain that again.
Okay, like this is a RICO. They charge them with the RICO and these things.
Uh-huh.
And people saying, well, it could be up to 5 years, possibly. I mean, because that is something that I know, right? But they have to charge them for it. Go ahead.
I got an update. The attorney says, what does green tip ammunition do? He says it's designed to pierce body armor. Damn.
Oh, wow.
Attorney, you could go look at the boxes of firearms in the cart next to you. They said he does. He gets up, gets off mic, goes over to the box. He says the serial numbers, they existed, matched up. Do you know what that means, Perry?
No, say again.
He said the serial numbers, where they existed, matched up.
Matched up with the container that what they had or whatever. I guess. Like if you purchase something, you got a box.
So that's pretty powerful ammo. Something that appears armor.
Right. I mean, now that I never heard of like that.
I think we got a weapons charge. Let's see what they're saying.
I mean, well, you can have a weapons charge. It could have been a lot of charges, Sherelle. Did they charge them with that? Or are they just talking about it?
Oh, that's right. There are no guns. There's no GUN charges, you guys. Let's go over the charges. What? That's what I'm saying. These people are getting on my damn nerve. There's no weapons charge. Oh my God.
And then that's what people are going to talk about. But where's let's talk about the RICO. But let them keep letting us know what they found on these raids, because I was always curious.
This is gonna drive me crazy. I'm serious. There were no formal GUN charges. Okay, so they said that again, it's X trafficking, racketeering, obstruction of justice, bribery, witness tampering, drug distribution. Well, no, that's not his. Hold on. That's they just list the charges. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yes, Sheena. She says, it sounds like you don't want Diddy to be charged. You are for Diddy. Well, at this point,
Wait,
down
first
here,
of all, let me ask her a question before you do that. It's Gina. Gina, did you just
Sheena,
enter the chat? Can you tell me if you just entered the chat? Oh, is it Sheena?
Sheena, yeah.
Sheena, can you tell me if you just entered the chat? Please. Let's see what she says. Okay, so here are his charges again. X trafficking, racketeering, bribery, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, drug distribution. I don't remember this money laundering, but they're saying money laundering, conspiracy, and extra, and SA. Okay, we haven't even talked about money laundering yet. Did she answer, Perry? Sheena?
I don't see it yet. I don't see it yet. I don't know. But I just seen it, and I was just gonna just answer the question. But you know, it's
I just want to
simple.
know if she just if she just entered the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to answer all questions. Did you just enter the chat? Go ahead. She said, yes, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, do me a favor, Sheena. Rewind back to the very beginning and we tell you our stance on Diddy. It's a different one than most people think. It's a social issue about Diddy and these charges and why we feel that RICO is not the right charges for him. He needs to be charged, but not under RICO. Just rewind that back and to the very beginning because we're starting to repeat ourselves. Go ahead, Perry. You're going to answer her question.
Oh, you know, I was just gonna say this. Like, yes, it can seem that way. I'm here for justice, right? Now, I want them to prove things. I'm tired of allegations. I'm tired of hearsay. Now, you mentioned the bottles of oil. It would probably been a good time to say we found X amount of laced oil, or we found this. Why are we keep pushing this down the road? Do you have some? We found some. I went in his drawer. I found some pharmaceuticals, illegal pharmaceuticals. How much of it?
Mm-hmm.
You told us how many rounds it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
People do this shit a lot, and I'm not saying just because people do it a lot, it make it legal. No, when drug smugglers be having shit, they go by kilos, weight. They would describe the weight. And I think you get to have X amount. You went in this man's house. Was he doing this for personal use? Because that could make a difference too. Because then you need to find the person who sold it to him. That's actually trafficking in it. Can you show me something that he made money from it? Was he a dealer? You don't gave the dealers that's don't testified already immunity.
Immunity.
So the whole thing is just that. And yes, sort of like when now my stance with this, until they prove something to Diddy, I'm leaning more to Diddy. So I want to be more question. Give me some evidence that Diddy did it. So that's why it's definitely gonna look like that. But if you can prove it to me, I'm fine. Just say, okay, yeah, well, Diddy, you don't fucked up there. But so far, you ain't told me nothing Diddy ain't did that a lot of other people that's done and still walking free and would never get a charge on them.
CNN update. Special Agent Andre Lamont said Homeland Security investigations recovered about 200 bottles of baby oil, 900 bottles of personal lubricant from Diddy Combs' residence. The jury saw a photo of at least 16 boxes full of lubricant piled in Diddy's garage. The jury also saw a photo of a bag of baby oil and lubricant next to a pack of lingerie recovered from a closet near the master bedroom. Listen, and also, I'm going to be upset. Let's get to
Get an update.
why this is important. Hopefully it's coming. Okay, here we go. Attorney says, do any of the firearms not have serial numbers? He says, one did not. This one holds a long GUN up. Attorney, how are the serial numbers eliminated? Agent, he says, sand it off with a machine. It's smooth, not like it was done with a screwdriver. Attorney, no further questions.
Okay. So now this is my thing. When people say, well, it sounds like you for Diddy. I'm sound like for hell, you don't rated 3 mansions. Okay. You know how big a mansion is, people? They rated the shit, right? On the East Coast, West Coast, by air, land, and sea. Air, land, and sea, you got boats pulling up. They making a damn motion picture out of it. You come back with some damn baby oil, some 7-inch heels. Yeah, but Perry, excuse me, Perry, it was 200 bottles. So who gives a fuck? Was it laced? Now, think about this, Sherelle, and me and you are culprit of this. How many cases of water do we have in the man cave? How many cases of toilet paper, paper towel? Now, he could have been over excessive. It was in his garage.
No, I thought you were going to say, how many bottles of wine do you have? Because I
No.
buy wine.
Oh, yeah, no. What I'm saying is, that's your storage space. A lot of companies stock up and get the image. If his garage probably ain't the same size as your garage. Now, you buy it in bulk, it's cheaper. Wayne said we got an update.
Here we go. Judge says, Mr. Agnafilo, I must have missed something. Agnafilo says, you are aware that Mr. Combs has security, right? He says, yes. Agnafilo, and even GUNs and pieces of ammo was recovered from the security office, right? He said, yes. Agnafilo, there were no guns in the kids' bedrooms. He said, none. Now, come on, y'all.
See,
they were found in the security office.
I remember when the story came out, they were saying, oh, they found this under his bed. Aha. Well, I'm just saying, people, and not the back Diddy, but damn it, show me something illegal that he did with the weapons. If you're going to charge him with them, charge him with it. If you're going to charge him with soliciting, do that. You can't solicit your damn self. You out there with a hoe, if that's what you did. Female hoe, male hoe, whatever. Why are you picking who to charge and who not? People, this ain't about what we think of Diddy before this trial, our opinions on him. We talking about this trial. And that's where y'all want to switch it up. No, Perry, he's a bad guy. I know. And if I told you this and you'd be offended, Jane was a hoe before she got with Diddy. Just saying.
Why did I marry you? This is ridiculous. Where you get that dumbass song, huh?
Here we go with Homeland Security again.
Oh my God.
They started off hot. Read some letters in his nightstand. Okay, that's his private shit. Oh, I found a little snort in there. Okay. How much? Well, we rather not say, but Perry, just to set your black ass up, we found 200 bottles of baby oil. So somebody had a slick ass. I got you, right? Oh, Astroglide. Who gives a shit? Where is the crime? Oh, well, we did find these weapons, Perry. Where at? In his security safe?
No, I'm laughing. Something's wrong with my husband, y'all. Something wrong with him.
Let's bring it on, people. Look, people are playing on emotions. It's real victims out there. And this is what I was going to say too. It's real victims out there. Real victims. But people play on real victims' emotions to make dollar bills off of it. I could be the same thing. Yeah, we should. Yeah, we out for all the victims. I feel bad for all the real victims. I just know there's a whole bunch of lying heifers out there that would do anything for $1. And for the people to come out here and say, now listen what I'm going to tell you, because I don't want you to try to quote this the wrong way. People say, oh, Perry, you should believe all victims. My question would be, why? To believe all victims, I would have to be willing to crucify the accused with no evidence. Now, Perry, you should be open to all victims and listen to them. Yes. I'm open to hear what they got to say. Yes. But if you just believe all victims because they words came out their mouth, then you accusing the accused with no evidence. Now, on one hand, you want people to listen to the victim for truth, but you don't want to give a damn about the accused voice. I'm sure the accused want people to believe him too. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Uh, the attorney says, Agnafilo, he says, was the security office door locked? The agent says, not when I got there, Agnafilo, but before. Isn't it important? Did it have a lock? The agent says, it had a knob lock. I don't know. The attorney says, you have no reason to think the safe was open before you got there. No question mark. He's trying to say that they opened it. He's trying to say, I think, that they were in a locked place and the agents came in and unlocked it.
Right. Yeah,
And
in the
that's
raid. Like,
important. It is important.
right. And then this guy is saying, well, I don't know. And they just showing doubt. Because it's one thing to portray something as being open, so or something that's secure. Unsecured or secured, right? Well, I don't know. It's just showing you that you sitting here, giving your point, and maybe you just work there, but the prosecution want to put it off as, yeah, see what he found? It was right there on the bed, child, right next to the dildo. Was the shit put in a proper spot? It was secured. Now, he get there later. He don't know what happened before him. Granted, he don't know. The defense just bringing it out. Yes, they heard your portion, but we didn't hear about the people before, whether it was secure or not. That's what they're saying. I mean, we need to do a damn poll. Will Diddy be home by the 4th? Shit. How about that?
That's on you. I'm not doing no poll. You're a mess. This is crazy.
If Nancy Grace can go hard for some shit that she ain't got no evidence for, I guess Perry can go hard too.
Yeah, Nancy Grace. We're gonna talk about that later. That's crazy. Something wrong with her. Why are we talking about GUNs? I don't think drugs when it was no charges or baby oil or lubricant. I thought they were going to say that the baby oil was lace. Now we got a good conversation going. Right now, he's boring me.
Okay, now we had this up. We didn't read it though. So Love says, Sherelle, be nice to Perry today. And I agree. I
Ain't
support
nobody
that
not mean to you.
I support that message. Yes, I do.
Ain't nobody mean to you. Now shut up. No, just playing. She thirsty. This is just embarrassing testimony. This is embarrassing. The defense, prosecution, you are embarrassing. I cannot believe you want to talk about how many bottles of baby oil, unlaced baby oil, someone keeps in their home. And 1,000 is excessive, but you have to remember he's rich. Like for me, I'm obsessed with Febreze, and I have 20 bottles in my garage. I'm obsessed with Febreze. If I was a billionaire, I might have 1,000 bottles of Febreze. I don't know why I have so many bottles.
And then people got to keep this shit in perspective. Having 6 or 7 cars, excessive. Yeah. That's what people with money do. Having 16 to 18 bedrooms, excessive. That's what rich people do. So these fools want to just bring along and just toss this shit out there. That is a lot of baby oil. Granted, I agree. It's a lot of ass slapping going on. I agree. But is it illegal?
Oh my God, I can't.
I mean, hell, it's the weekend and we fixing to turn this shit up because if they don't come with no damn evidence,
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
know.
go out there and get me a free Diddy t-shirt.
Oh,
How about that?
no. Let me tell you something. I have to put up this with every damn day because my children act just like their father, and I'm usually outnumbered. Stand with me together, y'all. Please tell Perry like to no, he didn't do nothing wrong, really. Thank you, Sheena. So sweet. Thank you. That's really sweet.
What's going on with my
Thank you.
thing? Oh, maybe you
Let's
moved
get
it.
this over with, y'all. What time is it? Oh, it's 11 back there.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I
Uh-huh.
had to take some trash out, right? I was
Is that
like,
why you
damn.
walked past the window? I was like,
Yeah,
where's Perry?
yeah. I was like, damn, it feel good. Maybe because on my computer it says heat warning or whatever it says, a sense of heat, or we know how that shit is said. I'm
Uh-huh.
like, oh shit, okay. I was like, it feels nice. I forgot how early it was.
Oh,
Shit, that
yes.
sun will be on our ass in about 2 hours.
Yeah. You moved to
Mm-mm.
Vegas. Don't complain now.
Oh no, I'm not. No, I was just saying, but
It's gonna be hot. Yeah.
I was starting to feel like it's amazing.
Let's see if I can get an update from CNN. Here it goes. It says defense attorney Mark Agnafilo is now cross-examining Special Agent Andre Lamont, who had been testifying about his participation in the Homeland Security investigation, March 24th, 2024, of Sean Diddy's Los Angeles home. When asked, Lamont confirmed he's aware that a security team protects Combs' residence and there's a designated security room where all the firearms were recovered. No GUMs or ammunition were found anywhere else in the home other than the security office. Child, look, everybody started realizing yesterday that Jane was a plant. And you could tell people were getting frustrated with this case. If they don't find any of the baby oils laced, people are going to lose their mind because now you have absolutely nothing. Nothing. And that's you're wasting taxpayers' money. Here, we got an update. Lamont says, we brought a locksmith, but I didn't see him touch the safe. Agnafilo, we're in Manhattan. We don't know a lot about GUNs. Sorry. Judge, withdraw. Agnafilo, this was a GUN safe, question mark. He said designated, this is the agent saying this, designed for that. Agnafilo, why not photos of opening it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's important. So do you guys remember Diddy has a $40 million mansion in Miami. This is when they did the raid, Stevie J was there at the time using a recording studio. Stevie J released pictures, and so did the feds, of how they ransacked this man's home. And they do that, not just to Diddy. They come in, when the feds come in, they destroy everything and they don't fix anything. If they have to knock down the door, you have to fix it. This is a $40 million mansion. They ransacked the place like it was, that's destroying a lot of expensive items and things. They ripped security stuff off the walls that they did not replace or fix. And like Perry said, it was somebody called the tabloids, somebody called the news. It was simultaneously raided. They had helicopters in the air in the Miami home. They did come because the home was on the water, so they came by boat. It was a show. You're
Yeah.
gonna look real stupid if there's nothing to substantiate your actions. They stopped them at the airport. They arrest the dealer. who was standing right next to him, Brendan. But they want to accuse Diddy of drug trafficking.
Lorraine B says, Perry, I don't think he can get around the prostitution charge. No, because there was a lot of prostitution. It was a lot of hoes giving it up consensually, right? But he might not get away with it. I get it. And so I don't think he's going home. Well, I mean, prostitution shouldn't be that much. If you gave the rest of them immunity, they must not take that charge that serious, right? So maybe he can get time served. He has been in there for a couple months.
And I believe from the bottom of my heart that their main goal right now is to move the goalpost for Rico so they can start charging other rappers, so they can move into the athlete community. I think this was an opportunity that arose with Diddy acting a fool and all this stuff. And their main objective is to move the goalposts for Rico. I don't think that if they really took the bill on the floor and said, we want to change these charges, we don't want to use it for the mob anymore, we want to use it for the very powerful and rich rappers, athletes, nobody will vote for that bill. I think they're trying to get this bill changed in bold daylight with the help of the African American community. And y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Y'all talk about, is Diddy innocent? Is Diddy guilty? No one's saying he's innocent. We're saying these are not the proper charges. The reason for these RICO charges is to move the goalposts with the help of the slow blacks.
Okay.
With the help of the slow blacks. Y'all got to open your eyes. It's YSL yesterday, it's Diddy today, it's Kanye tomorrow, it's Future and Drake after that. It's Deshaun Watson. Open your eyes. Give us the proper charges. There's no all that drama that they did. What's his name? Busby. I got 100.
Remember,
800 people that can testify today. All of that showboating.
Speaking of that, where the hell he at today?
Somewhere hiding.
Yeah, with his bullshit ass. And then Rondika says that she says all this proves that the higher up sent Homeland Security to search for tapes of celebrities and others. Now that could make a lot of sense. That was a lot of raiding every room for you just to find a couple of ladders in his nightstand, a little pharmaceuticals, and his weapons in his weapon safe. We ain't heard nothing about these videos, all that video equipment. You could be 100% right. And that's how we ain't heard nothing about them. They went to probably protect that stuff. I don't know. At best, that's a good conspiracy theory. I like it.
I mean, there's so much wrong with the way that this was done and the reasons that it was done. You guys don't close your eyes. Open your eyes. Y'all want to focus in on Diddy's a bad guy, need to go to jail for life. Yes, the proper way.
Right. Nobody's doubting that. If he's guilty on something, charge him with it. And people, look, I know, and I say this, people want Diddy to do time for justice. Criminals should do their time. And even the ones who break the law, you want Diddy to do time for breaking the law, but you got these hoes running rapid.
I can't.
Breaking all kind of laws. Walking around with STDs and shit.
Perry.
No, I'm just saying, like, what about that? What about public safety?
I'm ignoring you. It's so ridiculous. Something is wrong with you. By the way, Perry does that all the time. Y'all don't even realize it. When Perry's up here cutting up and acting a fool, he's doing it for an audience of one. He likes making me laugh at inappropriate times. You are a nut job. Okay, sir? You're a nut job. 34 years of nut jobism. Please help me. But you guys aren't aware. Perry says things to make me laugh. This is a one-man show. That's how we start working together. I used to work by myself. And then I start taking phone calls, and nobody called in the first time I called in. I think one of my first phone calls was Renee. She was
Mhm.
one of my first phone calls. But so he came on under an alias. Perry's name is not Perry. That's his best friend's name. Here we go. The agent says SRT goes in first. Agnafilo. So because this protocol, we don't have any photographs. So you used a body cam. He said no. Ooh. Agnafilo. In your human trafficking work, have you ever dealt with Astroglide before? Only in this case. Did he
So,
really, did he really ask about the Astroglides?
no,
So
no,
let
no.
me tell
He
the
got
story.
to.
So when
Right.
Perry's real name is William. When and we called him Will. When Will first called in, he used his best friend's name. I don't know why.
Mm-mm.
When he
So,
appeared on this,
Terrell, when I first called in, it wasn't that. I upgraded the name. Remember, I was Sloppy Steven.
Perry first came on, called in my show, pretending to be a caller. I thought it was funny because he said his name was Steven. Then I got mad because you're trying to sabotage my show. But the audience loved it. And then that fool just kept coming back. And then he became the star of the show. People love Perry.
But Terrell, can
Oh,
you read this though? This
oh
chat?
no.
No,
I don't
just
have
read
my
it.
glasses on.
It's not gonna take you long.
I don't have my glasses on. Oh yeah, I don't wear glasses. It says Perry ain't lying.
Yeah, damn right. That's all we need to know. That's all we
Oh
need
my
to know
God.
about, folks. But yeah, no, I mean that's why I did it. I mean, because I felt like you sitting there, nobody want to call your little channel.
I have an update. Let me read this first. It says, okay. And then they say, Agnafilo chuckles. Judge, no comments, please. Agnafilo. So the baby oil was in the garage? The agent says, it was the Astroglide in the garage. Agnafilo, you're from LA. He said, yes. Agnophilos, enjoy, no further questions, no redirect. Ooh. Now, oh my God. We thought they were
See,
going somewhere with the baby oil.
y'all thought they were. That's my point. They done came on from the East Coast, West Coast, and ain't said shit. We got baby oil, isoglide in the garage, perhaps. Oh, guns in a gun safe. 7-inch heels, some dildos, maybe a coochie pocket.
Y'all, he's trying to rub this in my face because in the beginning, I was saying that they would not take Diddy to court without any evidence. I say so now he thinks he's funny. Go ahead, Perry.
No, that's pretty much it. I'm just saying, like, when Homeland Security come out, we're expecting something. People, they have raided 3 mansions.
It says break. They're on a 10-minute break. Go ahead.
And only really mention, let's keep it real. They say, oh, well, we found this. We
Let me
found
go
this
get some
note.
water.
We found this. They don't tell you they found in a 6-bedroom house, 6 beds, fully furnished rooms, dishes in the kitchen. They don't say none of that shit, right? They just trying to come with the shit to feed what social media have been talking about for the last year. The freakness of it all. And matter of fact, since it was a freak party and a freak off, they ain't mentioned finding no hoes in the house. We got some hoes in this house. We got some hoes in this house. People, where did they find the hoes at? That was kidnapped, by the way, tied up in the basement. Why didn't they find hoes handcuffed in the garage? Free Diddy.
Don't go that far. You saying free Diddy. Child, Perry. Let's
Look,
see.
I'm going to say it, and I want you to see it. Look at the screen.
Oh no, y'all are a mess. So we're not there yet. Free him, not yet. But don't. These are no charges. Recharge him. How about that? Hashtag
No,
recharge.
free him from this case.
Yeah.
Do what the hell you got to do with him later. I'm just saying, at this point, if it don't fit, you must have quit. Now, was that Johnny Cochran? Was that
Johnny Cochran?
yeah. What did Rodney King say? Can't we all just get along?
Oh my
It
God.
was something. I'm just trying to go back. But anyway, people, free Diddy at this point. Sorry. Well, sorry, but not sorry, because we're gonna have people today. Mark my words. Leave the courthouse and say how great these witnesses were. Oh, that expert for Homeland Security, he really broke it down. He exposed that he had some baby oil. I'm sure he probably had some Vaseline if they would have checked, partner, and some dish detergent. Who gives a shit? And I'm tired of people lying and, oh, yes, breaking news, breaking news. Diddy's going down, folks. He's going
Terry,
down.
please
And
stop.
they was lies.
Terry, I'm begging you.
Yeah.
Please.
Hydro glide, people. Hydro glide. I
Terry,
always
please.
told you
I'm
he was slipping and sliding inside of people's DMs. Look, stop the bullshit.
Oh my God.
I know, make your money, but I guess by keep lying. But you ain't got no sources that told you a damn thing. It's
Oh my
all up here. Made the fuck up. Okay? That's it.
Are
Like
you
I
done?
said, see,
Oh my God.
you got all kind of Janes. Jane do what she do. Other people, it's other Janes in different businesses too. They all for the dollar bill and would do anything for it.
Wow.
Some would open their legs, some would
Oh.
lie. Can I get a witness? That's what I'm talking about, people. Let's get down to the fucking facts of this case. Sherelle, I need you to do a poll. Did Diddy do it? And say it just like that. Did Diddy do it? Did
No.
Diddy do it?
I mean, am I gonna say
Did Diddy do it?
do
There's a lot
what?
of D's in there.
I'm gonna say, is Rico appropriate? Can I say
No,
that?
that's too nice. That's too nice.
Okay.
Did Diddy do it? The charges.
I'm gonna say, does Diddy need new charges? I'm gonna say that.
No, because then they got. Yeah, I guess you can say yes or no.
Yeah, I have to have a
If
yes
they
or no
charge
answer.
them with the right charges. I don't know. I mean, say what you want to say, honey. Because these people gonna force me to get me a cold one tonight.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say, does Diddy need new charges? Here we go.
I think we got something. I want to see.
They're on a 15-minute break.
What was this? They're back for Jonathan Perez. Invoked the fifth.
No, he does other cases.
Oh.
Oh, I have to
No,
stop my other.
it's real. They act like they talking about. Maybe they talking behind the scenes or something.
Let me look.
They talking about. I see Comey in there.
They're back for Jonathan Perez to invoke the fifth. Oh, they're talking about a new personal
Yeah,
possible
right.
witness.
Witness. Yeah.
It says, attorney, do you intend to assert that right as explained? He said, yes. The judge says, I will enter the order of immunity. Comey says, my colleagues tell me Mr. Combs has been nodding during cross. Please instruct him. That's what Comey said. Oh, Comey's okay.
Yeah.
So we have another person saying that if you don't give me immunity, if I take the stand, I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right, which you're really not allowed to do.
Update. They still arguing. I think they still on break though, but yeah.
Update. Brian Still says, it is my affirmation Mr. Combs has done nothing inappropriate. Judge, all right, very good. We had an exchange about this a few days ago. There's going to be some amount of reaction to testimony that is given. It is possible to police all of that. So the prosecution is saying again that Diddy nodded his head.
Mhm.
The the judge is basically saying, to a certain extent, that's natural, but police it. Make sure you don't do it too much. Now, I'm hearing that this juror number 6 that they said nodded his head and was showing, they're saying people that were in the courtroom that he did not nod his head at all, that this juror is being targeted because they're trying to get black males off of the jury. That's the rumor.
Matter
And
of fact,
so,
now what happened to the jury? I mean, have you made a decision yet? And not to get
no,
too upset at the
he
judge.
hasn't made a decision about. Okay, so
No.
these are the things I'm talking about, guys. So the judge was supposed to make a decision whether he was going to get rid of or keep juror number 6 because they're fighting like hell. They want to keep black men on the stand. And also, the defense has proof that the stories that were told by all the witnesses on when they went in front of a grand jury have changed, and they have proof. Some of them even have dates. They accused him of putting her over the balcony at a certain date. He was out of town then. She didn't mention that in her testimony to the grand jury. So I'm getting frustrated with this judge. These are important issues that you need to resolve. If a person is caught lying, they have to be reprimanded. I say give them 4 hours in jail. Not all day, not at night, but 4 hours. Just go in time out for a minute because you're lying. So I don't know. I'm frustrated with this judge. I don't like this judge. You guys love this judge. I can't stand him. I think he doesn't have enough experience. But the young people say he's a modern, more liberal judge, but I don't like him. Someone's at the front door. Who is that?
That's your son. It's Friday. He off today.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. He's going to bring over friends.
Yep.
Not another weekend, Perry.
About ready to kick off. What's that shit they be having with all the rappers that he went to last year? That big concert in LA. Did they call it Rolling Loud or something?
Yeah, he
Rolling
going
Loud.
again? Is he going again?
No, he gonna have his own. I'm saying it's Friday. He gearing up for that.
So I just did a poll. No, I didn't. That didn't work. Hold on. Let me redo it, guys. Sorry. I put it in the chat. I cannot. Can y'all hear that? My alarm system, garage door. I got to go close the door or I'm going to that's going to drive me crazy. I'll be right back. I put my question I put my poll out.
He might be.
Perry, are you sure it's hot outside?
No, it's not.
Kanye's in the courtroom. Look what she said.
I know
my goodness. Is he in the courtroom?
They've been saying he pulled up in some kind of all white. They've been talking about it.
Perry, should you go get off and go check your friends that are in the courtroom?
Yeah, let me go and see what happens.
Kanye is in the building. OMG. Oh my gosh. Y'all, he's there. Is this intimidation? Is this support? Is he gonna take the stand? You know, he's unpredictable. We love Kanye. We love the old Kanye. The last 2 years, Kanye, he been going through some things. He is unhinged. Ain't no telling what he's gonna say. He might stand up in the middle of the trial. We don't know what he's gonna do. We go to TMZ, somebody told me. Okay. Oh, wow. This is where the action is. Damn. And Bianca's there. Y'all, let me get this on the screen. Thank you, Kanye. It was getting really boring. Here we go. It says, Ye and Bianca dressed to the nine in New York state of mind, going back Diddy. He actually does look nice, and I'm just glad she's in some clothes. Okay, I'm just glad they got Bianca in some damn clothes. It says Kanye West, one of Sean Diddy Combs' only remaining celebrity supporter, is in New York City, opening the door to the possibility he'll head to federal court to back his guy. Ye and his wife Bianca left an event Thursday evening in the Big Apple. He was rocking white denim from head to toe, while the missus was back in black, matching trench coat and stiletto heels. Y'all, let's not overjudge Bianca. We don't want her to take them off and run around town naked again. At least she's in some damn clothes, okay? And who knows if she takes the jacket off, what's under the damn jacket? We don't know. You know, she'll flash you in a minute. Normally, he dressed more casually, and she's, well, nearly naked. We're told they had attended a graduation ceremony, hence the upgraded outfits. Now, the fact they're in New York City adds to the anticipation they could show up to support Diddy. Well, are they there? To support Diddy on his 23rd day of ex trafficking and racketeering criminal trial. According to CNN, Ye's talked to Diddy's sons. Pop up. Talked to Diddy's son, King Combs, about going to the courthouse. He's not there yet, it sounds like. It could be a pretty stunning twist in the Diddy saga. The disgraced mogul's celeb friends have at least publicly abandoned him since the 2024 raids on his homes, nor have any of them shown up to court. Now, I also want to remind you guys that Diddy has an active lawsuit against TMZ. So they have reason to be extremely biased. He said that they lied on him. Remember, Ye recorded a prison phone call he had with Diddy and used portions of it for a song called Lonely Roads Still Go to Sunshine, which he dropped back in March. Friday's testimony is already underway in Diddy's trial, so it's unclear if Ye and Bianca would even be able to get into the gallery today. But then again, conspicuous interests are kind of their thing. Stay tuned. Listen, beyond a reasonable doubt, this is my prediction. Kanye and Bianca will show up because he has an invested interest. Like I said, I keep saying from day one, why a Young Thug yesterday, Diddy today, Kanye tomorrow. They're going after rich black men. Now, I like Kanye, the old Kanye. The last 2 years has been going through something, you know, and he had the KKK hoodie on his head. He's been going through some things. I wonder if he'll take the stand. I don't know. No, they're not going to bring him on. He's unhinged. But I still like Kanye. I don't like the stunts that they pull, you know, Bianca being naked on the damn red carpet. What the hell? What the hell he on? But he's going to support his man. And I would talk about Jay-Z, but not now. Let's just move on. That would be really, really interesting. They want Kanye bad. Yeah, Kanye's on the list. Kanye's on the list. I think Drake is on the list. I think Future's on the list. That's what I really think. Update, Kanye West just arrived. Okay, this is from Inner City Press. Kanye West has just arrived to the Southern District of New York courthouse. I ran down to the lobby. Marshals reminded me no phones, hence no photos. But he came in white pants and white jacket and security with him. One forgot the token they give you to pick up your phone when you leave. I don't know what that means, but he's there, you guys. Kanye is in the house. This has really shot some energy into this trial because it was getting boring. It's obvious they don't have anything on Diddy. They gave him the wrong charges. And now we got Kanye in the building. Now, if he's been the same Kanye that he's been the last 2 years, ain't no telling what could happen. But if he's gone back to the old Kanye, he's probably really there for support and fear, because Kanye understands the message. He gets it. This charge is to change the goalposts. I guarantee you, if Diddy gets convicted of this law with no evidence, there's no evidence, they are going to start using this law no longer for the mob, for rich black men, period. And black people are helping them change the law in plain sight. They know if they took this bill to the floor, nobody's going to vote for, let's just make this the new rich black man law. Nobody's going to vote for that. So they had to come through the back door, and a lot of black people are helping them come through the back door. Open your eyes, people. Open your eyes. You don't convict anybody without evidence. We've got to stick to the rules. You've seen that sheriff come out today threatening the Hispanics. If you protest, I'm going to unalive you. This is a sheriff talking to the Hispanics. Plain daylight. They done threw a senator, not a congress. They done threw a congressman on the floor yesterday, put handcuffs on him. Next, they'll be saying the congressman is a gang member. Open your eyes, black people. Open your eyes. Y'all didn't hear about that congressman yesterday? Come on, y'all. See, that's what I'm saying. It's very important for bloggers to tell the truth. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Y'all had to see this. Let's go to my favorite blog. This is, let's see. My favorite blog. I go to this site at least 4 times a day. Everybody knows I love the neighborhood talk. Congratulations, Kyle. You have a great blog. Okay, so, here's the sheriff that told the Hispanic people, if you protest in my state, I will unalive you. I will read it word for word. It says, a Florida sheriff warns immigration protesters that they won't play with them. Says officers will arrest them or unalive them. Right here. Y'all see my cursor? Unalive. They didn't say unalive. They said the K word. This is the kind of society we're living in. I'm going to unalive you. And I'm not lying. It goes on. We will be notifying your family where to collect your remains, because we will unalive you. Graveyard dead. This is a sheriff. A sheriff. Let me keep going with what they did to the congressman yesterday. Here it is. I don't even know if I can play it. Yeah, because it's no. This is a sheriff. This is a congressman who I'm sure they're going to call him a gang member tomorrow. He asked a question. They didn't want the answer to the question. Look, this is how they're treating a current member, senator, not a congressman. I beg my pardon. A senator threw him face down on the floor. Look, what? Keep watching. Keep watching. This man is Hispanic. They never would have treated a white man like this. Never, never, never. We're living in different times, and black people are signing up. His name was, what was his name? His name was Alex Padilla. Hispanic man asking about the protest. We got to open our eyes. We're living in different times. They're changing the goalposts, and black people are helping them do it. Y'all want to talk about who Diddy slept with and how much baby oil he used and how he was freaking off and Tasha K asking the guy did he lick the cum? It's a bigger message here. Open your eyes. Open your eyes, Black people. I don't get into white supremacist stuff thinking. I don't know what that meant, so I'm going to ignore it. I thought you meant something else. Open your eyes. As a Black woman living in LA, girl, I didn't know you lived in LA. We face a lot of racism from the Latino community. Here as well. We should stay out of this. Who's in it? I just said earlier today, I said, y'all voted for 47. Don't be asking for our help now, because they're asking for our help. They're saying, how come Black people aren't helping us? Because you didn't help us. That's what you wanted. Good luck. Hope they don't unalive you. They up there threatening y'all. Hope they don't unalive you. Eyes wide open and trusting in God. And only my mind stayed on Jesus. Stead on Jesus. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, wake up. But we shouldn't get distracted by Diddy's mess. Again, there is a reason for this Diddy case. Distracted, they're trying to change the goalposts. Listen, Diddy needs to be in jail on the proper charges. Let me see what y'all voted. I put a poll out. Let's see what you guys said. Hold on, got to go to a different screen. 80%, yes, different charges. You can't even get them for weapons anymore because it was the securities. Auntie, I'm not coming for you. The goalpost has already been moved. I'm a RICO survivor and fighting 40 years over one phone call. Eyes open because it's Diddy's on trial. If Diddy was average, he would have been hung. He would have been hung. Sorry to hear that. It hits home. RICO survivor. Do you know what I'm talking about? This is the new black man law. Anybody got money, they coming for you. It says updates. Combe seated is surrounded by and speaking with Agna Philo, Nicole Westmoreland, and Xavier Donaldson, who was down in the lobby waiting when Kanye came in. Child, Diddy just found out his man Ye is in the building. He ain't wearing nothing crazy. He's dressed normal. His wife is there. She has on clothes. That's unusual. I hate to hear, Mike, that you have been a victim. I'm trying to tell you, and Mike is proof now. They're moving the goalposts. I am a boy mom. I have two, and a husband. Can you guys believe that some police pulled out GUNs on Perry and made him lay on the ground? Put the GUN to his head? It's crazy. Espar, thank you for using your platform to speak the entire truth about what is happening in the Black community. Not just the Black community. I live in our community as a whole, she means, but I live in an all-white neighborhood. My son drives a sports car. We get it on the daily. And my white friends understand that. All my moderators are white. They've heard me talk about my people before. People feel like you're racist. You're pulling the black card. White people ain't stupid. They know there's a difference. Yep, they can take Diddy's money and his assets. You know, they stand to gain a lot from this mischarges. Rico, they could have got him on anything. Not weapons anymore. Maybe having in possession of drugs. How about that? Damn the trafficking in possession. They found bags. They didn't get them on that. Could have got them on DV. Didn't want to get them on that. They could get these current uh current witnesses online. The judge still ain't made a rule. She made up a whole different day talking about Diddy threw her over the banister. He wasn't even in the country. Wasn't even in the country. The judge has still not addressed this. They found this discrepancy Friday of last week. They went down and saw every witness gave a different story than they did in front of a grand jury. Perry, there was a guy that came on here that said he had to beat a RICO charge.
Really?
Swear to God.
Damn.
He gave a super chat. It's gone now. I don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy though. No, I mean, that's gonna be the standard. I mean, that's the role they want to play because it gives them a flexible thing to pretty much get you on anything. If they don't get you on if they can't get this, don't feel like they secure of getting you with this, they'll just throw the big package at you.
I was telling them, you got a GUN pulled on you one time. This happened to my son about 3 times because he's younger, because he's in a sports car, which I should have never gave him. You can't be black in a neighborhood, a white neighborhood, blasting your music. It's partly his fault too. But he had one pulled, and I had one pulled on me. Do you remember where we lived, Perry, when the police pulled me over? And I start shaking. So when I get nervous, I shake.
You ain't been right since then.
Huh?
So you haven't been right.
I was in Atlanta. I was in Atlanta, Georgia. And it was nighttime, and I was coming back from a club with my friends, my girlfriends. And I don't even know to this day why they pulled me over and put me on the ground, and I was shaking like this. It's a horrible experience. Like, I couldn't stop shaking. I think they didn't take me in because I was shaking so bad. When they stood me up, because you don't put a GU into my damn head, anything can happen. I was shaking. And they were like, where are you coming from, man? And I was like, I couldn't talk. I was like in shock because I'm scared of GUNs. I have a reason why I'm scared of them.
They pulled you over just to hope they could find something. They didn't take you in because
they pulled me over.
No, I'm saying they pulled you over to hope to find something. To hope you sped off. To hope, you know what I'm saying? Like, oftentimes they just do it at random with mostly blacks, pull you over and hope they find something. They didn't take your ass in because they couldn't find anything. If they would have found something, you shaking or not,
I was shaking. You don't think so? I was shaking like I did something guilty, but it could have looked like I was guilty, but I was shaking because I was scared.
Right. And ever since, I mean, for real, that's when you really got that phobia, because like, we can't go nowhere. You just, you'll just go through. Now that's real PTSD from the shit. But
child, if somebody points a GUN at me, I go into, Perry said PTSD.
Right.
I don't like it. I don't want them in our house, but Perry did it.
Yeah, I was going to tell you this though. So basically, they just confirmed that Kanye did pull up. I think he pulled up in the Maybach, got up there.
Ooh, really?
And I was told, I guess King had met him somewhere, but that they at lunch now. But King eyes lit up when he seen him. But I think they said, well, I was just told that he was just there for support. Yeah. So that's all I could get. But no, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying this with this trial. I think we in this chat understand this one simple fact, that we all want justice. Now, we can believe that the RICO is there. I think mostly when you're looking at it that way, you mostly looking at this because you want it so bad. I get it. But they got to present it. And matter of fact, can you do a poll to ask this? No, did Homeland Security give you anything?
My poll said,
Terrell?
Okay. And I did a poll said, should Diddy have just different charges? 81%. Yes. Thank you guys. But that's just my chat. We got other people's chat. They don't get it.
Sherelle, bounce
All
out and
right. So
come back
what do you
in.
want me to say?
Man, you may have a delay. You bounce out and come back in.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Happy weekend, everybody. The wife will be coming back in a second. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Well, I hope she'll be coming back. Shit. I told her to get out. Hope she come back. Perry, stop going outside calling. I got it. Yeah. Yep, Yee is there. And he'll be going in the courtroom after lunch. Yeah, thanks, Juicy K. We should have a good weekend. And I think I'm gonna do my show tomorrow. I hope my wife's coming back. But I hope I ain't telling her the wrong thing and StreamYard messing up again. But no, I want everybody to have a nice weekend and kick it. We will do Perry Politics show tomorrow and try to catch up on what happened this week. A lot of crazy shit happened. But and hopefully this trial can wrap up in about 2 weeks. Then we can get back to our regular scheduling. I hope my wife come back. I don't know. Let me see what my buddy Truth talking about. Like I said before, I am a black attorney who practices in Pennsylvania and New Jersey, and that happened to me on more than one occasion. Once in no, Burgall, North Carolina. So I definitely know the feeling. See, I ain't never heard that. I'm from North Carolina, High Point, but I ain't never heard of Burgall, North Carolina. I ain't never heard of it. Never heard of it.
I'm back. Do you
Oh,
think
okay.
something's wrong?
Huh?
Do you think something wrong? I had to keep retrying.
Yeah, I don't know, but so we got to keep you in, but I don't think we got a delay right now
Okay.
for whatever reason. But
Okay.
no, this the question. I mean, Truth said that I am a black attorney and practice in Pennsylvania, but that they had the same problems being pulled over like that. I'm telling you, it's a real thing.
Oh.
Yeah, it's real. You know.
And
But
I didn't realize this, Truth and Perry, until today. I was so scared. I didn't even ask him why he pulled me over. It made me get on the ground and spread my legs open. I didn't even ask. I was just, and then I came home and Perry, didn't I just fall into your arms?
yeah,
I was just,
I mean, for real. I mean, ever since then, I just named you Can't Get Straight because
can't get right.
yeah, I can't get right. Yeah, but you know, this is the question I want you to ask though.
Hold on.
I know you asked that previous question on the poll. I
Hold
want to
on,
know.
Perry. I think they started again. Let me make sure.
Let me go back.
No. Okay, go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, I want you to ask this question.
Okay.
Did Homeland Security move the needle for anybody? Now, this is the third one. Don't quote me, it could have been four. They don't stay long. Most Homeland Security people might stay 10, 15 minutes, if that.
Mhm.
But you raided 3 mansions. We seen the television footage bringing out electronics and everything else. You know, damn near like squat tanks and shit like this all around, pulling up on Navy SEAL boats and shit, flying over. But you only given us so far, probably Homeland Security probably only gave us about 40 minutes of testimony. What is the problem? What is the problem? And Dorian, look, don't quote me because I think last week I said I was going to go on at 12. Something came up. I went on at 1. But I will definitely go on tomorrow between 12 or 1 Pacific time. So what's that? 3 or 4 Eastern. So we can catch up and just talk about some of this stuff.
Okay, it says trial resuming. Judge says all rise, says jury enters. Government may call its next witness. Attorney, the government calls Jonathan Perez. And then in brackets, it says witness takes the stand in brown tie and brown shirt. Attorney, where are you from? He says Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Okay.
Who is he?
Oh, I don't know. So Rondika says this. She said Homeland Security proved they were protecting the elite. They didn't know this dude was recording them. And I believe that. But they didn't want, just in case, to protect these other people. But shouldn't they have been getting evidence to prove this RICO?
I mean, they always protect the elite when there's an X scandal. We didn't know who the people were for Epstein. We didn't know who the people were for Fleiss. Just name a X scandal, and they never tell you who the clients is. The only reason we knew about Charlie Sheen is he outed himself. He was crazy back then. He was like, "Yeah, I did it. I do it all the time." Here we got an update. Attorney says, "What was your work?" He said, "Personal assistant to see Sean Combs." Attorney, from when? He said December 2021 to September 2024. Attorney, where did you learn of the job? He said, KK reached out to me, Christina Coram. I had interviewed with her for the same job.
Okay.
This girl has to take the stand. She has to take the stand.
So Roots 2 says, Happy Father's Day, Perry. Hey, thank you. And just so I don't forget too, to all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day. Because I doubt if I'll be on Sunday, because that's my day. I'm gonna have to just make it happen. Even if I wanted to go outside to get something and didn't feel like it, I feel like it's my day. I'm gonna say, honey, can you get that for me? Can you do this? And matter of fact, if we have to go somewhere on Sunday, she gonna drive. How about that?
I'm not giving you no attention, Perry. None. This is very interesting. We have another employee. We have another hostile witness. You guys seen how he just said, if you make me take the stand without immunity, I will plead the fifth. So we have another hostile witness. Please don't talk about what's going on in this man's bedroom. Not one more day. Please. Huh?
He could have helped apply the lubrication. Look, I don't know. Like, they will go back to that. To their little personal relationships. But nothing is saying enterprise.
Oh, yeah.
To me, still. I'm just saying that's for me. Some people, they don't need to. They've been applied enterprise a long time ago, Perry. Shit.
Update. It says, this is Perez. He says, KK told me to go to Miami for a trial. Attorney, what do you mean? He says, to try the job for a week. I passed the test and got hired. Attorney, what was your job? He said, making sure he had material for meetings, buying gifts. The attorney says, where did you work? He said, in LA and Miami. Wait, what's his job again? Let me read that again.
Personal assistant.
Oh, okay. I'm like, taking appointments, stuff like that, make anything he didn't want to do, I guess. Go pick up my dry cleaning, stuff like that.
Yeah. And is it an enterprise, though? Seriously. when you got these personal assistants, a job of a personal assistant in my mind is just to assist. So if I wanted a cold one, they're going to get it. If I wanted a little puff puff give, they'll go and get it. That's their job, right? We don't say nothing about maids, and people have maids in their house when
Mhm.
they go and clean up the rooms. That was the enterprise. He had it organized when he had these freak offs. When you tell your maid to go and cook dinner, is that an enterprise? So I'm just
Oh,
saying
no.
people are being like wanting it so bad. It's not your job to prove it. It's the prosecution. They
Yeah.
ain't doing a very good job, in my opinion.
I have an update. Attorney said, did KK and Mr. Combs appear to be personal friends too? Press says, it would depend on the day. Attorney, and you and Mr. Combs, question mark. He says, first 6 months, little interaction. It was KK who gave me instructions. Attorney, then from Mr. Combs, question mark. He said, yes. I don't think I want to be Diddy's personal assistant. His life is too complicated. And this is before being charged or any of that. I'm just saying on my own, without knowing any of this stuff was coming up, I wouldn't want to be his assistant because I do believe you're on call probably 24 hours a day. I think that you got to do all of his little odds and ends. I think that you might take a sniff this or that to stay up, and then I don't think I could have kept in the freak offs.
Hmm.
I don't think I could set up, and I sure couldn't clean it up because it's hard to get baby oil up. I just wouldn't want to be in that environment. Like I probably came home and go, Perry, they're all junkies, drug addicts, and they treat women like it. I don't think I would want. That's not the job for me.
Zarita says this, help. Perry is starting to make sense to me. Diddy isn't innocent. However, this sounds like the economical lynching of a black man. And I would say I must agree. I support this message. Diddy ain't innocent, but I don't think he's guilty of this RICO.
Mhm.
That's just it. A lot of people can't read the fine line. I believe he's guilty of some things and he's not innocent, totally innocent. But to me, he's not guilty to this RICO. That's the thing people got a problem understanding. Oh, you love Diddy. I ain't never been to a freak off. I ain't never been his personal assistant
Mhm.
and never will be. I got too much morals and respect for myself to do some shit like that. But some people don't. You see, some people go lay down, spread them wide. No morals. But they got a motive, cash. I'm not going to sell my ass. I'm not going to sell my soul for $1.
Yeah, Perry, but some people do it and for different reasons. I don't
And
want to shame people that are
okay, go ahead.
I just don't want to even come across as judging what somebody did in their bedroom. Now,
No,
is it weird now that we know? Yeah, but he's allowed to, I don't know, do all that. It's
well,
crazy.
I'm not shaming what they do in their bedroom. That's up to them. I said I would not be doing it. And
Mhm,
I'm saying people make the moral choice to do what they want to do. They got their own motives. They're getting paid for it. They gaining something from it. If that's what you want to do, fine. I'm not knocking their hustle, but I'm not going to crucify the other person after you have a bad drug night, because that's basically what it is, two addicts going at it. And then later on, an addict feel like they ain't being fulfilled. So now they want to turn the other person in. That's basically like it is, to me. I
You
ain't
still
knocking their
think
hustle.
that mm, never mind. It's a lot. It's a lot. Let's see what happens. Somebody has to talk about the lacing in the baby oil because they brought the baby oil up just too many damn times for it to have no relevance. I could have as much baby oil as I want. Why do we keep talking about baby oil and Astroglide?
Sherelle, you're going to be disappointed. I can
You
tell you that right
here.
now.
I seriously, if there's no lacing of the baby oil or Astroglide, if there's no KK, I'm going to drag the prosecution for filth.
Brace yourself.
You don't think they're going to not? You think they don't need to bring KK on the stand?
Brace yourself. You would think after those 3 major raids of mansions, East Coast, West Coast, simultaneously, same time, right? Look, that's all you fucking got.
If they
And
don't bring
if
KK, period.
they gave more attention to what was written on some letters they found in his nightstand than telling you, why wouldn't they say we found 200 bottles of lace oil or
And that's
whatever,
it.
right?
Mm-hmm.
You stopped at oil, baby oil, the shit that you can buy at Rite Aid, Walmart. That's legal. He had more baby oil to me than he had pharmaceuticals in his house. But you mentioned that lightly and act like the baby oil was the major crime breaker. People gonna be disappointed, and people say, well, how can they do this? Because they never really had a strong case like that. They played on people's emotions, and right now, people still seeing shit that's not there. People are still hallucinating, acting like it's a RICO when ain't none of this shit been proved. Prostitution, yes, people, I'm not stupid, but prostitution don't work just for one person. I would think it would probably at least take 2 to be involved. But then I asked the question, why prosecute one and not the other? Because you're trying to fabricate and make up a case against the person that you're charging. Let's just keep it real. Wayne Justice, Perry Sanders, happy Father's Day to you on Sunday. You are the king all day on Sunday. Yeah, you know what? My wife might not be into role play, but I'm gonna get up early on Sunday and put my crown on. Where my shit at? Where my shit at? Because I might have to start now. Might have to start this shit right now. Because Wayne got a point. I deserve that.
He looks so, Perry, y'all do not fall for Perry's trick. He's trying to make me laugh with that stupid shit on his head. Where did you get that? I thought you threw it away.
I deserve this.
Perry, I threw that away. Did you pick that up out the trash?
It's my weekend. And as soon as you get a break, can you go down to Wally World and pick up some baby oil? And pick up some baby oil. And pick up some baby oil.
That crown away. He done dug it out the damn trash.
I need you to go and pick up me some baby oil, please.
What's wrong with you? Who goes to the trash can? You're a scavenger, please, sir.
Yeah. I'm a straight up pimp. Straight up. This is my weekend, baby.
You found it. I hid that.
It's my weekend.
You found it. Okay. Perry had bought this stupid outfit that he used that hat when he wanted to be Carlos King. And I threw it away because I said we weren't going to do Carlos no more. And he done found the damn hat I done hid and took the other crown out the trash. He's a mess. He is a, and you're keeping it on your head, sir. Don't you mean to take it off? You are, Perry, you look ridiculous.
Facebook acting.
You look like a pimp.
We're having a problem with Facebook. It's saying we are having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue. On Facebook end, it is possible the stream was ended or deleted. Well, hopefully not.
They deleted Facebook?
They're saying possibly. I don't know. I think I just seen somebody. I think I just seen somebody comment from Facebook. I don't know. Possibly, but maybe it'll pick back up. We're not sure.
Okay, guys, we just got a message saying we just lost everybody from Facebook. They said this is on the part of Facebook, right? Not even.
Yeah, no, it's not even StreamYard today. All kind of crazy shit going on now. Yeah.
Wow. All
like
kind of technical problems, huh?
Yeah, but I'm just telling you for real. I'm just being serious now. You know, I was down for it because they had to have evidence. These women, no offense, people that testified, I could see they got their motive to lie. Is everything they saying a lie? No. Diddy's a freak. He's an addict, and so are they. and so are they. It's a
Oh my
dysfunctional.
God. For what? No, you're
Oh,
probably right.
yeah.
And it would be because we think different than them. They're trying to squash our voices.
Yeah.
This has happened to us before. We don't care. You try to mess with my page. Y'all know how I am, and I'm coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm allowed to say whatever the hell I want. This is my damn channel. Don't worry about what we talking about over here. Go back and tell your damn lies. Go tell your lies. It's in the bag. It's in the bag. Diddy will be going to jail. Oh my God. It is unbelievable. These women are so strong and so courageous. You should be ashamed of yourself for playing on people's emotions. You really are a bird brain.
Girl power.
I got to update. Hold on. It says, and watch me continue on. You ain't stop nothing, except I'm going to get your ass back. All right. Attorney says, when you were employed by Mr. Combs, were you aware of the term King Knight? He says, yes. Mr. Combs going to a hotel to have private time with a female. Attorney, let me show you a photo under seal. I will refer to her as Jane. He says, yes, she was a guest. What are we doing here? Why is he here?
Sherelle, you knew you was going back to the bedroom.
Oh my God. They going in these people's bedroom again?
Yep. They back.
Oh my God.
They're back.
Here go your boy. Government trying to downplay Kanye West effect. Something they doing something like because we already talked about what he does in his bedroom. Yes. Is it weird? They call it voyeurism. Where you just sit back and watch. We don't know if he participated. Nobody has testified that he participated. Even in the Tasha K interview, the guy said, "No, I was never with Diddy." But if he was bisexual, who gives a damn?
It's not against the law for him to watch. Now, granted, participating, whether he did the Humpty Hump or not, I mean, it was consensual. The entertainer came in, it was consensual. His playmate was consensual. Diddy had their consent to film, consensual. Everything, I mean, what's the problem? What's the problem? If that was locally, like somebody said, it would be soliciting. Now they want to say it's trafficking.
And I have to say this: I get you guys that believe Diddy needs to be in jail. I thought the same way. I really thought from the bottom of my soul that Diddy unalived Kim. It's just a feeling that I have. And Perry had to bring me back home. You can't accuse anybody anything without any evidence. And that's what did it for me.
Yep, I brung you back home, honey. Because I love my wife. I brung you back home. And don't you be running away again. You hear me?
Shut up, Perry. And don't put that damn shit on your head. It's probably got, I don't know, apple juice on it. I don't know. Here's Rob again. I think he was the guy. He says, I believe you. It's happened to me here in Chicago. This might be a different guy, but there was a guy who said that he had to fight Rico. I know everybody say you're pulling the race car. I think every white friend I know understand how America operates. Attorney says, did you include honey in your setup for King Knight? He said, yes. Attorney, why? Honey, increases a man's libido. Attorney, what lights would be on? He said red, but they could change colors. We're better than at Target or Walgreens or Amazon. Don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, better light. No, no, I don't know. Let's get to it. They stalling a lot of time. They supposed to wrap the shit up by next Wednesday or next Friday, and I think it's next Thursday, Juneteenth. I'm not sure because I know one day they're gonna be off for Juneteenth. So
Thank you, Rob, for sharing your experience and letting people know, no, she's not just talking. This shit is real. It's real. It's real. Thank you, Rob. I hate that happened to you. Really, really do.
well, I
Rob
think
today, my son tomorrow.
so. On
Why
the
haven't Baby Love's mom came up? She came a couple times. She did. Dana Tran, she came without the baby. It was just her. But I don't think anybody has come every single day, because even Justin, who's been there the most out of all the children, but he had a couple days off. The mom would be there the second most. I still don't like the mother. I don't care. I don't like her. I didn't even know. Like, I don't know. Diddy's had so many women. It's crazy. His lifestyle is
yeah.
just dangerous.
So yeah.
He's got how many kids? How many kids did he have? 6 or 7?
Hell, I don't know.
We got Justin. No, we got Christian. He's the oldest. No. Justin. No, we got Quincy. He claims Quincy, so I'm gonna put him in there. We got Quincy, Justin, King, twins, Chance, and Love. He's got 7 damn kids. That's a
So
lot.
Latoya says, "Why haven't Baby Love's mama came up?" See, Baby Love is that little small baby that was saying happy birthday to him. Is that
And
it?
that's her real name. They named the baby
Oh,
Love.
oh,
Here we go. We got an update. Attorney says, "Would you make purchases at X stores?" He said, "Yes." Attorney, would staff do cleanup after King's night? He said, "Yes, I did it. It was in disarray. Sheets and towels and oils. We would go to collect everything." Attorney, after the King night, he said, "A meal and a drip. This case should be dismissed for over sexualization. People be hypocritical for X, then in the same breath crucify this man for a culture and Black people help promote." I agree with you both opinions. Thank you. I
well,
mean,
thank you. Yeah.
listen, you can do whatever you want in your bedroom. No one is no rule book that say you gotta please Sherelle. It freaks me out. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know all this was going on. I'm also very concerned about the frequency, like daily, and then how long it lasts. So much, and how many drugs are consumed. You need a vitamin drip,
And
and
then
then
Sherelle.
where is it?
So
Where
after
the kids?
this last statement he made, Perez, he said he'd clean up and do all that stuff. Then he said a meal and a drip. Is a drip a IV? Or
Uh-huh.
what do you mean by drip? I mean, because we old, so
It's a drip. So in Vegas, it gets really hot, over 100 degrees consistently. I think the hottest weather we had was 120. And they have these IV drips that they sell on the street. Like if you're feeling like conscious, you go get an IV drip. That's why we have them here. But I ain't never seen nobody with a personal IV drip. It's
so
insane.
so now to answer that question, she meant why wasn't Baby Love's mama ever mentioned with
I
a freak
answered.
off? Oh, you did?
Oh,
Okay.
mentioned in the freak off. I thought she meant was she there? Uh I don't
No, and she said no
know.
freaks for her. So maybe he look at I don't know his baby mamas differently. Maybe
I hear
And,
he takes good care of baby love. I hear that the mother's there a lot. I hear that the children all love baby love. She's so cute. That's a cute little girl.
do you think?
And he it seems like he treats her well. We've never heard of her being in a freak off, but we've never seen her in public. She has a real job. She's some kind of
Mhm.
IT tech.
Mm.
She
So
still
I mean,
works. Isn't that weird?
maybe he look at some women as mama material and then some as whole material.
Maybe.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Maybe.
Separate, you know.
Sean trying to be funny. I'm about to get my drip in infusion right now. Listen, I only had one of those when I go to the doctor and feel like I got the flu. I've never heard of anybody in my 50 plus years on this planet having a personal IV drip. You don't even know how to do it. You know, they got to collaborate it and all that. Remember when I was going to be a nurse?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to have a nurse there to do it because you got to know how to set the machine per drips. Child, Diddy's a mess, a hot mess. And did you send the other ones home drunk and high? Did they get drips? I seen Mama had a drip. That's scary. Mama had a drip. Mama had a drip. Harry, why did Mom have a drip?
Well, I mean, no, you know what? I ain't gonna say that though. I mean, maybe
No, it's on tape. She had a drip.
I know, but I'm just saying maybe could be her age now. You know what I'm
She's
saying?
85, yeah. She's
I'm gonna be
85.
respectful for all that. I'm not
Okay.
gonna go down that lane, that line where right in the middle of sex, he was calling her name, her mama
We're not
name.
calling
I'm
her
not-
names. We just want to know why Mom had the drip. Maybe she had the flu that day. I'm just
yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right, let's see more questions. I would be crying to imagine sitting there, hearing all this stuff he was doing. Know you had unprotected ex with this man knowing he wasn't using protection. All of it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Mm.
So and it's crazy. It looked like they're gonna be having trial, or maybe he. Well, no, maybe not. Just because they met. Okay. Now I think this the schedule for next week. I think the day before Juneteenth, the court it goes from 9 to 1 p.m.
So we have court is in session on Juneteenth.
No, because now they don't have nothing for the 19th. But if you think about it, it's a federal holiday. Everything's closed, so it would probably be no mention of it. And then following that, he give people time to relax and come in. On the 20th, it goes from 11 to 4, so we get to sleep in.
So Thursday we're off, and then the
Wednesday,
following day.
okay, Wednesday a half a day. Thursday we off. Friday a half a day. You just start later.
Wow.
We get the rest.
Yeah, but why are these? Why are the original day off? The first one.
Oh! Probably just let people get ready. Maybe they do things.
I have an update.
Yeah.
He says, "Okay, day 20." Oh, he's just talking about the trial. My bad.
Oh no, I'm just saying probably just to let people relax a little bit. It's a holiday. You know what I'm saying? So break early, come back.
What are we
So
doing? Let me go to CNN to see what's taking
we
so
should be
long.
happy because with that little time off, maybe you won't need a drip. Yeah.
You are a mess. Shut up, Perry. Leave me alone. Do not hear mess with me. You are a mess. Okay, back in the courtroom, Jonathan Perez, a personal assistant to Sean Diddy Combs from December 2021 to September 2024, testified his starting annual salary was $85,000, and that he later made $100,000. Christina Coram, then Combs' chief of staff, was Perez's direct supervisor, he said. Coram and Combs seemed to have a good working relationship, and some days it seems they had a good personal relationship too. Perez testified. Perez's typical hours were 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Wow. And another personal assistant would work the night shift once he was finished. He said Combs typically had 3 or 4 personal assistants, he said. Quorum made him aware of King nights, which Perez described as Combs going to a hotel to have private time with a female. Jane, who testified in this trial under a pseudonym and dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, would accompany Combs at hotels for King nights. While Perez worked for Combs, Perez said, when Perez described James as Combs' female friend, companion, I'm not sure exactly. Combs' staff would get anywhere from 2 hours to a full day's notice to set up King nights. So we got another name, you guys, for freak offs. And CNN just gave us another update. Jonathan Perez, a former assistant, said he cleaned up the King nights. The room would be just bit of a mess and in disarray, just like lots of sheets and towels and oils. Perez says his main purpose of cleaning up was to make sure no items were left behind. The former assistant testified that Combs and his guests would be tired when he saw them after a King night. Combs' staff would typically arrange for a meal, a massage, or an IV drip for him after a King night. I just wondered that King night or a drip probably was also offered. Nobody said this to guests. I'm thinking. I don't
Sherelle,
know.
did you get an update on the main like a minute ago? Because that was CNN, right? You was reading.
Here we go. Attorney says, Mr. Perez, is this your text message? He said, yes, it's me, KK, and Joey. Attorney, KK asked, how is the setup going? How much longer do y'all need? What did you write back? He said, I wrote, I got fruits and shakes and will ask Jane about outfits. Child, I don't know. If my job was, I'm in charge of the setup for the freak offs. Damn King night. That's just a proper word for freak off.
Yeah, I mean, but what would you do for real though? Most people go to work, you setting up things for people, whether it's a company party or like it's just a job, like a maid. A
Nah,
maid will make your bed, wash your clothes. You know what I'm trying to say? Whatever the job duties is. If it's something you apply for, it's nothing out of the ordinary for a rich man to say, so and so came and set this up. Or my chef will have dinner ready at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm a real loyal person. So if I worked for a celebrity, I would be extremely loyal. That's one of my best features, I feel, in being a blogger. I've talked to people who told me, don't say anything about this, and I don't, because you
you
got
got
to
to
gain
update.
somebody's trust, right? So I'm not gonna. Here we got an update. It says, then KK asked, "Is room done yet? How did you respond?" He said, "I wrote, room is done. Now going to store." Attorney, what store? He said, adult store. Attorney, afterwards, KK asked about the cleanup of what? He said, the room. You had to go buy the stuff too.
No. I'm saying this right, but what's
Right.
out of the ordinary? If you had money and you had a driver, your driver would drive. You had a maid, they would clean, do whatever the hell you want them to do. A chef would cook.
Mhm.
Assistants assist. A hairstylist, what they do? Do somebody's makeup and their hair. It's no different, but they trying to act like just because they don't agree with it. And probably some of the prosecution's team probably wish they was on a freak off. Just saying. Now I'm about tired of
I
this
don't
shit.
care what you say, Perry. Yes, you're trying to act like it's just a job that you do it, and you're saying that for the purpose of the lawsuit.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I'm
And
saying
I
why we
talked
drag
about
along with it. Let's get to the crime of it all. That's it.
right, right.
Why all the baby talk?
I don't know.
Homeland Security didn't bring shit. Now you get the
No.
assistant. He being honest,
Yeah.
but they want to just make it out to be raunchy. We've seen this.
Mhm.
Diddy was raunchy, and so was the hoes participating. Let's make that clear. Just
Damn.
disgusting. Like it wasn't a bathroom in the motherfucker. It was a bathroom over there. She had to be a human toilet. Just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, since we back in the bedroom, I'm trying to get past all this.
I got
Oh
an
no.
update. Attorney says, how did you become aware of this video? He said, a videographer named Brandon showed it to me. Attorney, where did you go? He said, I told an iPad and went to the office. Attorney, what was on the video? He said, Jane having X with a black man and Mr. Combs watching. Okay, there was it was written kind of funny. I think he says, where did it go? I told an iPad and went to the office. Maybe I grabbed an iPad, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I already told
I
you. No, I'm just
stole an iPad. I stole an iPad.
Harry.
I don't know what the hell is this a mixed thing, but basically he's just saying he had an iPad. He's seen Sean watching things on the iPad. Okay, his movie, and then the thing was her and some other guy having X. Sean wasn't there, so who's really? No, man. Look, people, it's a whole bunch of drug addicts at a sex freak off show. All of them druggies. But this person ain't said nothing that's incriminating Sean to me or to saving Sean. He just saying, I work for the man. I assist. When
He
he
did
messed
something
up,
because
I clean up.
he pled the fifth. He threatened the fifth, remember? Or maybe he didn't want to go on because there was nothing to talk about, and that's why I don't know. He's a
Oh, just
hostile
in case.
witness,
I
though.
mean, just in case, you never know how when you go on that stand and then you get caught up into a crime. You got to have
Update.
immunity. Hmm?
Yeah, well, yeah. Attorney, did you tell Mr. Combs? Question marks. He said, I did. I told him I found it on an iPad and it probably shouldn't be there. He seemed surprised. Attorney, what did KK say? She said that in the furniture, I should bring things like that to her. I described it to her. Oh, she's saying like if you find so it was stuck in the furniture or somewhere like that, if you find these freak off tapes, bring them to me. You should have brought it to her, not Diddy. Now you on trial. I don't know what I would have did. He could have took that information though and sold it to the tabloids, and he didn't. So
Right. Or he's saying that he found it. You know how like when they have all, well, I don't know where he found this shit at. No, man.
update. Attorney says, did you speak with her about it again? He says KK said she had gotten a call from someone outside the company talking about the video in some capacity. Attorney, did you record that conversation? He said no. Attorney, were you aware it was recorded? He said no.
So are they
Is
going back to that thing where the guy was trying to get some money from, extort them for money? You remember it was somebody,
it Jonathan Odie or something like
it
that?
was somebody trying to get money from them. I'm thinking, I'm not sure though about some video, but we'll find out in a few minutes. I guess. Interesting.
Now
Interesting, but
Jonathan
having,
Odie, huh?
I said interesting where we trying to go, but having nothing move the needle with me at all. And it's Friday.
It's Friday. So people have been waiting in line. You know, we got about 4 friends up there in the court, and they said Armand Wiggins has hired a seat placer. to hold that his seat. He pays somebody to sleep outside and hold his spot. Kanye West comes to town. He go. He's got pull, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
As crazy as he is, he's got major pull.
Hell, if I made it in, I would have sold him my spot. Shit.
I mean, if yeah, I would have had to find a seat holder. Don't go, Perry. Wait,
Okay.
see who it is. Don't answer the door. We don't know who that is.
No, I'm not. I'm just looking at the window.
It's some lady with some pamphlets.
Okay.
Go look. Go look. Oh, you don't have your phone there? Okay.
Oh, yeah, I got it. I got my phone.
Let me tell you guys, listen. If I'm sitting in my living room with the door open and you could see me sitting there and you ring the doorbell, I still don't answer it. I didn't ask you to come. I do not answer my door. Especially if I don't know you, I really do. The only person who can come to my house unannounced will be my mother. Anybody else, you can be family. You're not getting in. You did not call me. All right, so let's see where we are. So we read all that. So we're up to date. This shouldn't be too much longer. It's 12:30 already on the East Coast. So lunchtime should be coming up soon. We can hear what the expert witnesses have to say. Are they going to say this is shocking testimony? More bottles of baby oil was found. Oh my gosh, he is definitely going to jail. I mean, it's been wild. It's been wild. Perry has a friend, Dennis. Y'all know Dennis. Everybody knows Dennis, right? Who is actually there too. I can't remember Dennis's last name. He has a channel. But
Dennis Byron.
What is it?
Dennis Byron. And they should check him out. He give honest reporting.
Are you smoking in the house again, Perry? Perry.
No, I was sitting here on this other channel. But
Callie Nola says, I think Perry is smoking. No, I'm just joking. She didn't say that. I'm just joking.
Oh, no. I was on that other page.
Are you on another page?
Mm-hmm.
Did you put out another poll?
Oh, no. Doing something else. But no, it was just a salesperson at the door. And I don't go. I check my phone too. Save me a trip.
Yeah, I do not answer the door. Why do I do that? I do not answer. Like I didn't call. I don't know you. What do you want? If you can't call me, then no.
Somebody's selling something because they got a lot of Father's Day specials going on.
I gotta update. I gotta update. Perry wants a gift so bad. Okay, here we go. It's just show the stipulation. Seizure of Christina Corum's cell phone. We offered the audio and transcripts. They played some audio for the jurors, and then attorney says, "Whose voice did you hear, Mr. Perez?" He says KK's. Then they play an audio again. Both times, the only person at the house who knew about it was you. Are they trying to say he stole a tape?
No, I'm not sure. But it was getting interesting when they talking about a cell phone and all that. Now we getting to something maybe.
Let's do a CNN update. It says Jonathan Perez, assistant to P. Diddy Combs from 2021 to 2024, has been testifying about him and other assistants setting up king nights for Combs at hotels. The jury has now seen messages that Perez sent to Combs and Jane on August 12, 2023, involving information about a hotel room. Just left 2 candles and a room phone in front of the room door. I'm only 9 minutes away if y'all need anything. The jury also saw messages between then Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram Perez and another assistant about setting up a hotel room. In the messages, Coram asked if the room was done, and Perez says he was going to run to the store to get outfits for Jane. In another conversation seen in the court from May 2023, Coram asked if another assistant how cleaning up was going. Slipped and fell twice, the assistant responded. Because of the baby oil, I'm thinking.
Sherelle, somebody
Okay,
had a message. Somebody had a message for you on the chat.
hold on. I have an update.
Okay.
It says audio of KK. Where did you find it? Perez says, Brandon, uh, Brandon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say the word. Uh, was that you? He said yes. And he's the videographer. Brandon Perez was like, something is on the iPad. I shouldn't see. I started, and then it says, KK says, was anyone else in the theater? He said, maybe Geo. So they found a copy of a tape, and everybody's panicking. Where did that tape come from? And the tape is on an iPad. They would panic because these tapes are very graphic. So they're trying to get to the bottom of where did this come from. Now, Perez decides to go himself to Diddy and told him that he saw the tape and he found it in the room. How you find a tape like that? What do you think, Perry? What's going on?
I'm not even sure, but I'm trying to get where they're getting to,
Yeah.
and what do it's supposed to prove. But Simply Lee had a message for you, though, just on the thing when you get a chance to read.
Okay, Simply Lee. Perry deserves a good Father's Day gift and day. Child. Okay.
It's the last one I'm going to stop.
Perry, what do you want?
Maybe
to be left alone?
maybe you to take me. I mean, something simple. Maybe take me to Texas Roadhouse. You drive.
We
How
have
about
an update. It says audio KK. We have camera footage of who was in the house. Perez, I went to P. Diddy about it and said, you can delete it. He said, okay, and delete it. Then I told you. KK says, did you hear anyone else in the house talk about it? Question mark. Did anyone else bring it up again? He said, no. Well, where did so the videographer, who's the videographer?
It was something, I don't know. Somebody was in the room. They said Geo. I don't know.
Oh, Geo.
I
He's
guess.
the videographer.
I'm going to take it. That's the Geo. I mean,
So either Geo left the tape somewhere he didn't, or they found it in the couches. Perez brings it over to Diddy himself, and Geo is the only person that could have stole the tape. One or the other.
So where are we going?
I don't know.
I mean, anybody in the chat, where are we going? Because it's Friday. I'm starting to think about Father's Day.
I got an update. It says audio of Perez. This is audio. Rob talked about it, but he said he didn't want to see it. Attorney, why did you want to delete it? He says, it wasn't my role. And then they play another tape. On the tape, it says, Perez, there should be an investigation, Mr. Combs. Thought he might be compromised in some way. His phone data.
Oh.
Well, you can get somebody's phone data from an iPad because somehow they link together.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I see what you're saying. And then they getting stuff off his thing.
Yeah.
And then compromise his private business being out there.
Yeah, and for some reason, I think that Perez wouldn't do anything like that. He sounds trustworthy, and he wants everybody to look at the tape to find out who did what. So it has to be Geo. We ain't heard from Geo. It's so weird because remember I said, Perry, with him doing all that taping and stuff like that, it's beyond belief that nobody sold that stuff to the tabloids.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I'm lost. That's invading privacy, you ask me. Maybe the videographer made extra tapes. Maybe I don't know where the tape came from, but I don't think Perez. I don't
look,
think.
Sherelle,
Hmm?
and read this.
Perry, go online. Wow. Y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right. For those of you that just joined the chat today, I have not driven a car in about 5 years, right? I know how to drive, have a driver's license. But every time I go somewhere, I walk to the passenger side. I always walk to the passenger side, and who's ever with me, if it's family, if it's friends, if it's Perry, because I don't go many places by myself. I'm just realizing
Yeah.
they always take the wheel. So if they're not gonna say nothing, I'm not gonna say nothing either. It's been 5 years.
And then the crazy part, when we go out to the vehicle, she would get amnesia. She would get in the back, and almost as if, I don't know if it's Alzheimer's, amnesia. I don't think I hear, drive, Sammy.
No, I
Drive,
never.
Sammy, to the store, Sammy. What the hell?
No,
What the
then
hell?
they start making a joke that I think I'm a celebrity in my own head. Why the hell are you in the back seat?
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
And then the crazy part, you was upset for other people role playing. That's what you be doing. Drive, Sammy, to
No,
the
I
store,
never called you
Sammy.
Sammy. Perry, stop. I said James. No, I'm just kidding. I don't listen. I've been getting away with this for years, so I can identify with Diddy getting away with stuff. I've been getting away for years. I always go to the passenger side, and nobody says nothing except who put it. Oh, I thought nobody noticed, and then Perry put me on blast last week. It ain't right. It ain't right.
No, we just
But
talking.
I still go to the passenger side. He still drives.
Yeah, right. Now that's it.
Even when I was with my cousin, she would always drive. I'll just go to the passenger side of the car.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know
I
what's wrong
feel
with you,
bad now. I'm not gonna stop though, huh?
but it is
Perry,
safer that way though. Because like, who feel like taking a 30-minute drive where it end up taking an hour
well,
to
do you
get there?
think I still know how to drive?
You know how to drive, but I mean, your problem is, oh, slow down. You're going too fast. We're on the damn highway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, from ever since you got pulled over in Atlanta.
No, that's no joke. I
No,
was
no, no.
really
I'm just saying you've been scarred. Oh, they're gonna cop, and you reach over to grab the wheel. What the hell you doing? Stay in the passenger seat. Like, know your role. I ain't trying to act like Diddy, but damn, if
I
you a
don't know what is
passenger, just do that.
let's do it. Let's do a poll. How long can I get away with not driving? It's been 5 years. Can we make it 10? Let's see. I don't like driving, especially in
Not,
Vegas.
not if you gonna give me what I want on Father's Day. I want you to drive me. Drive me.
I don't know how we're gonna, Perry. I'm not used to drive. Do I still know how to drive?
The Texas
Here, I got an
Roadhouse.
update.
I mean, I'm not even telling you to drive over 10 minutes. Go ahead.
The attorney says, let's pull up the next one for the jury. They said it's an audio of Perez. I told Rob I found something private on the iPad. He said he didn't want to know. KK says, was anyone else in the theater except you all and Gio? He said no. Attorney, was Chef K in the theater? He said yes. Who's Chef K? Now we know Jordan was the chef.
I don't know.
They got another chef? It's so weird because Diddy's house is so big and so many people in it at all times. You have to have security, but I'm waking up. There's a maid in my room clean. I don't. It's too many people. I mean, or do you get used to it?
So Frank says, Perry, you think it's safe her driving you?
Oh, hell Hell no.
I'll drive my damn self for Father's Day.
I'm gonna drive. I'm tired of the ridicule. Okay, Perry, I'm gonna drive. I mean, if you want me to drive, are you sure? Let me see. I got an update. Attorney says, why didn't you say Chef K was there? Perez said, I just wanted to minimize things. Attorney, did anyone ask you again? He said, yes, Fahim did. Asked me what happened when I found the video of Jane. Attorney, are you aware of how Fahim knew? He said, no. Well, now it's gossip around the staff. I found a tape of Jane, AKA Daphne, freaking off. But this is still boring testimony, you guys. This is boring testimony.
And the question is, where are we going with it? Regardless, who had the damn tape? Who was going to do something with it? How did this apply to this RICO? That's what we need to get at. For me, I'm running out of patience.
Right. I mean, I thought something was going to be revealed during them talking about the baby oil this morning. You know, there was 500 bottles here, so many bottles here. It really has no relevance. Like, I'm not understanding any of this, any testimony today, because the GUNs that were found, they were in the proper place. Now, is there some kind of unaliving attached to this sawed off, scribbled off the serial number? Is there more to that? I'm just confused about the entire testimony today. Everybody. You will drive him to the hospital. I will put his ass in an Uber. No, I'm just kidding.
So she's saying that basically, yeah, your goal is to see if you can go 5 years. I just can't get sick in the 5 years.
I said I will put you in an Uber. I hope you. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, an Uber, I might get there faster.
But this is not a joke. I've not driven in about 5 years. And I had forgot how to swim. I used to know how to swim. So I jumped in the pool one day and didn't realize I didn't know how to swim anymore. I really forgot how to swim. Do you think some people say you ride a bike, you never forget how to ride a bike. So I thought swimming was the same way. And I also thought that driving was the same way. But, I do not remember how to swim. And also, too, something's happening to me. I used to speak fluent Spanish. I'm forgetting Spanish. Like, I was fluent. I lived right by the border in California. And it wasn't a necessity, but it was a plus to be bilingual. Then I moved to different states. And I just don't know how to speak Spanish anymore. You think it'll come back to me? And then sometimes,
if you're around it a lot, maybe it will.
Sometimes I don't remember. And then sometimes I'll just start speaking in Spanish. It's weird. Like, I don't know.
Especially when you get mad at me.
No, I mean, sometimes I forget it. Sometimes I really forget. But I think if I talk to another Spanish person, I'll remember. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm wishy-washy with the Spanish. Like right now, I just say, yo no sé. I don't know.
Let's see what this damn. No, I mean, I'm trying to find out where they're going with this. They bring in KK back in it. What are they trying to show? That it was an organized crime? I mean, I don't. Can anybody?
I'm really lost today.
Can any one of you Diddy haters that want him to get charged with this RICO answer that for me, please?
Yvette, I might not remember how to drive. Now I'm going to do it and put it on tape since Perry put me on blast. I'm going to see if I remember how to drive. I can't remember Spanish and I can't remember how to swim. What if I can't remember how to drive? What if I have to go to the DMV all over again and take that dumbass test?
Maybe you should try driving to the store by yourself and I'll wait. I ain't trying to go down.
Not only will I not know how to drive, I'm just spilling all of my flaws.
I'm not because trying to go down with the Titanic.
I also don't remember directions to places. Like, I'll be like, how do you get to so and so? And I've been like a million times. Well, I don't drive, so I I couldn't tell you how to get to the mall, but I can tell you what to do and what stores to go to once you get there.
Yeah. You do it every day. Oh, where we at? Where we at? 3 blocks from home. 3 damn blocks from home. Now, and it's sort of frustrating, but I became immune to it. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where to go in Vegas.
We don't pass this place 1,000 times. Where are we? Whoa. Damn, did you fall asleep and just wake up?
Especially if I'm in the back sleep. But the weird thing is when I go to California to visit my family, I remember that's when I used to drive. I still remember every corner. I can't tell you how to get around Vegas. That's sad. Anyway, I don't know where we're going with this. It's damn near 1:00.
And what's the holdup?
I don't know. They're listening to things, tapes and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Let's
Yeah.
listen to, let me read this CNN update. It says Jonathan Perez, former assistant of Diddy, recounted a time at the Combs Los Angeles home when Combs' videographer found a video of Jane and another man engaging in X activity. Jane, one of Combs' accusers, testified for several days during his trial and described the drug-fueled X performance known as hotel nights that she and Combs orchestrated. Perez said the video was on an iPad, usually used by Combs' staff. Combs could be seen in the background, Perez said. Perez said he took the iPad and told Combs and Christina Coram, Combs' chief of staff, separately about the video that day. He testified that Combs, SEMMED, it's misspelled, seemed surprised when he told him about the video. Coram told Perez that next time she should give footage directly to her and she'd deal with Combs. About 6 months later, Coram questioned Perez about the video and how it was found. She told Perez, she said she had got a call from someone outside the company talking about the video in some capacity. A recording of the conversation was recovered from Coram's iPhone, which was seized in 2024. Perez testified he didn't know he was being recorded at the time. The jury is now hearing the recording. Okay, that's what's taking so long.
Okay, yeah, I got it. And as far as lunch, people, I know I don't remember them calling lunch, but I remember people going out for lunch. You know, people
Well,
saying
they
that
just
it was
had
a break. It could've
Kanye
been a break.
West. They have
Yeah.
a major celebrity in the house, in the courtroom. Maybe they didn't want to break so early. Maybe, people give celebrities special favors. Maybe he wanted Kanye to be, hear some of the testimony just in case he's not going to stay all day. It says the jury has been dismissed for lunch. They will come back at 1 p.m. Only a half hour today. Jonathan Perez, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, will continue testifying after the break. So everybody's on lunch now. And now today, lunch is only a half hour versus an hour. This has been one of the worst days of testifying. It's boring, and we don't understand why we need to hear the things that we're hearing.
Because they have nothing else to say. Right. No, I'm just saying the prosecution just throwing out stuff and hope you fall asleep and hit the guilty button.
I want to hear from expert attorneys. I love this part. So let me go ahead and shoot over to law and crime. Here we go, guys.
Okay, so let me read this real fast for Judge Woods. He said, "Oh my God, government is stupid. Trying to show staff knew about the X nights, but doesn't show employees knew it's actual paid pro. These some stupid MFers, and they wasting my time. And I'm going to get me something to eat, Sherelle. I'll be back."
Okay. And let's listen to the expert testimony.
She was a willing participant for the benefits that she allegedly received.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. Why? Because Elizabeth Milner is going to come up. I want to know what it was like to have Kanye in that courtroom. As I said, I want to know what these audio tapes actually sound like. What is she getting from them? There's a lot we need to break down. Friday, always the busiest day on a Friday, isn't it? So we got more great questions coming in, got a great panel. Stay with us. We'll be right back right after this.
Yes, Wayne, Law and Crime is very biased. A lot of outlets are biased. I still listen to them anyway, just to hear what they're going to have to say. TMZ is very biased, very, very biased, very angry for the lawsuit. A lot of outlets are biased, but this is what people are talking about. This is how they're reporting it. And I don't think anybody else has a halftime show. I will look to see if we can, get somebody that's more grounded and more fair and balanced. So I'll do that for you guys. But right now was the most confusing day of testimony of them all. At least when Jane was testifying, we knew she was lying and understood why she was doing what she was doing, because she got to keep Diddy paying her rent. This testimony right here, and it's very angry. It's probably making me angry because they found this audio on KK's phone. Bring her in to talk about it. If they don't bring in KK, I'm going to explode. Why isn't she here? She can tell you what she meant, what she said. Bring her in. You don't think I'm going to find anybody fair and balanced? I'll try. If we don't, then this is what we got to, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know why she's not on the stand. I like when you was putting the law on the screen and we were using it to decipher the charges. Okay, you want to do that when we come back? I'll do that. Thank you. Hi, Yvette says, that was what I'm saying, Sherelle. You are really making sense and I am understanding it all. Well, first of all, Yvette, you're my buddy. You've been riding with us during this case damn near every day. And it's been what? At least a month? Yeezy at court. He is at court. Yes, guys, he's there. KK will have her own trial, just like Jeffrey Epstein's assistant. KK and Diddy are done. You think they're gonna put KK on trial? Nobody has ever said that to me before. TMZ said Ye was only there for 30 minutes and he left already. He's gone. Okay. Perry, can you go ask your friends that were there about Kanye? Is there anything, Can you go ask some of your friends about Kanye or see what they're saying about Kanye? Okay. So Perry always goes and calls his friends and find out if there's anything that we needed to know that happened, or they'll tell us, you know what? Didn't Sloan Bella say that Diddy was not going to jail? So I'm not into psychics personally. No offense to Sloan Bella. It's just not my thing. But I do understand that they use psychics to save crimes, to solve crimes. I think some psychics are better than others. Some are just full of it. And I never even really watched Sloan Bella. I just hear things that she's saying. Is she a good psychic? I'm not into that stuff. What is going? Hi, Bobby. Hey, Bobo. Bobo's is Perry's very good friend. He loves some Bobo. Y'all are hilarious. I'm not trying to be. Oh, you mean Perry put me on blast about driving? I'm going to go take a picture. And y'all going to see me in the driver's seat. Now, I'm not saying I'm driving. I'll be in the picture. She is. She's a good psychic. So I'm hearing things about her. And I heard that she said that Diddy wasn't going to prison. That's what I heard she said. So somebody told me this. I know she's blonde with short hair. I've never been to her channel. So how do I know her name? I don't know. A lot of people go to her, I guess. I don't know. She's popular. Maybe I seen her on Storm Monroe's channel. Storm Monroe is one of my favorite bloggers, will always be one of my favorite bloggers. I like Storm Monroe. I have nothing bad to say about Storm Monroe. I love Storm Monroe. He's actually Perry's favorite blogger. He's been nothing but nice to me. I have never said a bad thing about Storm Monroe. Love you, Storm Monroe. Love your channel. Think you are one of the nicest people on the internet. One of the nicest on the internet. You know, I've been trying to tell other people to leave you alone. You've been just a great person, me and Perry. And you know, on the internet, bloggers can get real catty. Storm Monroe has never been catty with me or Perry. He's got a great show. You guys go check out Storm Monroe. And, you know, I think I've told other people, leave Storm Monroe alone. We love Storm Monroe. We can't control what people do. And you are the best. I love you. I love Conscious. You know, I will never say a bad thing about Storm Monroe. Ever. Never will. Thank you for coming on my show. You're the best. Funny as hell. Love Storm Monroe. So I want to make that very, very clear. And if you guys watch Storm Monroe, let them know I shout them out or whatever. You guys, I will see you later. I gotta go make some calls.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So guns, King Knights, Kanye West, a lot has been happening inside and outside of the Sean Combs federal courthouse as he's facing charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Been quite the day. Want to bring on Law and Crime's in-court reporter, Elizabeth Milner, to answer all of your questions right now. And there are a lot. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. As you can imagine, a lot of questions about Kanye West. He showed up to that courtroom today. We know he is a friend of Sean Diddy Combs. He was even asked reportedly outside of court, is he there to support him? Yes. So let me begin with the first question we have from Danny. There might be a misconception here. So Elizabeth, set the record straight. Was Kanye in the courtroom or was he in the overflow room?
So it was kind of an interesting morning. A lot of rumblings just about whether or not Kanye West was here, whether he was actually here, because there was rumors yesterday that he was here too. But yes, I can confirm that he was here at the courthouse today. Now, as far as being inside the main courtroom, no, he was not inside the main courtroom. I did not see him in there. But at first I was thinking, okay, maybe he might come into the main courtroom because they cleared the floor. They being the marshals cleared the floor. So I thought maybe it was to bring him into the room, but that didn't happen. But I did hear that he was sent to the overflow room, and maybe that wasn't where he wanted to be today. And so what ended up happening was I think he was there for maybe 15, 20 minutes and then ended up leaving. So no, he was not in the main courtroom, but I did hear he was in the overflow room for just a little bit. Yeah, so we got this question from Olivia E. You know, any jury or court reaction to Kanye being there? So I'm glad you set the record straight because it wasn't entirely clear what was going on. Oh, we had this happen today too. Shop Girl asks, it was reported that Diddy was shaking his head again in court, you know, during cross-examination. Did the judge admonish him once again? And did you observe any of that? Well, I did. Yes, I did observe him kind of nodding along with Mark Agnifilo, even towards the end of Mark Agnifilo's cross to the HSI investigator or HSI agent, special agent, I should say, that I saw Diddy kind of give him an under the table thumbs up that I was able to see from my angle and my point of view. But afterwards, Maureen Comey kind of stands up. This is after the jury is dismissed for a break. And she said that her colleagues in the back of the courtroom who have a better view of Diddy because the prosecution sits in front of him, so they don't get a view of him obviously because they're in front of him, but that the colleague had told Maureen Comey that Diddy was kind of nodding along with the cross-examination, and the judge was kind of like, he didn't admonish him necessarily. He was like, it's normal reaction for humans to kind of have this reaction, and I can't police every single reaction that the defendant is necessarily having. So it wasn't a stern talking to like it was the first time, but he said that if anything does happen again, he'll do the appropriate measures. But as far as Brian Steele kind of defending the defendant there, Brian Steele was kind of like, he's been nothing but professional. I'm sitting here right beside him every single day, and he's not doing what he was doing before as far as turning to the jury, nodding at them. He tries to make sure he's abiding by the judge's rules, not even looking at the jury when they enter and exit the courtroom today. And so it wasn't a tough talking to this time around, but I'm sure if something else were to happen and the judge notices something, that it might be a different type of talking to after that.
And if you just want to add to that, this is from Mary Baracco. How was Diddy today? How does he appear? How does his demeanor like?
Yeah, well, Diddy today, he was wearing his brown sweater, white undershirt, and khaki pants. As far as his demeanor goes today, I think maybe he was also possibly anticipating that Kanye West would be in the main courtroom, kind of show that level of support between friends. But he seemed kind of as usual, just, taking notes over at the defense table, speaking with his attorneys, nothing out of the normal as far as what we saw today in court. Definitely still participating in his own defense, taking all the testimony in, and then jotting appropriate notes down at the appropriate times too.
You got to explain to me what's going on with these audio tapes. I'm not sure I quite follow them, Elizabeth. We have these tapes of what appear to be Christina Coram speaking with Jonathan Perez. What do these tapes sound like? And by the way, isn't this the first time that we've actually heard the voice of Christina Coram? What is going on in these tapes?
Yeah, I think to me that was kind of the most surprising thing, not only because she had recorded this conversation, but also because I'm like, wow, we've only seen her in photographs. Now we're hearing her actual voice. But Jesse, I do want to take a step back as far as why we were hearing that particular audio recording. And it had to do with Jane, because apparently staffers over at Diddy's home saw that there was this sexually explicit video on an iPad that normally the staff uses. And so there was kind of conversations had amongst the staff about how this was found, what do we do, that type of thing. So when Jonathan Perez was on the stand today, he was explaining that that he didn't know that this conversation was recorded, but before even this recording happened, that he had spoken to Diddy about it personally. And now when Jonathan Perez is on the witness stand, he refers to Diddy as Mr. Combs or Mr. C. So he said that he spoke to Mr. C about this recording and then spoke to Christina Coram about this particular video recording. I should kind of specify. No, there's the audio recording of Christina Coram, but as far as the Jane recording of her with another man, Jonathan Perez said he spoke to both Mr. Combs and Christina Coram about it. So then the conversation is brought back up again weeks after this initial conversation was had. And so we did hear this audio recording from KK and Jonathan Perez. It was dated January 30th of 2023. And I tried to write down as much as I could because finally and thankfully we're able to see the exhibits. So we finally were able to see the transcript. So I was trying to write down as much as I could. But Christina Coram is kind of like, I don't know how to bring this up. Bring that Bosu ball over here and sit on it so that you aren't standing. It was brought to my attention last night. And tell me step by step what happened. An outside person brought it up. Did you talk to anybody about this particular recording of Jane? Now, she didn't say, Jane or anything like that, but did you talk to anybody? So then Jonathan was like, well, I didn't talk to anybody. Christina Coram is like, well, were you in the house? And then Christina Coram said, where were you in the house? Jonathan said, Brandon was there. He was talking about something on the iPad. Christina Coram is like, okay, well, who was all in the house? We can check the cameras in the house. Jonathan is saying, well, I was just trying to saving him as far as Diddy specifically, so that way he could delete it. And then Jonathan said he didn't talk to anybody else about it. He said that Brendan wanted to tell Rob about this, said the advice was to initially just delete this video. But then Jonathan said he didn't want to delete this video in case something were to happen and it be brought back up, that type of thing. And so Diddy initially wanted to launch an investigation. Now, we didn't hear Diddy's voice on this audio recording, nor do we think that he was kind of even around when this recording took place. So really, we were just hearing the voices of Christina Coram and Jonathan Perez in this particular tape. But Christina conveyed to Jonathan that Diddy wanted to launch this investigation and how it got onto the staff iPad. And so Jonathan believed that this video was recorded on the iPad. But then Christina asked if other people like Brandon might have told other people about this. Jonathan said that Brandon was actually freaking out about this particular explicit video. And Christina Quorum was like, well, was anybody else there? Think, the housekeepers, the chef. And Jonathan said that Chef K might have been around in the theater location when the staffers were kind of talking about this particular explicit video, but that Jonathan didn't relay to Christina Quorum that this that Chef K was in the theater. He said he didn't want to make it a big thing. And so there were no follow-up conversations after these particular recordings were recorded, but the conversation was then brought to another person, another staffer, that being Fahim, who is Diddy's driver, as well as kind of, I think he was the head of security, that he brought it up a month or a couple weeks later after Christina Quorum brought it up. And then Jonathan said that he had told Fahim pretty much the exact same story that he told in court, also that was reported on by Christina Quorum too.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear this, and also wondering if she's not going to be called as a witness. Right now, there's no indication that she's going to be, which was a surprise to a lot of us following the case. We have a question here from Blessing Eek. Why was Diddy's son allowed to get to attend court yesterday wearing a Free Combs t-shirt? I thought that was against the court rules. Is that true from what you know?
Yeah, and I saw this shirt myself, and we were all thinking, because I was sitting by another reporter, we were like, how is he allowed to be wearing this inside the courtroom when the jury is present? Now, I don't know if the jurors were able to see what the words were that were actually transcribed on this particular shirt, because it was like a black shirt with red letters that say Free Sean Combs, and then what Christian had over top of it was kind of this mesh top. And so I don't know if the jury was able to see those words, but what I did see was that Marshall kind of go up to Christian Combs, look at his shirt, and I thought, okay, well, maybe she's going to tell him, take the shirt off, or you're going to have to change the shirt, change it inside out, similar to how Charlucci was when he was wearing his free puff shirts or free puff sweaters and hats. But that didn't happen. And so he was able to continue wearing this shirt, something that I thought was pretty surprising given just the amount of attention that is on this trial, but also because of what had happened weeks earlier when they had told another person who was wearing a free puff shirt to turn their sweatshirt inside out.
I want to go back to yesterday. We were talking earlier about how Jane apparently hugged both the defense attorney and prosecutor in this case before she left the courtroom. We got a question from Danny. Did Jane stare down Diddy when she got off the stand when she was going out there and giving hugs?
I didn't see that from my point of view. And I think even there was like a split second, because everything kind of happened so fast, where I like look down, then I look up, and all of a sudden I'm seeing Jane hugging Tinny Garagos, and Tinny's kind of just like sitting there a little still in that matter. But I didn't see her stare down Diddy necessarily. From what I saw for most of her testimony, she avoided eye contact with him at all times. That's why it was really surprising to see her hug his defense attorney as she was getting off the witness stand.
By the way, Elizabeth, there was some controversy at the beginning of the day regarding a juror. There was talk about whether or not this juror would even remain on the jury. What did we learn a little bit more about what the confusion was with the juror, what the issue was with the juror? We had a lot of questions, I think, during this week in our chat about it. So what happened with this juror?
Yeah, well, we learned a lot more as far as why this particular juror was kind of being questioned and why the government might possibly want this particular juror off of this case. But the judge was like, well, why don't we bring this juror out? We asked him some questions so that way we can possibly get to the bottom of everything. And so we can ask about possible deceit. And then the defense was like, well, I don't think we're at this point that we need to ask any more questions, because apparently they had already been asking this particular juror questions twice already inside the robing room or the judge's chambers. And so the defense was like, this is harmful. He didn't have deceitful responses on the questionnaire that he had submitted in order to even be on this particular jury. And the defense was like, I'm hesitant to raise the issue again, because I think that we think that the juror might have believed that something was wrong, and we don't want to kind of single out this particular juror. And so they said that they, being the defense, says we're concerned about his residency and we figured it out. And so this is kind of a measure of good faith. And the government is saying, well, this issue is an issue. And they said that multiple things can't all be true at one time, and there's inconsistencies with this juror's statement. And then the judge is kind of like, okay, well, maybe there's just an innocent explanation to all of this, and that there's just no basis, because the judge, after the defense was kind of like, oh, well, the prosecution just wants to dismiss another Black juror. And the judge was kind of like, there is no basis that the government is being biased to try to dismiss this particular juror. And that the situation came up because the juror made a comment to the jury staff. The jury staff brought it to the judge's attention. So they say it's fair that the government would want to raise this particular issue. And so then the defense kind of had like a quick huddle to figure out how they wanted to proceed. And so the defense said that we considered calling this juror back, but they believe that it'll have that negative impact on the juror and just how they're treated amongst the other jury members too. It could impact deliberations going forward, and they feel like the juror would be singled out and there's just no reason to question him further. And then the defense said they even spoke to Diddy about this particular thing, and that Diddy is totally fine with this juror still staying on, possibly to deliberate too, because this isn't an alternate juror. This is one of the main jurors. And so then there was a point the judge asked him, okay, do you waive something? And then Diddy in his defense chair is like, I waive. And so Diddy is completely fine with this. Then the judge kind of revealed a little bit more, and it has to do with this particular juror and their residency. And so the judge is like, well, he said he lived in the Bronx, and then the government said, well, the most prudent thing to do is ask this juror more questions. Specifically, does your employer require residency in New York? And then the defense chimed in. They're like, well, this is harassing the juror at this point. It's gone to a far field, and this suggestion would be pretty troubling. And so the government is like, well, I don't know why the defense is so adamant that we just ask this juror another question. And so the judge said, I'll review both sides' arguments and then I'll make a decision later on. So as for now, every single juror is still there. Nobody has been dismissed. And so we did see that particular juror still in the jury box, still paying attention to all the testimony today, just as usual.
Well, Shop Girl says, yes, thanks, Jesse. That juror thing this morning really confused me. So thank you, Elizabeth, for clarifying that. By the way, one more thing about Kanye West. It was reported that, yes, he did go to an overflow room on a different floor, reportedly sat next to Christian Combs, obviously one of Sean Combs' sons, and then left shortly thereafter. How's the jury doing? How are they reacting to today's testimony so far, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think, for the most part, it's maybe, and this might have just been my interpretation, I think maybe it was kind of a slow start this morning. So, for example, there were exhibits that were entered into evidence. There was a bunch of stipulations, and they had heard testimony from Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Andre Lamont. And then, it was kind of like maybe a slow start, but that just might be me as far as just why are we seeing these particular exhibit photos of baby oil and guns, and what does this all mean, and what does this particularly tie into? And then for the most part, even when Jonathan Perez had taken the witness stand too, I feel like they're still kind of engaged. They're still taking their notes down. They're still listening to all the testimony, but I haven't seen any kind of like overtly emotional or crazy reactions from them today. They're all just kind of sitting in, doing their part and doing their civic duty.
What did you make of the testimony of the special agent and all the weapons and drugs and baby oil and Astroglide that was found at Sean Combs' LA property? I mean, to read it and hear about the arsenal, to hear about armor-piercing rounds, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you take away from it?
Well, I took all my notes down, especially because there were just a lot of exhibits that were shown.
All
so
your
we
notes?
saw an exhibit photo.
No way, Elizabeth. No way.
I did.
I
did. Yes. And I come into a color coordinated situation now. I'm not sure if y'all can see that, but we're in a system. We saw exhibits of Diddy's home in LA. We saw an angle from the front of the home, from the back of the home. We saw this detailed layout of the property, of the basement that wasn't shown. We saw the layout of the first floor of the home, the security room, and the security room is pretty important, and I'll explain why in just a second. The garage, the master bedroom, the closet. We saw exhibits of the master bedroom, a white bed, messy nightstands, 2 chairs kind of in the front of the bed. We saw inside the drawers of the nightstand, which had 6 manila envelopes with the letter K on it. And I was thinking, okay, what does this K represent? But the K, I think, possibly may translate to ketamine, because we saw that the residue that was inside these particular envelopes did test positive for ketamine. There were things that were like chargers and earrings, cell phones and iPads inside them. Then we saw baggies of drugs. We saw Vaseline inside the iPad. We saw the closet that was opposite of the wall of the master bedroom There was a safe inside that closet. We saw Diddy's passport, or at least kind of a zoomed out version of Diddy's passport. We saw money and plastic bags. And then there was this one substance that kind of looked like paprika a little bit, but then turns out it was actually MDMA. We saw the exhibit photos of a lot of different baby oil and Astroglide and lingerie that was found in the closet. And this particular special agent, Andre Lamont, he testified that there were 200 bottles of baby oil that were seized from the LA property and 900 bottles of Astroglide that were seized. But I think the big kind of takeaway about this particular witness testifying was just about what was found in the security room. And that was a lot of the guns, a lot of the weapons, all of the guns for the most part, according to the defense, were found in that particular security room. And so there was a bolt action Ruger rifle, a Smith & Wesson rifle, a Glock. There were 3 30-round magazines, a Glock magazine, 2 locks for a pistol holder, a 5.11 bag. And essentially the special agent was like, this is a bag to hold things, more drum magazines, bullets that were found, and this firearm safe. So then when the cross-examination came, and we got a little peek of why the defense kind of really focused on this particular security room, because they were really like, you know, you're aware that Mr. Combs has a security team, right? And the special agent said yes. And then we see that exhibit photo again of the layout of the home where Mark Agnifilo points out this particular security room. And then Mark Agnifilo is like, well, you saw that the bedrooms where children live, correct? There were no ammunition in those bedrooms. The special agent said, correct. Was the security door open? Yes. Was the door locked beforehand? I don't know. Could you see it had a lock? Well, it had a doorknob, but I didn't look at the lock. And then Mark Agnifilo was like, well, you didn't take pictures of the state of the door when law enforcement arrived? And the special agent was like, well, I don't know. And this Mark Agnifilo asked, was the safe open before law enforcement got there? He was like, I don't know. And so really the defense was kind of focusing on just this security room and just kind of how the government was portraying as like there were just guns all around this house where children live, whereas the defense was like, okay, it was confined to this specific room. Nobody took photos before you guys entered and kind of destroyed everything. And that was kind of the most part of the cross-examination for Andre Lamont today, really kind of focusing on the guns, how the guns came about, why they were moved from one room to another, and just implying that there were just guns everywhere as opposed to them being specifically in the security room of Diddy's LA home.
It helps with the racketeering charge. It helps with the jury digesting the idea of him as a leader of a criminal enterprise. I mean, having that much firepower is kind of interesting to talk about. Elizabeth, before I let you go, I have maybe the most important question of all. It's asked by Erica Charlotte. Elizabeth, how many notepads, notebooks have you filled so far?
I think I'm on, oh my goodness, I think I'm on at least 8, or I said 8 book, notebook 8 or 9.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going through a lot.
It's fine, because when Elizabeth writes her tell-all book about covering the Diddy trial, she's going to have all of her notes. Actually, Elizabeth's going to be so big at that point, she's going to have a ghostwriter going through all the notes, so it'll be fine. You'll just do the voiceover for the audiobook. Elizabeth, thank you so much. I know you have to jump back into that courtroom. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so Elizabeth is going to be actually back with me when we do our daily sidebar recap about everything that happened in the court today. Clearly, a lot has already happened. Let me bring back in Tyler Bailey. Let me bring back in Joe Richardson. There's a lot to make up of this. I mean, there's a lot to try to make sense of it. We have more questions that are coming in. And Tyler, I'll start with you. This is a good question from Olivia E. Why was the defense opposed to bringing up gun possession? Isn't it relevant to proving a criminal enterprise? I mean, isn't that the point? Wouldn't that be why the defense doesn't want it in?
Right, of course. They don't want this evidence in. It doesn't make Mr. Combs look good. These firearms seem unnecessary unless he's involved in some illicit activity. And I think the government using it, though, is somewhat of an overreach. Outside of some of the testimony regarding firearms being used, there's no evidence that he's a gun trafficker, or he's involved in organized crime associated with, enemies who would have this type of firepower. So I see the government using it to further their theme and view of Mr. Combs, but it doesn't seem to really land a punch to me.
We have an interesting poll that we put up, and it says, is there a viable strategy for the defense to mitigate Diddy's possession of 16 boxes of lubricant? 58% said no, 41% said yes. I mean, What do you think the defense strategy would be on that, Joe? Obviously, for the prosecution, it says this is just evidence of his sex trafficking pattern, right? Using these materials. It's evidence of freak offs or wild night, or, king nights or debauchery nights, hotel nights, where he's forcing women into commercial sex acts. What's the defensive strategy there?
Anytime you have to use baby oil to help you prove a case, I think it's going to be a stretch for the jury. Can you theoretically say, yes, this suggests that he's in control of the freak offs, this and that and the other, and that they occurred? It suggests what we already know. It suggests that he's freaky. They do what they do in the room, and the assistant has to come in and clean it up afterward. Okay, that's what it suggests. Like, do I look at this and say, "Oh my gosh, there's a criminal enterprise, and he's a master criminal," et cetera? I don't think it gets to the heart of anything they're really trying to prove. And if it does, I think it's a little bit of a stretch, because you want stronger evidence as it pertains to something that looks, smells, and sounds like criminal activity. The problem with baby oil is I can't believe I'm talking about baby oil. Baby oil reminds you that this doesn't seem like criminal activity, in some ways. It doesn't suggest this master criminal. It just suggests a freaky guy that has a lot of these trysts while his girlfriend is there. So I see why the prosecution might do that and why it's questioned that way, but I'd be real careful with it for that reason.
By the way, I want to share something real quick, why the firearms might come into play. So when you look at the overall racketeering conspiracy charge, there's an underlying section that's called Means and Methods of the Enterprise. And you scroll down to it, and it says, members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. In or about March of 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with the face serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. So, I mean, Tyler, they're basically trying to prove what they alleged in the indictment. It is a part of the RICO case. I do have a question for you, Tyler, about this. We believe that a summary witness is going to be called by the prosecution, potentially their last witness. My understanding is a summary witness literally looks at this voluminous amount of material, whether it's, text messages, digital evidence, and literally summarizes it for the jury. Am I understanding it correctly? Why would they have that person? Is this for the racketeering case? Maybe it's a situation where they can't just call 100 witnesses when there's so much material. What is a summary witness in this kind of case?
Yeah, a summary witness is exactly what you said. It's a witness to kind of bring everything all home for the government's case or whoever was presenting the case. So here with the government, the prosecution, they'll probably want to call one of the lead agents who was over the investigation, and maybe one or two, because you do have evidence that was collected in different states. And they'll be able to summarize their investigation, witnesses they spoke to, the evidence that they've seen so far in the trial that's been admitted to this case. Because we're on day 20 now. It's been a long trial, and the defense is going to present their case next, ideally. And so you'll need the government to summarize. Yeah, they'll summarize everything for this jury as they close their case.
By the way, Tyler, you're a fan favorite. Ready for this? We got a question from PC. Tyler, great beard. What's the secret? And then you got one from Erica Charlotte. Can you tell Tyler I said hi? I'm a fan. He's looking especially fine today. Thanks. I mean, any comment? How do you feel about this?
Be careful if you marry.
No comment. I'll say it feels good to be in the same light as Elizabeth. She's the real star here, right?
That's
not
very
me.
kind.
You and Elizabeth, y'all the stars.
There you go. All right, Joe, I love you too, but I don't have any.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It is what it is.
We still got 15, 20 minutes. So let me know if people are coming. Okay, I do have a question for you. I do got a question for you from Rashik Williams. The evidence I hear, the evidence I see and hear about so far, where are they going with this right now? Why now they only call up the former bodyguard to testify against him and speak some of the real truth about Diddy? So you're seeing, look, I think this is a fair question. And I think it's a question that you wonder, what are the jurors thinking, right? First of all, We have the benefit every day of breaking down this evidence, tying it all together. Who knows what the jury's thinking, assuming, and hopefully they're not looking at or researching this case and trying to look up racketeering and how it all fits together. You don't know what the jury might be thinking, but do you think the jury might be saying, why aren't they calling certain people? Why are they structuring the case like this? What do you think?
The prosecution is going to rely and going to need a good foreperson or people behind there that can really help put the dots together after closing, right? They come in, close, they loop it all together, take what's potentially very complicated, make it simple in a way that translates well to somebody on the jury who can then translate it to other people. That question underlies and confirms one of our biggest points. Anytime you have a long trial, from prosecution standpoint, I think it's potentially complicated anyway. That's why it's so long. But that being said, can it be made and be simplified where you would effectively have, I call them an advocate. They're supposed to be objective and put things together, but somebody in the jury room that can connect the dots and answer the questions about what people don't understand, because there's a potential that you lose them for a while if it doesn't come together right away. Because remember, the defense has got to do their case as well. And at some point, the prosecution is going to put all this together and or cross against the defense testimony and the defense presentation in a way that hopefully brings the jury back to themselves in terms of understanding a simplified version of what the prosecution is trying to do. But the asking of the question demonstrates one of the prosecution's biggest challenges.
I think this case comes down to closing arguments. Said it before, say it again. I think this whole case comes down to how they summarize this and make it easily digestible for the prosecution. Does it fit into the elements? Defense saying, I think the defense should take out a chart, take all the elements and literally say why it doesn't meet any of the elements of racketeering. And there's so many, right? Criminal enterprise, common purpose, underlying predicate crime. Say, nope. Prosecution, yep. And then you have a weighing test for the jury. Okay, we got a super chat question here for you, Tyler. This is from Blessing Eek. Thank you so much. Since the prosecution called KK a co-conspirator, if she doesn't testify or get charged and PD gets convicted of RICO, is that a ground for appeal? And one thing I'll say is prosecutors have referred to her in court as an agent and co-conspirator of Combs. So there you have it. So again, if she doesn't testify or get charged and P. Diddy does get convicted of RICO, is that a ground for him to appeal?
Well, he's if he's convicted, he's definitely going to appeal, but I'm not sure that will be the strongest grounds for him to appeal. There's been some evidentiary issues that I've seen of the defense raise arguments and objections over that have been overruled by the court. But KK not being called as a witness as a co-conspirator here, I don't think that's necessary grounds for appeal. Mind you, the government could still pursue charges against her. She could end up taking a plea with the government later on in this case, or she could still testify and say that she has immunity. So there's still so many options they could use with KK. We don't know yet, but it is odd that we're so late in the trial we haven't heard from her.
Well, let me just ask you this question. It came out yesterday. I think it's unlikely, and I imagine if the prosecution knows this, they would have called her. Is it possible she could be a defense witness? And is that strange that she would be a defense witness, Tyler? Because A, I don't know how she would help him. And B, well, maybe she would say there was no kind of racketeering, there was no criminal enterprise. But also B, doesn't that look bad for the prosecution? The person you mentioned in almost every witness, the defense is calling her as a witness? Tyler, what do you think?
She could, in theory, testify for the defense as a witness. I'm pretty sure she has her own lawyers who would advise her do not do that. I mean, that's an easy way to end up as a defendant in one of these cases if she testified as a witness in Mr. Combs' support. We already have heard evidence that she has assisted in these freak-offs. That can be interpreted one way or the other. I think the legal jeopardy that she puts herself in would be very high if she testified in support of Mr. Combs. But, their relationship could just be that tight. And she could say, I rode with him all these years. I'm going to ride this last ride with him. If she has a lawyer, her lawyer would advise her not to do that.
Joe, I gave everybody 15, 20 minutes to write kind comments about you, and we have one. We have a kind comment that if you want to I'll give you two. I'll give you the comment, the question that if you want to answer, and then I have also a more substantive question on the Sean Combs case. But from Fabiola Delgado Lebron, question for Joe: what's your technique for cleaning your glasses, clockwise or counterclockwise? So that people love your glasses. And also, the more substantive question is: this is from MC. Curious who the defense will call as their witnesses. Who do you think will make it to the witness stand next week? So, Joe, I think the more important question is about your glasses. So they look fantastic. And then the more substantive question, of course, is who do you think the defense is going to call?
It's really funny. So my wife is a tree hugger. So she wants everything that we use to be natural. So she got us recently a brush that I can actually use, squeeze on here. It's got like a little suction thing, and it helps me to clean the glasses without using something that's a chemical or that is not environmentally friendly. So my wife is thrilled that that question has been asked. So I want to thank you. I'm going to be great today. I'm going to be on her good side. So as it pertains to who they're, so what's the other question? Who they're going to call?
Yeah.
I think that they're going to call some folks that I think are going to normalize P. Diddy's essence, how he is, the things that happen, you know, in terms of him carrying out. It's almost like a back way of character evidence. It's not going to be direct character evidence, but it's going to be people saying, hey, these guys were in these relationships. These relationships could be tumultuous. They could be up and down. They're going to really use the opportunity to show witnesses that say they were in a relationship. This person was very willing and very anxious to be in a relationship. She talked to me about it, how excited that she was, how she's really enjoyed these freak offs, how, you know, the types of things that undermine the elements. You're talking a little bit earlier about the elements of the crime. They're really looking at what the witnesses, this witness is going to underlie this element. Because one of the things that you have to do is you have to create a different suggestion and reasonable doubt as it pertains to the racketeering about the underlying crimes. You got to hit against those as it pertains to the security thing. Hey, the room didn't look the way that it normally does. The stuff is sectioned off. And, you know, because he needs to be protected, et cetera. They're going to try to provide context to a lot of these things that suggest something other than the criminal enterprise. Because if you can take the information, you can take the existence of guns, you can take the existence of guns, of drugs, et cetera, and make a suggestion that there is a crime going there. They're going to talk about the fact that he had a wild lifestyle, but everybody that was in it was full in it, 10 toes down, and that he was a person that maybe had some problems and some intricacies and some differences. But that being said, he also was a person that was very much, somebody that people wanted to be in a relationship with. He's not a criminal.
Few things there. First of all, we've been showing B-roll of Cuba Gooding Jr., Jay-Z. They're not a part of this criminal case. They have come up in other lawsuits, right? They have been accused in lawsuits of engaging in sexual abuse against people. The one against Jay-Z was thrown out. Cuba Gooding Jr. was named as a defendant in the lawsuit brought by Rodney Lil Rod Jones. Just want to provide some context about why we're showing this. By the way, you gave a great response, Joe, but it seems people are responding more to your glasses comment. One says, L. Spunker says, I need that for my glasses. Thank you, Joe. Blessing Eat says, thank you so much, Jesse, Joe, and Tyler. This is the real trifecta. Shapeshifter says, them glasses fly, though. So I love our viewers. They're the best. Okay, so we got some super chat questions that came in. I'll start with you, Tyler. This is from Sarah Sadam. Why did the prosecution call her as a co-conspirator, or why did they call her a co-conspirator instead of a co-defendant? Does that have any significance? Meaning Christina Coram.
Yeah, as of right now, she's not named on the pleadings as an indicted co-conspirator. I think factually, the evidence that they have put in this case shows that she has conspired with Mr. Combs. We just heard about the text messages. There's probably more evidence that they have that shows that she has conspired with him and furthered his freak offs and sex space that he goes on. So that's the reason why she's not a co-defendant at this time.
Joe, we got a super chat question from Jay Davis. What's the benefit of trial by judge versus jury? Should Diddy have done a trial by judge, meaning, a bench trial?
No, he shouldn't have, because I think you have a better chance of hanging a jury. A judge frankly, is going to know more than the average jury person, the average lay person is going to. And anyone that believes that they can convince people about their situation is going to want a jury. You have a trial by jury constitutionally, but it creates a different hurdle, an additional hurdle, if the people being the prosecutors, et cetera, moving on behalf of the people, have to convince 12 people as opposed to having to just convince a judge. So he was absolutely right and right on in terms of getting a jury, because I think it makes it harder for him to be convicted, particularly about things that might beg against people's traditional notions of common sense.
I want to ask this question to everybody, including myself. I'm going to ask this question. This is from Sarah Senna. Hi, Jesse. Thank you for being such an amazing host. That's so kind. Thank you so much. How do you and your guests think Diddy's feeling at this point of the trial? Does he go through a briefing with his lawyers each day outside of court? Tyler, I'll start with you. I know there was an issue in terms of him having access to his lawyers and him being able to review certain materials. But putting that to the side, I mean, how does it typically work? Would he have a meet with his attorneys every day after court to talk about how it's going, what to expect? And how do you think he's feeling at this point in the trial as the prosecution winds down its case?
In a case like this, you have multiple defense lawyers, and generally we have a defense team. You'll probably assign one lawyer who's going to be the main liaison between the defendant and the rest of the team. And so that person probably does go down to the detention center to talk to him after the trial, get any feedback they need to give to the rest of the team. And then maybe if there's special requests from the defendant to possibly talk to lead counsel and others, that can be arranged, because they have a lot of witnesses they need to focus on, getting their theory together for the next day. So you don't want to spend too much time, because time is very precious. And then answering the second part of that question, how is Mr. Combs feeling right now? I think after the testimony of Jane, I think he's probably feeling a little more upbeat and better, because I think the cross-examination really highlighted the defense's overall theme of this being complicated, this not being a criminal act, that they are, this is a relationship. She got some benefits out of this. This is what they did. And I think they landed some punches on their cross and their redirect on cross.
Joe, you agree? I see you nodding.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he feels good, not only for the reasons that Tyler said, but he also is getting ready to be close to them making their own presentation, where you can be more affirmative about putting those things together. And showing the jury what the jury needs to see in order to confirm this notion that maybe this is a square peg in a round hole. Maybe he's not quite a criminal enterprise, et cetera. He's going to be able to come in and affirmatively hammer that through witnesses that they control, that they know what they're going to say, et cetera. So they must be feeling pretty good about that. I'm sure in a long trial, there's ups and downs for sure. But I would think that this is an up moment, because it's not a situation where, based on the presentation thus far, there's just absolutely no route for him to be found not guilty on at least some of the charges.
Look, I'll put in the caveat: we don't know. Like, we really don't know how he's feeling. If I had to take a guess, I think he's expecting to be convicted of something. And what I mean by that is there has been a lot of evidence thrown against him, and the jurors are human. So you take the one idea of they might not like him, particularly after the Cassie tape. I think he went in expecting it's going to be very hard for a jury to say you are acquitted of everything. What I think he might be expecting is being found guilty of the Mann Act violations, the prostitution violations. I'm talking about transportation to engage in prostitution. I think there's a more streamlined case for that. He might be feeling really good that he can get acquitted or a hung jury on the racketeering charge. There might have been evidence of underlying crimes like arson, forced labor, kidnapping, drug offenses, but the idea of a criminal agreement, the idea of a criminal enterprise, the prosecution might not have sold that yet. They still have a little bit more of their case. Sex trafficking with Jane, complicated gray area. I think it's more of a streamlined case for sex trafficking of Cassie, but they still might not be convinced that this is what sex trafficking is. But again, I think they wait till the closing arguments to see how it's articulated. It's hard to know. It's hard to know, but I will ask this part, okay? Okay, got another super chat question as we kind of wrap things up. Tyler, this is another super chat question from Sarah Sadem. Sarah, thank you so much. If the government aren't calling KK, do they think they've met their burden of proof? Maybe they don't need her, right? Right? They feel good.
I don't think they need KK to prove their case. Perez is doing a good job showing that there's an enterprise that existed. that KK was involved in communications with others. You've had testimony come up out about D-Rock. You also had testimony come out about bodyguards. Let's think about the arson of Kid Cudi's vehicle, the circumstantial evidence with the vehicle that was registered to Bad Boy. I mean, there's a lot already in there that helps out with the racketeering. I don't think KK helps out. I think that she is better fit probably for the government of being probably indicted co-conspirator at some point, or maybe pleading out on her own, or who knows, maybe she'll be one of the summary witnesses who could talk about all the transactions and things of that nature. That could be something. That'll be a big surprise at the early part of the week. We don't know.
Before we wrap things up, I want to give two polls and then one more final question to Joe. So we put up a poll. Do you think the sketch artist listened to Diddy's note? Basically, he said he'd stop making.
It's really sad when they turn us against each other. You don't think they need KK. KK is a co-conspirator. She should be, if he goes, she needs to go. What are you talking about, black man? What are you talking about? Please don't start shoe shining and tap dancing now. They need KK. They need KK to testify. They need to put her ass on the stand. She needs to be going to jail just like Diddy. What are you talking about? It's so sad when you have those Uncle Toms out there that so worried about staying on the show or worried about getting pub and, you know, this is my chance to shine. Forget you're black all the way. So you know what they do. When they get money, when they think they're on the up, they're not black no more. They're OJ. Yes, KK is a very important witness / co-conspirator. So you got one, but you're not going to get the other one? Well, that's real funny. Why not? Is there some type of bias going on? And they always find a Chicken George. They always find a Chicken George to go in and support what they're doing. There'll be more. Candace Owens will be on there talking about how great it is. Diddy's going to jail. You know, you find Uncle Tom on every corner. It's sad. It's sad. You're going to let KK get away with it. But you want Diddy not just to go to jail. You want Diddy to have a life sentence. So you get two things accomplished at one time. One is we get to change the goalpost for Rico. It's not made for the mob anymore. It's made for black men. Two, we can get them to fight each other. Oh, isn't that how it always works?
Pretty much.
Y'all still fall for that trick? The banana in the tailpipe? What did Willie Lynch said? Get them to turn on each other and our job is done. Didn't Willie Lynch say that? He wrote that, 100, 200 years ago? And it still works to this day? Oh, yay. It still works till this day. All we got to do is confuse them so we can use them. You are God, black people all uptight. Didn't need to go to jail for life. Until it's your son.
Mm-hmm.
Till it's your father. Life. And the other one gets to move on to another job and does what she does. All of the accomplices, immunity. And even with all them immunities that you handed out, you still look incompetent, prosecutor Maureen Comey. Today was a big waste of time. You want to prove, big scary black man used baby oil. Yeah. Got 900 in his house, 1,000 bottles, baby oil. They do it every time. Here's the distraction.
Distributing kilos every day.
I feel that if you were one of the people that got up here and complained that you went with Diddy to a sex store and he gay, he need to be sent up the river. If you made money off of that, your ass should be on the stand. Because you threw that out there. Nobody was talking about Diddy being gay till your ass threw it out there. First of all, you were trying to humiliate, because what does it matter? He could sleep with 5 men and 2 women. I don't give a damn. Your sexuality is just that, yours.
Mm-hmm.
What does it have to do with anything? Smoking the banana, throw it out, throw it out, throw it out. I mean, Black people, you know, most of us are learning. I feel sad for our youth. And then I feel even more sad for old ass motherfuckers that don't have no other way to make a money besides Diddy.
Yeah. It's a lot of money to be made off Diddy. When you know, like, if you can please the masses, whether you're telling the truth or not, people want to hear it. Sometimes I'm real convinced people rather hear a lie than the truth.
And let me address this really quick. People say you're flip-flopping, you're backpedaling. Have you ever heard the saying, Angel, when you know better, you do better? Are you one of those people that's stuck on stupid? You don't grow? You don't learn nothing different? I bet you're under 25 and you are dumb as hell. When you know better, you do better. It is no law that says if you're ignorant, stay ignorant. Stay ignorant for the rest of your life. Girl, go back to school. When you know better, you do better. That should be your motto for life. When you know better, you do better. You said you wanted him to go to prison. I just told you, I found out what was really going on. You stuck on stupid. It had nothing to do with Diddy. Nothing. I don't know if you were in my chat earlier today. Go back and rewind it. If not, I don't give a damn. This is about moving the goalposts. It was a law created for the mob. With the R. Kelly case, they decided to use it. They want to use it again for the YSL. Let's use it again. This gonna be the black man, I don't know how to get him law, but let me throw everything and see what sticks. Everything to do with race. Prime example, why the hell KK ain't on the stand? When you know better, you do better, young lady. Learn what's really going on. You're about teams. You're about, flip-flopper. That's a stupid statement right there when people say that. That's the only ignorant person that says that. When you know better, you do better. Go find out what's really going on. Go show me the RICO and then come back a more refined, more polished person. Stop being ignorant. Stop being ignorant. You are helping the government change the laws right before your eyes. You are helping. You're a co-conspirator. And then when it affects your household, if it's your father or your brother, you're going to say, these white people, they so racist. You help them create the law. You help them create the law. We're telling you, right, this ain't got shit. It's going to be Diddy today, and then they putting him away for life. They're going to take his assets that he worked hard for. What you do in your bedroom should not affect them taking your money. What he does in his bedroom, that's the only crime I can figure out that he didn't committed. They didn't charge him with DV. They didn't charge him with weapons because they want to rewrite the RICO laws. They're going to rename it black nigga law. By the time your children are adults, they're not going to know that the RICO was designed and made for the mob. They're going to know, and they're going to say, oh, it was made for black men. And then you want to cry about it. Then you're going to want to do something about it. Then your ignorant ass going to want to do something about it. When you know better, you should do better. I realized what was going down. No KK, all of the so-called conspirators, drug addicts with
Right.
their own history. Daphne Joy's history is so bad that Daphne Joy is still not her real name.
Yep.
Still not her real name. You hiding from something, girl. Most of them got charges. Like, what are you talking about? Enterprise, tell me how they're making money, because you got to make money off the criminal enterprise. How are they making money off of, how's Diddy making money? Or is he the one dishing out the money? You need to grow up, young lady. You ignorant as hell. Grow up. You think that this is not going to affect you because you don't have that kind of money. No, it's going to affect your people.
Yep.
It's going to affect your people. So when I tell Black men, wise up, don't give them a reason to lock you up, you're going to say, flip flopper, flip flopper. You flip flopper. You're ignorant. You're a troll. You shouldn't be in here. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. You shouldn't even be here. You too immature. Bye-bye. I don't have time for that.
Yeah.
All of that, you damn right I'm flip-flopping. My eyes are open.
But let me ask you this. So when people come in with their own opinions before a trial start, you'll feel a certain way.
Mhm.
And I get why a lot of people feel a certain way. Over the last year, you on every day on social media, you hearing some kind of allegations, right? Back and forth. But when the trial actually start, at what point do you start to realize what's real and what wasn't?
They don't. They never will.
Mhm.
They never will understand what's going on. They're ignorant. There is a portion of Black people that are our own worst enemies. She's more dangerous than the prosecution because she's stupid enough and dumb enough to believe in their mantra, go back and feed it to some other ignorant people.
Mhm.
And now they're running around talking about Diddy should go to jail for life. But what happens is when it hits home and it's your damn daddy,
Mhm.
don't come back in here with your ignorant ass. I didn't know. You know, they sure doing institutionalized racism. I didn't know.
You know, and then people will say they looking out for justice. But even what we're trying to tell you is a bigger picture. You should be looking out justice for yourself too. If you let them get away with this ninja lynching today, it could be possibly you or I tomorrow, right? That's all we saying. Nobody's saying, and I'm gonna say this one probably. Well, I probably as long as this court case go on, you have to keep explaining it. Not saying that Diddy shouldn't pay for crimes he paid, but you shouldn't be able to make up crimes to put on somebody.
I mean, she's ignorant. There is listen, for many years, Black people weren't allowed to read.
Mm-hmm.
It was a law. It was a law. We got in trouble for reading because when you educate yourself, you look at stuff different. There are Black children today don't take advantage of reading. They don't want to read. It's not the cool thing to do. Everything's supposed to be cool. Racism doesn't exist. They are a victim of the system. You might as well go and be somebody made because that's all you know. Racism still is alive and well. It's called institutionalized at this point. They put it in what? Our laws. You don't even know that. I feel sorry for you, little ignorant girl. Do not come back to my chat with your nonsense. You too uneducated. You are part of the problem. So Diddy goes to jail. It's the new law now. I'm going to rename it the black rapper law / athlete. They're going to go bam, 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 just like that. I wanted to ask you guys, because I don't even think you get it. Right now, in this generation, I want you to tell me the biggest recording artist of all times right now. Put it down. Put it down. I want you to tell me who's the recording artist bigger than Prince and bigger than Michael Jackson. Go ahead. Put it in the chat. Tell me who has that kind of power and that kind of fame that's African American for this generation, this new generation. Put them in the chat. Oh, wait a minute. There are none. They've been systematically taken down. Someone said Beyonce. Yeah, who gets no credit for Cowboy Carter. Who there people are trying to talk bad about her now. Ooh, look at her, look at Jay-Z. They don't trust them. They Illuminati. Y'all don't know. At one time, there were so many Black entertainers dominating the industry, because let's just be real, they've been copying our music, our style for years and not giving us credit for it. Right now, the Koreans really think they invented dance. They didn't put break dancing in the Olympics. Let me keep you guys up to date. Hold on. Okay, judge is back, says all rise. Here we go back to this boring ass testimony. If they do not come with something real, I'm just gonna pull my hair out. So we went through baby oil again, still not laced. Somebody please tell me in the chat, what's the importance of keep talking about baby oil every damn day? Okay, somebody says, Mr. Perez, you were subpoenaed and do you have an immunity agreement? Y'all know what he's going to say. Yes. Attorney, let me show you this. What is it? He says, Mr. Combs' Gucci pouch. Attorney, what was in the Gucci pouch? He said drugs and money. Okay. I'm so glad he's enlightening us that Diddy is an addict. Girl, I have been waiting all this time to find out what the real problem was. We know he's an addict. You've been talking about this for 4 damn weeks. You've been talking about this before he went to trial. So now we do believe that he's an ex-trafficker. He must have got on the plane and went and talked to Pablo Escobar himself. Attorney. Now, some text between whom? He said, me and Rob. Attorney. Rob says, you will locate his Gucci pouch in the bathroom. What did you say? He said, I text. There was no residue and I didn't steal any Addy. LOL. Attorney. Meanwhile, what? Question mark. Adderall. Okay. We have another employee on the stand who's probably getting ready to admit to having a drug problem. We have another employee on the stand that's getting immunity. We have another hostile witness. He said himself, I read it to you. I don't want to be here. You put me on the stand without immunity, I will plead the fifth. It's crazy. Very, very crazy.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're going with it. Like,
they're not going anywhere with it. And it doesn't take an educated mind to figure this out.
Right. Because why you get to prove he has something when you ain't prove anything else? Nobody questioned when people say, hey, they named all
Hold on, Perry. Yes, Angela, it's a prescription drug. It is the white cocoa that is given to lots of people, probably 47, but it's no different than the white powder. It's the big C. We all know what it is. Are we shocked that one of his employees is taking Adderall, which is just the prescription name for the cocoa? I don't see any reason for this witness. We know about the tapes. We know that Diddy's a freak. We know he's an addict. Mm-hmm. This is a disgrace. This kind of case with this many eyes on it, the Southern District of New York should be ashamed of themselves. Let me read this. Samizer says, as part of your employment, did you have any role in obtaining drugs? He said a handful of times. I purchased or grabbed them from someone outside. Attorney, who were you getting the drugs for? Oh my gosh. He says, Mr. Combs. She said, which drugs? He says, the white powder, Xanax, and Molly. How many times have we heard this in this case? How many times? It's getting embarrassing at this point. It's getting embarrassing.
Yeah.
They have nothing on Diddy. And even though it's the popular thing to do, put him away for life, lock him up, throw away the key. Girl, he got to go. What? Are you waiting for a white person to tell you there's no RICO here? You don't have sense enough to see there's no RICO here. Oh, you're a flip-flopper, girl. No, which one? We say, yeah, go ahead, make up some charges on him, put him away from my life, and take his money.
Yeah.
That's what you want me to say? Okay. Lock him up for life, throw away the key, take his assets that's damn near $1 billion, don't give it to his children, say that it's dirty money, even though there is concrete evidence. He's been in the music business forever. This was not dirty money. This is his real money. And because you don't understand that, doesn't mean he had to get it through selling drugs. Come on. Attorney, how did you pay for the drugs? He said, cash. Attorney, where did you get the cash? He said, security or the Gucci pouch. Attorney, who is security? He said, Fahim. Oh my God. I know who that is. It just dawned on me. Attorney, what did your text here say? Press says, I text Fa. I need 700 for Guido for drugs. Guido, mob. All right. Is it really, really so hard for y'all to understand that there are no charges here? That RICO is the wrong charge? Is it really that hard for y'all to understand that? You got to be an adult in this chat. Do you really, really think it's RICO all over and all these people made money, dirty money? He was trafficking drugs and messing with minors. You really think that that's legit? Yes, I just realized that. Michael Jackson security. I just realized that. Hi, Nelson. Although they keep repeating the same, oh my God, how many days? They must have a reason for it. I speak as someone that does not know all about the law, even though we may think it's useless. The SDNY know what it is. I love you, Nelson. So I'm going to go real light on you because I've been riding with you for a long time. I love you to death. Let me tell you why that does not apply to this branch of the Southern District of New York. The old Southern District of New York had a stellar record. If they called you, just turn yourself in. Don't even go through the trial. This is how spectacular they were. They were so spectacular that they managed to charge our leader of the free world, 47, with 34 felonies. Oh, the leader found him guilty. Well, stroke of luck or stroke of unluck, it depends on who you are. He came through and fired them all. Fired them all. This is a new Southern District of New York. The old Southern District of New York would never put on such a sloppy case. Sloppy. It's very sloppy. Hold on one second. Press says, I dropped him at Jane's house with his supplies. Then he called me a couple of hours later. Attorney, how did Mr. Combs appear in the FaceTime? He said angry and annoyed. Attorney, could you see Jane's face? She said no. She was turned away. We don't need no more testimony about.
You missed one too before that. I was trying to wave you, but I thought you seen me waving you. But
Attorney, and this text, I text him. I'm still waiting for funds from TriStar, Mr. Combs' business manager. Attorney, who do you interact with a TriStar? He says, Robin Greenhill. Attorney, did you get a FaceTime from Mr. Combs from Jane's house? She said, yes. Perez says, I dropped him at Jane's house with his supplies. Then he called me a couple of hours later. Attorney, how did Mr. Combs appear in FaceTime? He said, angry and annoyed. Attorney, could you see Jane's face? He says, no, she was turned away. Let me tell you, Diddy's an addict.
Mm-hmm.
Addicts have extreme mood swings, depending on what stage that they're in. Attorney, what did Mr. Combs ask you? Press says, for me to say if there had been another female on a trip we'd been on. And he said no. Attorney, had there been? He said no. Attorney, how did you react during this FaceTime? He says, pretty normal, I thought. So let me tell you, this district, Southern District of New York, I can't believe how sloppy this has been. First of all, you say it's not a evidence case. This is a circumstantial evidence. But you asked me to make a decision beyond a reasonable doubt. When it's circumstantial, there's always doubt. That's number one. And I'm not even an attorney. They should have been know that your father, Maureen Comey, was the head of the FBI. You know the rules. So, circumstantial. Okay. I'm going to throw all this at you, and I want you yourself to figure out how it connects. I shouldn't be figuring out shit. You're the attorney. Lay it on the line. This is how we get from 1, 2, 3 to step 10. You're supposed to lay it out. No jury has to find this case for you. And then once you found the case, nobody should argue about it because it's beyond a reasonable doubt. If I walk in the house and Perry got the GUN in his hand, I can't say it was in anybody else's hand. I'm not figuring out nothing. Guilty. You had the GUN in your hand. I didn't say he looked under the bed. He went, and here's a receipt of one he had 3 years ago. Then he went in the bathroom. You're going to lose the audience like they're doing right now. I want you guys to go to the neighborhood talk. Get in the comment section. Everybody's saying this is BS. This is BS. But if you are a fragile mind, you would say, I've got to stick with it because that's what I thought in the beginning, and I don't want to be called a flip-flopper or change my mind. No, see, now you know I love you. I agree with you, Auntie, about the Southern District of New York. They should have charged him right. But they also have done this for a mistrial. Mistrial's written all over it. Not guilty written all over it. You haven't proven to the jury. So now, okay, you have a flimsy case. I'm Maureen Comey, okay? I'm at home. I'm talking to my dad. There's a reason you was let go, but we ain't gonna go that far. I'm at home talking to my ex-FBI dad who, you don't really like Black people like that. That was true during your tenure. I'm talking to my dad and I say, well, this isn't looking too good, Dad. The public's turning on us. At first, they were all saying, lock him up. And now people are saying, show me RICO. What should I do, Dad? Well, yeah, we already put the RICO out there. We can't change it in mid-trial. Let's just go after the Black jurors on the jury. That's your best bet. Let's get them replaced by white females that know nothing about rap culture. Hopefully, we can get a conviction that way. So you're making shit up because you said that the juror was nodding his head making eye contact with Diddy, agreeing with Diddy as if they knew each other. The problem is you're the only one that saw that. You're the only one that saw that. Then they'll have a problem with another black male juror, and that's the strategy now. Because
Right.
why? We dropped the ball. We dropped the ball. We had the all eyes on us. They're flying from Europe and Norway and England. Everybody talking about the case. And you can't present us a case. Because I go real deep with it. Now, the defense said, this is not what they said. He said every juror was lying. This is not what they said in their grand jury. People should be going to jail for lying to the grand jury called perjury. You still have not talked about the perjury. You're still talking about juror number 6 that rolled his eyes that only Maureen Comey saw.
Oh,
You
well,
expect me to be down for a life sentence and then get caught ignorant? Because I'm like, well, if you do, I've been watching this case since day. If you don't show me some proof, I'm going to lose it. This is me
Yeah.
losing it.
now I was gonna say this about that juror though, because I just ran across different channels just trying to see what was going on with the juror. Some people saying that now that the prosecution word came out that apparently the guy that they're questioning, do he really work in New York? That's one thing I'm hearing, right? Going over his thing, they want the judge to go back and talk to him. Then I see some bloggers come out and say, oh, that the defense want to make it a racial thing. Now, I'm gonna tell you my opinion on that. I feel like if out of the blue, everybody selected jurors, everybody was fine with it, they had to sign off on it. You go in there, now when your case start to see that it's falling apart, you starting to want to pluck a black one off, but you ain't told me why. Now, if it's because you don't feel like he worked there, that's something you should have investigated before you had his ass on there. Now, but you get some of these blacks that come out here and say, oh, the defense want to make it racial. I think of these kind of people are people who so hell-bent on fitting in, and they think if they agree with the masses, they'll be accepted as other than black. But Ninja, get it straight. You a ninja, and always gonna be looked at as that. But even though I look at you as a sellout. So these people come, oh, well, no, they want to make it a race thing. Why are you picking a black? If your case strong enough, you wouldn't worry about it.
Perry, I just told you, Maureen Comey went home, cried to her father, said I dropped the ball. Well, go after the juror. You should not be talking about a juror, where he worked, what kind of lifestyle your case is about Diddy.
Yep.
Now you got to make it about this juror. You dropped the ball. Here we go. Attorney says, what did you do? He said, I told Fahim and KK that Mr. Cohn was arguing with his guest and that I was going to pick him up. Attorney, what is this? He says, a message between me, Fahim, and Mr. Combs, June 20th, 2024. I wrote, need cash for his guest ASAP.
And
I'm telling you, when you start trying to pick the jury off one by one, black by black, you have a weak case. How many times did we even mention the jurors in other cases? I just got off from watching the Karen Reed case. We don't even know their names.
right.
We don't even, you're just the juror. But now they're trying to make the juror number 6 a part of the case because maybe he got with Diddy and they planned something out. They made a plan. And when he looked at him, I knew right then there was a plan and Diddy was behind it all.
And then, you know what? I just thought about something. When that blogger came out and said that the defense trying to make it a racial, it could be the opposite. It could be you coming up with an excuse just in case you don't win this case from the prosecution. Oh, well, we couldn't win. You know, people got still hold their head up. We put on the best case, and they got to make it racial. That's why they probably trying to point and pluck one off. But
So
just
what
in
a
case
lot
they
of people do to shut you up, Perry, they say you're playing the race card.
well, I know. But what I'm saying is they can know how the general public is. Come out here, try to plug them off, then people gonna say it's racial. They actually, the prosecution could be actually making it racial, just in case if they lost, they can hold their head up and say, "Now we put on a perfect case. We didn't win because it became a race war." That's why that black man walked. But we proved our case of RICO.
And that's stupid black people turning on each other. So they dropped the ball and let me pick it up where they dropped off. This has nothing to do with case or race. He need to go to jail. And they do all the dirty work until it hits their household. Till it hits their household. Then they got something different to say. Then they want to lower their head and say, I didn't know. Here we go. I'm about tired of reading this. I might end this early. Perry, this is it's just nothing. It's just nothing. Why are you waving your hand? I don't see anything. Am
It's
I
just,
lagging?
yeah, you lagging. Just refresh again.
3? Could it be 3?
It's 1 minute.
It's 1? Okay, here we go. Just
Maybe
popped up.
Okay.
Attorney says, do you know where the money was for? He says, no. Attorney, why did you leave working for Mr. Combs? Attorney, to avoid a situation like this. Attorney, how do you feel about Mr. Combs? He says, great. The same way as when I worked there. Attorney, no further questions. You put a person on the stand who gives Diddy raving reviews. He said he was great. You've dropped the ball. Prosecution, what are y'all doing? Just like you put that Jane on the stand. Attorney says, the judge says, Mr. Steele, question mark. Mr. Steele says, Mr. Combs is a motivator, yes? Perez says he is. Steele, have you seen Mr. Combs cry? Let me show you something. Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I hand him a book? He said, you may. Attorney says, 3605. The prosecution put somebody on the stand and said, what do you think of Diddy? And he said he's great.
Right. But this is why I think they was trying to put him on the stand, but I don't even think it's worth their while, right? To say, oh, this is how they trying to tie something to the enterprise. Did you ever purchase something from him for him? Who gave you the money? To say it was the enterprise. Yeah, it was for his own personal reason, for whatever. But these people are just trying to create a case. Every assistant go and do that shit, whether you're a black rapper or you a rock and roller. Period. But they ain't going after them. I'm just saying they trying to create a case for him. Diddy done did a lot of shit. Why ain't you getting him on the shit that he done? Why do you have to be so creative to try to come up with this RICO? Unless it's a bigger deal like what me and Sherelle thinking is you want to establish this as being normal, this RICO thing where you tried it on YSL. It worked on R. Kelly. And like you said, I don't know. I mean, I just think we ain't arguing whether Diddy guilty or not. We talking about guilty of these charges that they trying to come across. And you can be writing in the chat to say you feel he's guilty, but don't force him to be guilty on charges that they can't prove. And don't make yourself out to believe, oh, just because he slept with some hoe, that's trafficking. Let's keep it real. Your neighbor don't slept with some hoe. Ain't nobody picking his ass up for RICO.
I wanted to answer this question. Sherelle, it is not a race thing because we all don't think the same. Okay. It's not a race thing, right? Can you tell me in 2023 and 2024, who were all the people charged with RICO charges? High profile. Just answer that question, please. And I'm not going to chew you out. Just can you tell me what other people, high profile, were charged with RICO charges? I'll wait. No one else say anything in the chat. I really want to talk to this woman. Who else were charged with RICO charges? Please, nobody put anything in the chat because I've done my homework. I want her to answer that question. No, I'm not asking you, did you watch the YSL? I said, who were charged in 2023 and 2024? High profile celebrities were faced with RICO charges. Please just answer that question. Because you want to know why I'm thinking this way. I'll wait. Parent about done reading this shit. Hold on, let me read it and then
I know.
Perez says, I can't remember if I was crying, but this does remind me of that he was upset. Still says, look again. He said, it does not refresh. Still says, okay, you said there was a lot going on. Do you remember the March searches? He said, yes. Attorney, you saw the news. He said, yeah. Listen, the defense is doing what they have to do. They're going to talk about Diddy donating money to colleges. They're going to talk about Diddy standing up for, he's not all bad. He's just an addict. And he treats women horribly. But
Right.
did she answer the question? This is a law that they are continuously using for Black men. Now, I thought it was high profile Black men, but before the break, we had 2 Black men come out and say they were survivors of RICO. When you know better, you do better. Look it up, please. Look it up. Nobody's making this up. And people say, don't use the race card. They say that to shut you up. I'm allowed to talk about problems that my community is having.
Right.
I'm allowed to do that. I will not shut up. Got lots of white people in the chat. All my mods are white. These are white people in the chat. And they understand what I'm talking about. You should understand what I'm talking about. Okay, it says Steele. We got Brian Steele in the house. I like Brian Steele. He's Caucasian. I like him. Here we go. He says, have you been in a bedroom at 2 Star? Perez said, yes. Steele's, did you ever see any GUNs there? He said, no. Steele, did you ever see him with firearms? Perez says, never. I only saw security with them. Steele, because he's a man of note, right? He said, yes. I don't know what that means. Only charging Black with unconventional RICOs. I don't think people realize this, or maybe they do. And that'll be the Black people they're just ignorant. And I don't have time to catch up. They don't have time, I don't have time to wait for them to catch up. This has been going on before Diddy. You didn't even know it's the new black man law. You saw a YSL case. Well, that should have opened your eyes a little bit because they were forced to let Young Thug go. They actually have this man on probation for 10 years for committing no crimes. Let me keep going. Oh, wow. Attorney Steele says, have you been in the bathroom at 2 Star? He said, yes. Did you ever see any GUNs there? He says, no. Did you ever see him with firearms? He said, never. I only saw security with them. Steele, because he's a man of note, right? Yes. Steele, he is a man respected in many fields. Objection, I'll ask this. Have you worked with other celebrities? He says, yes. And many of them have security, right? He says, they do. Steele, you mentioned Jane. She was nice to you? Question mark. He said, yes. Listen, this is what they're getting to. It's not unusual for a security guard to have a GUN.
Exactly.
I cannot with this case. I cannot.
And to be quite honest with you, just in my opinion, I can't prove it, but just in my imagination, it's not surprising for a lot of celebrities to have a little pharmaceuticals around them. Just my opinion.
Someone says Perry asked people in the chat, how many of them have ever been sucked in by the law? Only people who have not been in anything with the law thinks the law is just. Oh my gosh, you're so right. It is not and never was. Listen, to the lady that refused to answer my question.
Now, I don't think she refused to answer. I think she couldn't.
To the lady that couldn't answer my question, it's a bigger picture here that you need to consider. Only our people fill the jails. You should know that. Am I pulling the race card when I say, how come the jails are full of African American men for free labor? That am I pulling the race card? People say that so to quiet you because no one wants to look like a racist. I'm saying it, and I'm not a racist. Our jails are filled with our people, and they want Diddy to join the group. Here we go.
Racist. That's reality.
Brian Steele says, you called King Knight's personal time, right? He said, yes. Mr. Combs works long hours, right? He says, yes. Because you worked out of his homes, sometimes business and personal got mixed, right? He said, correct. Listen, people who say you're pulling the race card because I'm talking about Black problems that go on in the United States. I can't tell you about problems that go on in England. I don't live there. And I can only tell you about things that happen in the Black community because I'm Black. I'm not meddling in business that had nothing to do with me. I'm Black. So for you to say I'm pulling the race card, you damn right. I'm saying to myself, let me pull this race card because it's happening again. It's happening again. We've been down the same road how many times? You think that I can go through society as a Black person, have a whole different set of laws, and never talk about it? Mm-hmm. People want to call me racist because I'm talking about it. You're not going to shut me up. Girl, you should be talking about it. You're Black. You got a daddy, right? Whether you know him or not, you got a daddy. You have sons. Why aren't you talking about it?
Yes, well, I say this too, and this is my opinion. I think a lot of people would toss it out there as a form of avoidance of having a true, real conversation, because it makes people feel uneasy to talk about race. Now, it'll be race if he came out and said, no, he only doing this because he's Black or whatever. We telling you the injustice of it all. And if we can't have these conversations, I think we got a grown up chat that can have these conversations. We all experience different things. And I'm not Hispanic or Spanish to know all these deportations is a race thing. Would you agree, Sherelle? Is it a race thing to you?
Very much so.
Right.
Let me give this update and you can continue.
Yeah.
Brian Steele, setting up a King's Night, was that business or personal? He said personal. Steele, was buying drugs, dash, I'm not saying you did it often, dash, that was personal too, right? He said, right. Steele, you're buying lingerie for Jane, personal, question mark. He said personal. And let me say this too. You asked Brian Steele if there is a race problem in the United States. He's white. Ask the white man, because some people needed to come from white people. Some Black people don't respect other Blacks until they tell you, until a white person says it's okay to think it. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, oftentimes it's a way to keep us from expressing what our lives are about, what we go through. Because people, I think, that's not Black, it's easier not to get the knowledge, because then you'll be forced with the issue. When you see something racial happening, you'll be forced to stand up for it. If we never had a conversation, you could say like, oh yeah, I don't know, I don't see nothing wrong, everything's great. But life don't go that way. We have a culture going back from slavery, how the fuck we've been treated. And now the injustice that we get in our own country, and mostly it's because we're Black. We're not treated fairly. And don't convince yourself that we are. When we have a thing, it makes people, I think when you bring up the race, it makes people feel uncomfortable. Because now they don't want to hear and have to express how they feel about your thing. Either they don't want to come confrontational, or they don't want to hear, then have to see it the next day when you ask, hey, was that racist? It keeps them from having to comment on it. Go ahead.
Combs still says, did Jane always appear to you to be a willing participant in the King's Night? We've gone from freak-offs to hotel nights. Now it's King's Night. All right, here we go. Attorney says, objection, overruled. He says, yes, always. Attorney, a small amount of drugs, personal use, objection, that's sustained. Let me tell you something too. All white people aren't stupid. They're not. They know that there's a race problem in the United States. And some of them speak up about it, like Brian Steele. How can we solve problems in our culture if you never talk about race? So
Right.
You got the wrong one. You can call me a racist. You can call me a bigot. I'm going to keep talking till I'm done talking. I'm only going to shut up when I feel like shutting up. So that's a problem for you. You know what you can do. I'm not trying to be mean. If it's a problem with you, go find that salacious liars, those liars that told you that this case is about child ex trafficking and Diddy being with minors and Diddy being gay and Diddy is sleeping with his mom. And Diddy, they actually, and they're mad at me, but you can listen to somebody who said Diddy was making love to his girlfriend and called out his mother's name. But you're mad at me when I said this is race. This is racist. But you can listen to the over-the-top, salacious stuff. There's tunnels underground, and there were parties under there, and then Jaguar Wright said she had to rescue somebody from Diddy's party, and that she had a videotape of it. And I need to shut up, but you can listen to this. I need to shut up. But Diddy makes love to his mom. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's the crazy thing. And that's the part. It's a hard thing because a lot of people, you'll be deemed a certain way. If you want to be open and have a real conversation about race, about different communities, sex, I mean, even gay and straight, they have a hard time just being open talking about it. But it's like avoidance. But it's something that we need to do or we'll never get past it. So we know not all white people, so people want to generalize it, are ignorant to the fact that racism exists. A lot of people do. And some that don't, I feel like, well, why are you making it race? It's not about race. We just educating you. This ain't about us trying to use the race card. We discussing how our people get treated. So you have a better understanding of it.
It's so ridiculous. People are ridiculous. I remember Jaguar Wright had a whole bunch of people in her chat, and she was talking about Jay-Z was after her, and they had to hide in the bathroom because he was outside the door. And I'm telling you, thousands of people in the chat, I'm in the bathroom. He's outside. He's coming for me.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the way. He's on the way in. Sherelle, shut up. We don't want to hear that they don't have no charges against Diddy. We want to hear about Jay-Z on the other side. And then Jay-Z got Jag pregnant. We want to hear that. Jaguar Wright. We want to hear that. We don't want to hear about stop letting these government officials pass laws behind your back and you not be aware of what they're doing. I don't want to hear that. What happened when Jay-Z got you pregnant? What happened, girl? Well, then I had to sneak in the party and I had to videotape. I'm not lying. Jaguar Wright says she has videotape of the freakouts. I had to get the videotape and we had to get the girl out. And I remember they drove up in a truck and we had to take her on the underground truck. Jaguar Wright's the truth. Shut up, Sherelle. Stop talking about a flawed system that's designed to go after Black people. You don't know what you're talking about. You're pulling the race card.
Yeah, and this really, to be honest with you, even though Diddy's on trial, a Black man, them putting him on trial don't make it racist on his face. But when they start to struggle, to me, they start to cross that line a little bit. When now you want to make something out of a Black juror and suggest that he may need to be removed, when you haven't proven shit to us. If you would have had an ironclad case, you probably wouldn't worry about the Black juror. But now it's almost like you're being desperate. I think we may have an update. Let me check.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, I don't see it yet.
Let me see this. Crazy Nancy. I have to label her now. Crazy Nancy, Nancy Grace, who we all know. Something wrong. Something wrong with Nancy Grace. Something is wrong with Nancy Grace. Talking about Diddy like she knows what she's talking about. Talking about how, oh, guess what I found out? Diddy's name came up in the Tupac case. First of all, you're a decade late. You getting people's names wrong and the story mixed up. So I'm just gonna call you a liar. You think it's funny to eat Tootsie Rolls on camera because you heard that Diddy had a little, this is what she had, a little wiener. She is destructive to the Black race. She's making a mockery out of, she's eating Tootsie Rolls. Didn't they say you had a little teeny wiener? We're not going to talk about all the fat you got going when you stand up. We're not going to talk about your hair looks like you went through a fucking car wash. We're not going to talk about you are a nut job. You're making a mockery out of this case. Then you go find some ignorant Black people to help you. She's up there eating Tootsie Rolls because she heard that Diddy has a little bitty wiener. Okay. Brian says, can you estimate percentage of your work, business and personal? Perez says, I say personal was 1%. Steele, Mr. Combs needed help connection to Bluetooth. He said yes. Steele, he was not very high tech. He says he was not. I mean, listen, there are a lot of white people who help Black people. Matter of fact, they help Hispanic. We don't see too many Black people in these new protests because, you know, we got to sit this one out because we told y'all. We got to sit it out. But Brian Steele is one of those people. He didn't he get convicted, held in contempt, and had to go to jail a night?
I think he did.
Like, when I'm talking about race, I have sense enough to know not all white people are racist. All of my moderators are what? White. They know what I'm talking about. I got white friends, Freddie from overseas. He knows that there's a sickness in the United States called racism, and he comes on to support me. It has to be talked about, has to be dealt with.
Yep, and that's the part people don't want to talk about. I'm saying, like, and people will say, yeah, because it's the heart, and people at this point, as an adult, you should already form your opinion and got it. But to actually hear it from a Black person telling you this and analyzing it, maybe it's tough at first. But if we don't have these conversations, nobody will ever get it. Go ahead.
Okay. Brian Steele's talking, the guy that helps Black people, you know. He says, Mr. Combs was working on an album very hard, right? He said, yes. You and KK and Mr. Combs were close, right? He said, yes. Steele, but you are not saying it was actual. He said, I am not. Child, they act like Diddy stuff with everybody, even the assistants. It's just getting ridiculous. The Southern District of New York should be embarrassed. I've covered a lot of cases. I enjoy covering cases. I don't think anybody has lost this bad in a long time. If you do not bring KK on this stand, who is a co-conspirator, what am I to believe? Why isn't she on the stand? Why aren't you talking about her trial? Why aren't you going into her background? I know KK owns a house in North Carolina and an apartment in LA. We did a thorough background check on her. We went all over her IG and everything when the case first came out, because that's what we do. We go into people's background and we figure out what's going on so we can understand the story better. Why is she wiped from the internet now? Can anybody tell me in the chat? Why is KK wiped from the internet, not being put on the stand to tell us firsthand what she did? I'm tired of somebody telling me what she did. Perez, you can stop talking. We don't want to hear from you. We want to hear it from her. Go ahead, Perry.
Okay, I want to thank Travis for the super sticker. And then thanks to Tony. I was just trying to catch up. But no, I'm just saying this. We can keep going back with the KK based off allegations or things that people are assuming, information that they're assuming that she can give. They haven't proved this shit. And she can come on there, but what can they ask her? They got the assistant on right now. They thought they had the smoking GUN. Oh, yeah, I went down to the door and pick up some drugs for him. Then Steele came back and said, hey, you don't work for a lot of celebrities. Was that business or personal? Personal. Okay, go ahead.
Steele, the argument you saw on FaceTime, was it verbal, argumentative, not physical as you saw it? Right? He said, right. Attorney, you learned it was about jealousy. He said, yes. Jane was very jealous. Objection sustained. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, so that's what they bringing him on. We're assuming that they got a case. What if the reason why they ain't bringing KK on, because they ain't shit to ask her. No, I'm just saying, what have they proved? Baby oil in garage. Istroglide in the garage. Weapons in a weapons safe. Or security room. Steele just laid it out. Weapons around, even with other celebrities. Security guards have weapons also. Now, when they asked the amount of drugs, it was an objection to it, but small amounts. If it was a higher amount, they would have told you. That would have been, something to talk about. They don't really have anything. People want to just keep hanging their head on this RICO. Yes. Did he have prostitutes? Yes. Did he fly people out? If that's what you want to do to try to hang this man on, go for it, right? But why ain't you getting the ones who were soliciting, who flew their ass out to be a hoe? It should be some charges laid there too. But no, we just going after the black man. In this case, the black man. That's what you going after. Hell.
Yeah, because also too,
47 ain't got no RICO. No, I'm just gonna keep it real. And funny money done went with his businesses. People have got paid from his account, business account. So I'm just saying, people, if you can't see this a far stretch, yes, is Diddy guilty of a lot of shit? Yes. These charges are too much and the shit they trying to do to him. That's all we saying. And people need to back the hell up a little bit because racism is real. Now, we can't argue racism when the case first started, but now that they losing, to kick a black jury off, it make you wonder. It make you wonder why you picked the black one. Why is he a problem now when your case just start to fall apart? These damn witnesses you got on the damn stand, they have a motive. They all have either a bitter employee or trying to set up where they could sell. Then they got the same story that Cassie had based off her successful settlement lawsuit. They have had meetings with it. It sounds like the witness has been coached to say a certain thing. Just go ahead, Sherelle.
I don't even know. Somebody's at our front door.
Oh, okay. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. I didn't told y'all before, like, if I don't know you, I don't answer the door. All right, let's see. I don't see any updates.
It's Amazon, Sherelle.
Oh, is it for me? I told you I have an obsession with Amazon. I get so excited. I have an addiction to online shopping. I love the whole process. You order it online, you order the tracker, right? You watch it every day to see when it's coming. Something's wrong with me. Stop texting me. Stop texting me. You're a mess. Stop texting before I put you on blast. Here we go. Steele says, you are about the same age as Jane. He said, yes. Steele, was Jane a strong and independent woman? He said, yes. Steele, you made purchases in X stores with the company credit card. She says, I did. Attorney, but you don't know if Combs paid. He says, I don't. Does it have my name on it?
Huh?
Does it have my name on it?
I went to the restroom. I said I'd go in a few minutes.
Oh.
And and you love the whole process. Well, finish out the process, right? Don't get scared after when the doorbell rings. You see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, finish it out. Excited. Not afraid. Who's that? Who's that?
No, I don't know who it was. All right, here we go. Brian still says, you are about, oh, I read that. Child, Perry, leave me alone. I agree with Perry. Perry, this is yours. Go ahead, read that.
Yeah, I agree with Perry. 47 definitely should have had a RICO and definitely needs one for this term. He's using the government as his enterprise and is profiting from foreign money. Absolutely correct. But it's nothing said. And look, people, this ain't a black thing. I'm not just saying it because he's black. I'm just saying fairness. The biggest argument blacks have in the United States is just fairness. Why the fuck you pull me over and then leave because you didn't have no reason when other 15 whites rolled past and you didn't pull them over? So let's not be in denial. Go ahead, Sherelle.
Brian still says the hotel was put in your name. You had to go in to set up the room, right? He said yes. And if the room was registered as Sean Combs, there might be cameras outside, right? He said, right. Child, they put the room in his name. Anyway, too, let me tell you something. I don't know about you guys, but I follow pop culture. I follow politics and everything, just so I know what's going on and what happens, when is the right move to make decisions and when's not. Like, nobody has said the word recession, but you have to be totally in denial if you don't realize we're in a recession.
Okay.
You have to be like, some people don't want to handle the truth. We are in a recession that affects how you spend your money, where you spend your money, or if you make any money at all, because you could be getting laid off. Companies aren't making money. This causes layoff. They're not bringing in the same type of money. This causes a steep decline in YouTube revenue because nobody's buying commercials. Okay, this is how it works. I have been honest about this since the beginning. Bloggers are losing money at a fast rate. I think it was Agent Zero said he made $100,000 less this month than he used to. So everybody's taking a steep dive. Your numbers might look the same, but you're not getting paid the same. I'm not ashamed to talk about this. I'm not lying. It's the God's honest truth. Okay, so I used to come on, let's just say me, and I would do, I don't know, 5 videos a week, right? Let's just say, for the sake of this video, let's say I was pulling in 20,000 a month, right? 10, it goes to 10, right? Automatically, and I can work just as hard, and we're at 10. But let's go through a slow period that we do. So that 10 turns into, I don't know, under $9,000. Let's say, so now I'm bringing home $9,000 a month. And people, remember this. When you make more money, you spend more money. It sounds impressive and like, oh, that's no. Your bills go up, okay? Your bills go up. So we're all living, Money doesn't grow on trees. We're all working hard for our money. This forces some people, I got to pay the rent. I'm going to say Diddy slept with his mama. So I'm doing this for money. Money. But some really honest, delicate souls believe that Diddy slept with his mom. Not realizing this is a money grab. This is a money grab.
Yeah.
You make up some shit like that.
Yep.
Because if I could keep lying to you, telling you stories, then maybe I could pay my rent this month. This is how it all works.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, buy a new set of heels.
This is how it works. We are not making the same amount of money because we're in a recession, but they don't say the R word on TV.
Mm-mm.
But we've been in a recession about a year now. Come on.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, you see that every time you go to the grocery store.
oh my
Shit.
God. Don't talk about food because that sets me off too. Okay. It sets me off, people. They don't even want you to eat.
Nope.
You can't even eat. And you talking about Diddy, you got your own problems. Everybody does. Smoking, you can't smoke no more. That's an arm and a leg. You over there sharing a cigarette with the neighbor.
And then Callie was right. She says, and taxes are crazy when you make that much. It really is. I mean, the shit don't get no cheaper. That's why I think a lot of people did, well, you know, certain classes vote for him for a break. But, you know, I mean, the hell with the break. I'm looking for fairness. And I don't like seeing nobody being mistreated, whether it's my race or not. Because what's happening with all these deportations is out of control. And I definitely.
Oh my gosh. I got a really quick update. It says, we propose this exhibit. Objection. Judge says, do we need a sidebar? He said, there are a number of objections. We probably do need a sidebar. They just showed a picture of Kanye walking out. I guess he stayed for lunch. I wonder if he talked to Diddy.
Well, I just know I had seen where he walked out, where I think King walked out, shook his hand, and walked in the courtroom with him. I seen that.
Okay, I guess he did an interview. An interview from Inner City Press. Okay, that's cool, Kanye. Kanye can be cool sometimes. Don't get it twisted. Sometimes when he ain't high. No, I'm just joking. Just a joke. Just a joke. That was cool. Anyway, yeah, so it's a lot going on. Sherelle, you are spitting straight facts. Thank you. Some of the bloggers are straight up lying. I mean, times are hard. Times is hard, but you don't do that. Times are hard. Do I just go rob a liquor store? Times are hard. We got to get through it. We got to get through it.
And you definitely don't throw your community under the bus unless you just one of those people who thought you was above them anyway.
Someone said 47 didn't do this.
Do what? I don't know what you're talking about, but let's not get sidetracked with that. We can
Okay.
save that for tomorrow.
I just don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know.
Ish, I might be LOL. I mean, times are tough. We have to recognize that. We can't go in the dark, bury our head in the sands. Times are tough. If you are sharing a cigarette with a neighbor, it's time to quit. I'm saying, you over there talking about you get 10 puffs, I'll get 10 puffs. You know, we can make it last. You over there sharing a cigarette with the neighbor. And that's right. Perry, how much are cigarettes now?
Shit, I don't smoke them, but I imagine at least 10 bucks. Here I've been like in New York, they probably $18. Shit, that shit expensive.
When did cigarettes get to be $10? I remember them being $2.
I mean, they've been $10 for years and years. I'm just saying, and that's out here. But New York, that's how people would go to other states to pick them up and bring them back to New York because New York, that shit was expensive. Even Maryland, because we left Virginia, go up to Maryland. I think cigarettes was $6. I went to see my sister in Maryland. I was like, what? $10 and something. I almost stopped. Shit.
You have to pay $10 a box approximately to give yourself cancer. I'm just joking. I want Perry to stop. Okay.
Don't get me started. I mean, people pay more for food for it to mess them up.
Jane thought times were tough. She had to do what she had to do. Okay.
You know what?
Trying to get it in.
And last night too, I was watching Dennis Byron show, right? And I like his show for this reason. He upfront, but he's fair. And he was just talking about how they want to get Diddy to build this RICO by saying it's financial fraud, like financial fraud, like coercion, right? But he's like, well, that's for a person that don't have anything and you using leverage over them. Diddy shouldn't have to have paid her rent when she said on the stand herself she made $50,000 a month of OnlyFans for only like 1 or 2 shows. And we wasn't in court, right? For only 1 or 2 shows. So now you got the jurors up there missing work, regular job 9 to 5, and probably ain't making 50 a year. And you up here laying on your back twice a week. No, I'm just saying. Twice a week. And how lazy can you be? You spend more time at the freak offs. It made me believe you enjoyed that part because you got a variety. You got a variety, right? 2 days a month. Damn, child. I mean, you had a good 15 more days in you. You didn't need that.
I don't think she was aware how stupid she sound. You spend $10,000 a month. You can't find a cheaper place than that. You seemed really guilty and out of touch, ma'am. Very guilty.
She can afford that kind of place. She's just greedy and a freak too on top of it. Because there's no excuse. I was forced to do it. But then when you get a break, you could have left. The man tried to pay you to leave. You demanded $450,000 for y'all breakup. You wanted $100,000 per year you wasted, right? He didn't give her the money, but it shows you he was willing to let you go. The next week, rang. A couple times she don't drove off to go and pick up something. She could have just kept driving. These people aren't victims like you think they are. They're money grubbing hoes. That's it.
I can't.
Diddy's a freak, and they money grubbing. You know, only thing they want to do is see that purse fill up, maybe a new purse, then legs up. Just keeping it real. It's Friday. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. I'm just gonna tell you how it is. I mean, you ladies know what y'all got to bring the boys to the yard.
Oh my God. Something is so wrong with you. I don't know how I did it for 34 years. Somebody pray for me. Something's wrong with him. And where did you get that little dumbass? Child, I can't. But anyway, I said my piece. What y'all got to say? Nelson's still here. Perry he's out of control. He hasn't changed, nephew. He has not changed. Matter of fact, Nelson's not my real nephew. I met him how many years ago? He's been in our chat.
We've been known him forever.
For like years. He's been in my chat for years. He is my adopted nephew.
Right.
Because my family's like, you ain't got no nephew named Nelson? That's what we call each other. Perry speaks facts. Perry is out of his.
And one thing about it, we ain't biased. I love my nephew Nelson, even though he attended the Diddy parties. I love him.
Perry, stop. What's wrong with him? Let's see. Nelson, listen. Here's Nelson. Why would I leave? I'm adopted. Yes, nephew. We left the key under the doormat. Come on in. You are adopted. Let's see. Hi, Yvette. Perry's so real and can't never get him to change his mind. Once he made it up, it's a wrap. Something wrong with him. I have to deal with this
Look.
every day. Perry, Jane had too many faces. You think Jane had too many face reconstruction? I don't think he can have another one for a while.
Hold, back up. Y'all don't think she was naturally that pretty?
Come on, Perry. Stop.
No, you know what though?
Perry,
I'm a
stop.
fool. I'm a fool. I just thought she was a cute leg raiser.
Perry, she said that she takes great pride in keeping her appearance up. Now that means I got to do what I got to do. That's what that means.
I thought she'd go to gym, lift weights.
She do.
Mm-hmm. No, for real. I didn't. Well, maybe something, but I didn't know that. Never mind.
The Punisher is on Vlad. Now the Punisher is looking for some type of attention. He been everywhere. Okay, the Punisher is on Vlad talking about the fish threatened him to make him testify.
Is that the one who said his penis won't get rise no more? Is that the one, or that was the other one? Somebody
What?
Someone writing a book and said they had a limp penis or something.
Perry, stop lying. Nobody said that. Perry.
No, real. Now go back. One of them said that they had a problem getting it up. Was that the? Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was another entertainer. I don't know. Somebody did. Am I right, people? Because you always assume I'm lying.
Oh, Tiffany said that's him. He writing a book. What is he writing a book about?
Freezer meat. And that was somebody just said freezer meat. Because I remember him saying it, something stiff. And then I guess he couldn't get it stiff. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Just don't get me started, caught up in that freakiness.
What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I don't want to see the Punisher anymore. You're trying to be the Kobe Bryant of the hookers, and we're over you, Punisher. Okay? Don't Vlad TV pay for interviews? Here he go. That's what I'm saying. These people, they get on this interview circuit and they get really, really good money. So these stories, the Punisher stories are going to get juicier and juicier and juicier. And the next thing I know, y'all going to be calling the Punisher the truth.
You know, are they still on this damn sidebar?
Why would we want a book for a person, an escort that slept with? Was it Jane or Cassie? One of them. I don't even care. Crazy. He's writing a book.
You're gonna tell us how he walked in the room. Well, I don't give a shit. How you walked in the room?
What? That's what I'm talking. This is for money. What is going to be in the book? I was dressed like Spider-Man. I came down the pole. What could possibly be in this book? You're not famous, sir. You're doing interviews. You're getting paid for these interviews. You're writing a book. Who's gonna buy that book besides Perry?
Put some respect on his name. He's the Punisher. Everybody heard of Superman. He's trying to put his name on the calendar. The Punisher.
Rondika, girl, don't get me started. He'll strike my video. He will, but okay. In the worst kind of way, the worst. In Jane's culture, it's frowned upon to have bad skin. Now it's triggered. She's got, when it was questioned about her, it's frowned to have bad skin. I know that, I don't know what nationality she is. She's Asian, but I don't know, like maybe Korean or Filipino, maybe. Yeah, something like that. But they got a lot of rules over there in Korea about these K-pop groups. Have you heard about their stars unaliving themselves?
Because the pressure. That's your son.
Oh,
he's off today.
My heart dropped.
Sherelle, stop watching all those movies. Murder, She Wrote, Wives with Knives, especially Wives with Knives. I'm starting to think you might be up to something.
Someone says she's Filipino. So I was telling y'all. So I had the blessing from my family to moved to California at an early age. California, I always put it down. I tear it down. I tear it down because I'm sick of it. But it was a blessing growing up there. We had, when I was younger, they had magnet schools. And it was really important back then to have racially balanced schools. And I do believe this was under the Clinton administration. And so they had, and that's why charter schools were created, because they were doing magnet schools back then. I don't know if they still have magnet schools, but okay.
I'm a tumbo. Look like my tumbo, don't I? With my finger.
I says they're back. Judge says you may proceed, but without showing this exhibit to the public in the gallery. Mr. Seal says, so Mr. Perez. Attorney says, make sure all the screens are turned off. He says they were turned off. Mr. Chill says, these are between you and ... Jane. What did you say to her? So I was really raised around all cultures. And I had a Philippine friend. There's a lot of Filipinos in California. There's a lot of everything in California. That's why when they say that Beverly Hills is all white, it's just not true. But in the Filipino community, they have this food. It's like some kind of meat on the inside and maybe some vegetables. Then they roll it up and fry it. It's not like a burrito though. It's like, and it's about this big. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? And I used to pig out on those. It's about this big and you fry them. I don't know. I used to, here, got an update. I was setting up a King's night. This is Perez. And she was telling me what to get. Still says, she is cooperating in setting it up. She was cooperating. He said, here, the chef says he's making her avocado toast. She asked for hot tea and honey to go with heart emojis. And you replied, he said, I loved it. Now, can we just, what are you guys getting out of today's testimony? Oh my God. What are we moved? That's it. That's what I used to eat. When I was in like 7th or 8th grade, my friends would cook that. I don't even know how to say it. Lupia, but I remember seeing it. I used to eat that in high school.
Lupia, I think. Lupia.
Did you ever eat some, Perry?
Oh, yeah. Original from when I was in the Philippines, I used to eat it. It's good.
Oh, you actually went to the Philippines.
Yeah.
Here it is. And let me tell you guys this. There is beauty in diversity. Why would you want the country all white? Why would he want that? I like diversity. The same stuff over and over again. America is a nation of immigrants. Hello. We're a nation of immigrants. Huh?
I went on pause for a second. I'm talking to my nephew. But you said, what did she get out of what that she would get out of it? No. What did we get out of his testimony?
Yeah.
That guacamole toast make her horny. Me so horny. I love you a long time. Okay, I'm gonna talk to my nephew. I'll be back in a minute.
Your real nephew?
Mario, yeah.
Oh, okay. Something is wrong with lumpia. I haven't had it in years. Vegas is not as diverse as California. California has its good points. I always talk bad about it because I'm over it and I grew up there and I take advantage of it because it's really sweet. Hold on. Steele says, and you wrote, he said, I wrote, have a good flight and dinner. I want photos of you and the voluntary redacted gang. Okay. I want our country to go back to the way I grew up. I probably had one of the best childhoods ever. I lived in between San Diego and LA. I would go to one of the two every weekend. Love the nightlife in California. Was raised around a lot of Hollywood people, a lot. That's why I'm not so impressed with it. It has its bad points, but California is, and hopefully will always be, a melting pot. And it's laid back living. Everybody said people are so laid back in California. It's true. And I wish the whole nation was like that again. This is just bad times we're going through. Halo is a Filipino restaurant in Vegas. I have to go. I haven't had it since I was a kid. What you call it again? I have to go back. I'm going to go get some. Is the trial done for the day, or are we on a break? We are on a break. Sidebar, to be exact.
I think he just asked him one simple question about what did he say before she took off.
We're on a sidebar.
Okay.
I find today's testimony very boring, unnecessary. There was no learning anything different that we had been talking about in the previous weeks. But I don't know if you guys are noticing also too, people are losing interest in the case. So if you go to people's comment sections, that's where you find all the stuff out. They're losing interest in the case. People are saying Diddy's being overcharged. The prosecution looks really bad. And it's just not the way they presented to us that this case was going to be. I mean, I'm looking at, they released Diddy's phone calls yesterday, 9,000 views. People are losing interest because we realized we were hoodwinked. All them lies, not one appeared in court. Not one. He's going to get out. Maybe, I don't know. You know how people think. I can't say he's going to get out. Maybe, I don't know, but I'm joining the crowd. Go look in the comment sections. They're not talking about Diddy. It used to be Diddy story after Diddy story after Diddy story, Diddy. And now it's like, and they're not getting as many views. People are bored. We were lied to. This isn't the trial of the century. How many times are we going to talk about baby oil? They are. Yes, they are building baby oils and Astroglide. Child, what the hell? What the hell, Leon? Perry. So I always go into other people's chat, look at their comment section, go to all the popular blogs. Nobody cares about this case anymore.
Yeah, it's some high and low points, and then people starting to. I think people are ready for it to be over. Either going to be found guilty or innocent or mistrial, however you look at it. I think people are just ready to move on. I mean, hell, the shit been going on for the last year.
Yeah.
It's a long time.
So he said he's already done enough time. I mean, how long has he been there? A long time. Like, come up with something or let this man go.
Maybe 9
Little
months.
Rod has been there every day. Why is Little Rod there?
He still got his lawsuit.
He's realizing that lawsuit may not come to light. I don't think that lawsuit's going to work. He's got how many? You know what I do want? I want the public to keep their eyes on Tony Busby, okay? Because I told you guys from day one that Tony Busby is a crook. And they were like, he's the truth. Tony Busby is the truth. I realized when he blackmailed Jay-Z, he's not the truth. He also likes to go after rich African-American men and does what Tyrone Blackburn does. If you don't pay me, I'll release this. I'll release that. He was another cancer in this case. He was just as bad as Jaguar Wright. And they want to point fingers at each other. You were just as bad, sir. How many lawsuits did he file on Diddy? Anonymously. Jane Doe. Jane Doe, we'll tell you when we get to it. Trying to smear his name. Here we go. Still says, she wrote to you. He's looking for smoke, and you wrote, coming, question mark. Perez says, yes. Judge, this is Steele talking to the judge. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions. Judge, asked the prosecution, do you? She says, was getting those things for Jane part of your job? He said, yes. You're making Brian Steele look boring. Brian Steele can put on a show. Okay, I love him. He can put on a show. Y'all making Brian Steele look bad because it's nothing new. We are beating a dead horse. Nothing new. Nothing new. And the prosecution should be ashamed of themselves. No one else is going to say it. They're like, oh, it's a shoe-in. He's definitely going to win. I mean, oh my God, Diddy's going to jail for life. Yay. No,
Yeah.
he's not.
I mean, Steele cleared up a lot of things. You know, he used their witness testimony to say the things he did was normal things you do as an assistant.
I know.
Yeah. So that's why I'm just telling you, like, nobody know what the outcome is because that's the chance you take when you go to court. You never know. Guilty people have been released. Innocent people have been charged. You just never know. You don't want to flip the coin. So when people say they know what's
had it though, Perry. They had the world looking. Everybody was on their side. Hang Diddy, hang Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Now they look so dumb.
Well, and I get it too from the people who have been listening to these stories, all these weird ass stories for the last year, right? You listen to them, that's what you got in your mind. You're like, no, he got to go. He don't did all this. But at trial, none of these things are coming up. Then one got to think, if all these people knew so much and had nothing but the truth, why aren't they on the stand testifying? They don't have nothing to add to it. They just made money off embellishing their stories. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You think we're gonna wrap up soon, Perry?
In a week? Well, no, I think for sure, I think we'll be done by the end of this month. If they wrap up by next week, I don't think the defense will be on there for a week. And hell, they might be finished the following Tuesday or Wednesday. Because ain't much they got to say. They'll be getting ready for the closing arguments.
Gloria said Johnson, a white Diddy, the same thing using towards messing with white boys, and he's out. They're not talking about him. Diddy, she at least got out on bond. Who's Johnson? Another case, maybe?
Yeah, she said, yeah. I mean, but I'd like to know his name if they got it so we can pull it up.
Question, and this is Samizer. This is the prosecution. Did you ever set up king nights on vacation? No. Attorney, we can turn the public screen back. Thank you. This item, new hookah, is that personal? Not necessarily. Attorney, and the baby oil, personal. Attorney, part of your job? Yes. Oh my God.
Oh, okay, why are they boring me to death? It's Friday. We should be turning up, people. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit can become depressing.
Mm-hmm.
On my Father's Day weekend, well, my wife's gonna drive me around, do a lot of nice things for me. We got to head into the weekend with this shit.
Oh my God.
You know.
I mean, it really took a nosedive this week. The case was interesting at first. We've got to update. Brian Sills says, was it TriStar which designated the payments, not you, right? He says, right. He says, nothing further, Your Honor. Let me see the attorneys at a sidebar. We're going to go home. We're going to go home. We're going to go home, y'all. I mean,
it's almost 3:30.
Perry's nothing else more to talk about. They are dragging this out.
I know, but they might can bring on one more witness.
Who?
Well, I don't know. I mean, one to get out their list. We got an hour, and typically, I mean, what they got It's just a hope and a prayer. So they just throw somebody up there and say, well, I brung him baby oil. That's all. I got to go. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I'm tired of the baby oil. I don't even want to see the baby section.
Oh God, what happened? What y'all talking about? Bye, troll. So we had a troll. Thank you guys. Y'all be looking out. What happened? Sherelle, just order an Uber or driver for Perry's father, or maybe one of your sons will drive. Y'all messy.
No, she
I'm
needs to
gonna do
show
it.
Ebony,
Look.
she needs to show her appreciation.
Y'all know the judge is going to send everyone home. I feel like it's coming. It's coming. It's nothing else to talk about. Today was the worst day. Let me go ahead and give you a synopsis before he says go. It was the worst day. They're getting worse by the day. Even public outlets now are saying there's no RICO here. And you guys remember, that's been with us since day one. You've been here, Yvette. People said RICO, RICO all over the place, RICO. And now you finally have other attorneys saying, RICO, not so much. So this is a big embarrassment for the government. It's an embarrassment.
Yep.
And they ought to be ashamed of themselves.
I mean, anytime you get to know it's bad, when you raid, look, people, and I'm being honest when I say this again. When you raid 3 mansions.
Oh, not again.
I don't know the total of bedrooms it would be in all 3, but a lot. And you come out with a pair of 7-inch heels, 900 bottles, 901 bottles of baby oil, because they found one in the one mansion, 1 bottle. So 901 bottles of baby oil. A couple weapons that were stored in a weapon security, either safe or a room. What else do they have? A dildo, by the way.
Yeah.
They didn't say whether it was used, old, whatever. They didn't give a color. They just had a dildo. That's it. And a couple of lying ass hoes on the stand. Come on, people. Like, granted, that's sort of where we at.
Oh my God, you guys. Please stop. Perry, this has been a terrible day. Terrible day. Anybody who tells you it's locked in the bag, he's going to jail, what a great job they did today. I sat here and read you the messages.
Mm-hmm.
Embarrassment. It's an embarrassment.
But I want to thank everybody for rolling with us all week.
Thank you, guys. I know. You got judged. This is your boy. This is your boy right here. This has been an embarrassment to the prosecution. And they have destroyed the Southern District of New York. You guys are not what you used to be. 47 said, you're not going to do me twice. And so he got rid of them. And now, no, if you have to go to the Southern District, you better start praying, because they're not as good as they used to be. They are not.
Now, Soupbone says the baby oil should sue them for defamation. Now, this is a serious question, though.
Yes.
Serious question. Do you think baby oil stock went up or it went down?
Perry.
Because a lot of people are curious. And I almost bet you right now, I think it's 6 women prosecutors. They don't stop by Walmart and got some baby oil.
Child.
That's what I'm thinking.
Let's see. Hi, Lisa. She's so sweet.
What's up, Lisa?
Thank you for being our ride or die in Perry's Pete. You are probably the mod that's here the most. Lisa, if you got something to do, you can do things. She is a ride or die. Thank you, though, for just being with us. It's been a long time now.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Long time. It's my ride or die. See who else we got in the chat. I keep seeing this person's name because his name is Marv. Baby oil is my new body lotion, child. Hey, Eugene, you're another ride or die. How you doing?
What's up,
Baby
Eugene?
oil stock went up, Perry, child. What is the, I mean, we've been hearing about baby oil, baby oil, baby oil, but today was an embarrassment.
They're back.
They're back.
And I bet you can't even buy 7-inch heels probably sold out.
It says they're back. Attorney says we moved to introduce these exhibits under seal. Judge says granted. Jurors, you may leave for the weekend.
Oh Lord.
Jurors, you may leave for the weekend. Don't talk or read about the case. Good thing Perry's not on the stand because he said he would have read about it anyway.
Well, no, I'm saying I wouldn't talk about it in public, but I damn sure be catching up over the weekend.
It says jurors leave. The judge says juror number 6 under the Fizio case, Second Circuit District, have broad discretion. I think they're getting ready to release juror number 6. Let's see. Uh-oh. Is that what he was waiting for Friday night so he wouldn't get the backlash?
I'm not sure if they mean they about ready to do it or not. We're gonna see.
You guys, they're talking about juror number 6. I think they're getting ready to release them because the prosecution has no other case. Now let's dismantle the jury. Let's just dismantle them. Let's get rid of Black people on the jury. And this isn't going to be the only one. It's a part of their strategy now. They look like fools and they're trying to save faith. Not faith. Trying to save face.
They done bring all these personal assistants up there and really haven't got anything besides the one who said that she was touched a couple of times. The one that I personally believe just was trying to elevate her job performance and slept with Diddy a couple of times behind Cassie's back.
Okay. Judge says in the morning when we addressed this, I said, based on the record, I was not sure an injury was needed. During the breaks, I looked at the transcripts from the robing room, that's the judge's chambers, and from something Dyer, this is not evidence of bias. Okay, he's getting ready to release juror number 6. You guys,
or is he okay? Well, maybe. Well, we'll see.
Maybe this is my prediction. He's going to release juror number 6, and people can't complain about it until Monday morning. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, this is what I'm thinking when he says there is not evidence of bias. I think he could be talking to the prosecution.
Oh, I hope so.
Do you see what I'm saying now?
I see what you're saying.
Right.
Wow, we're in suspense. Hurry up.
Let's see.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then if it doesn't go, if he releases this juror, then you guys come on over to We Don't Like Judge Subramanian. He's been a terrible judge the whole damn time. All he worries about is getting out on time. This should have been taken care of days ago. It should have been taken care of last week. And here we are, Friday night, right before it's time to go home. This is unprofessional.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's see what's up.
Right before we go home, let's see what happens. Hope Perry's right. Because it's been the same juror. He didn't do anything that anybody else didn't do. And now you've got all these complaints. And if they released it, then the prosecution should really be ashamed of themselves. You have no case, and so let's dismantle the juror. But what do you want, an all-white jury? Here we go. The judge says the juror indicated me moved to New Jersey with his girlfriend. It may not be permanent, but has been for the past few weeks. That was initially. There was a long break to confer. When the juror returned, the court asked and said, 4 to 5 days a week in New York.
So it sounds like he might be staying.
That's what you think?
Well, I mean, because when he says not biased, and you saying that, like, I don't know how he could be explaining to the defense it's not biased.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't claiming anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's the prosecution that's claiming something. You know, baby, that the guy is biased. Why would the defense claim that the guy was biased? That's just my thought. But let's just wrap this thing up so I can sleep on it over the weekend. Is he going or is he staying? I'm thinking he's saying that he's staying and trying to break it to the prosecution nice and slowly. What you guys think? Is he talking about, is this guy going to get released or not? Renee says, yes, and now they are saying he doesn't reside in New York.
He can't go visit a girlfriend. He can't. I mean, this is ridiculous. This should have been taken care of when it was first brought up. And they're just going to go down the list one by one. They got to get rid of, and I believe it's 4 African American men. If they release one, there will be 3 left, and they'll have a problem with them too.
Mm-hmm. They probably go through some kind of thing this weekend and evict the other blacks out their place. So in about another week or so, they can say that they ain't residents neither. Come on now. I mean, they got the jury notice some type of way. Where was this jury notice sent out to them at? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Mhm.
And then are you telling me that I can't go 15 minutes across the line once I'm on the jury? If you're on the jury, you there. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's just
no.
not making sense. Oh, you can't move until this case is over with.
It's crazy. He probably didn't want to be on the jury anyway, because remember, people were lying so they wouldn't be on the jury.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, they are leaving us hanging. Come on, I'm on CNN. I'm on Inner City. I'm on Jules Mancy. Somebody tell me something.
Because like I know earlier they was like, oh well, they thought they had it solved in the prosecution. Well, we need you to go in. Because the judge went and talked to him. Then now they come back and let them know. Well, when they finished, the prosecution wanted him to go and talk to him again. And after a while, you'll say F it if they keep talking to you every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. And after what took place yesterday was a disgrace. We sat here 2 hours. Here we go, you guys. It says, judge says, in the roaming room, he said the daughter lived in New Jersey. Then he said in the Bronx with his aunt. In the voir dire, he said he lived with his girlfriend who lives in New Jersey. These are inconsistent. There's more in the U.S. letter, not in the docket. And that was the judge. Let's see what else he says.
Now it sounds like he about ready to kick them off.
I told you. I told you. The problem with that is he waited till Friday, a whole week later, right before the weekend. Hopefully it's not that bad. And then on Monday, we've already talked about it. It's out our system. It's never going to be out my system. That's the first thing I'm going to talk about. Oh, you guys. Oh, this is just.
Because I thought they vetted all of them before, at that point. I mean, the big ass questionnaires, and they got to approve them or kick them out, all that. But let's see.
Hold on, Perry. My battery's about to die.
Yeah, because Rhonda Johnson said that, he's going to be released.
He's going to be released.
And see, that's what I didn't want. Something to put this trial in jeopardy of one way or the other. I didn't want the judge to come out and declare a mistrial when you didn't understand, let it try to go through its course. But I didn't want no shit like this to happen either if he was to get kicked off.
I keep refreshing this page. Hurry up. Just do it. Rip off the Band-Aid if you're going to send them home. Do it. I think this judge is just, they're saying he's the more modern judge. I don't like him. It's like having my 21-year-old son as the judge.
Why didn't the prosecution say this before? Exactly, Perry. No, I'm just saying, like, both sides, like, I'm just trying to be fair here. I wouldn't like it if the defense went and pulled the same stunt. I'll be saying the same thing. I don't want y'all to think I'm just saying it for the prosecution. I'll be saying the same thing because, hell, you went through it, and they have you fill out a big-ass questionnaire and then go through a whole bunch of series of questions. If you didn't vet them, then, look, seems sort of shady to me. He's lying. The witness can't be lying too. He's lying. Oh, yeah. If he's lying, the witnesses can be lying too. Yeah. I was like, can we kick their ass out too? Are they testimony? Well, whatever. Did he officially move, change his residence, or is he visiting his girlfriend?
Looks like he moved. It looks like he hasn't gave them a concrete address. Yeah, address is the problem. So he's saying he's all over the place. But did he say that in the question? Here we got an update. It says the court does not feel further inquiry is required. The reason we have alternate jurors is if questions arrive. When there's a question like this, removal of the juror is required. The juror will be dismissed. He should not return on Monday.
Wow.
Well, one black down, 3 more to go.
Wow.
One black down, 3 more to go.
Wow. Like, I don't know. I mean, and that's the shit I'm talking about. Well,
this should have been vetted. This should have been vetted. You don't go into trial with false information.
Wow.
This is the court's fault. You don't go into trial with a shady juror. You didn't check this out before he was called to be a juror. Here we are this late in the game. Oh, by the way, he happens to be a Negro.
Yeah.
They have no case. None.
And I'm wondering this, since they come going down this road, if the case go through its whole completion and they was to charge him, either free him or charge him, could one of them go and pull all the jury stuff later and find out if one of them was lying, then call it a mistrial after the ruling? No, I don't know. It's just not making sense to me.
I don't know, but Maureen Comey is a joke. Your joke, you have no evidence. I told you you went to daddy crying. Daddy has a problem with people with melanin in their skin also. And he told you, go for the jury, dismantle the jury.
He could have made the call. As far as we know, he could have made a call in place. We don't know.
This is unbelievable. One black down, 3 more to go. And we're going to get rid of all them people because we need to change the goalpost for Rico, and we need to not look like a fool because today the prosecutions embarrassed themselves.
Now, you know what, though? For real, I was having fun with the case, like just going back and forth, just debating it. But see, shit like this do put me in a different mood.
Okay.
Attorney Xavier Donald, this is Diddy's attorneys. Let me make a record. We didn't want an inquiry because we might have a chilling effect. It is very, very common to have a girlfriend in New Jersey or vice versa. You should have been allowed to explain. These jurors have been attentive. He's mad. Now, he didn't say he didn't have a residence in New York. He said his girlfriend lived in New Jersey and he was there more than 4 or 5 days a week.
Wow.
Am I pulling the race card now? Sherelle always says bad stuff about Black people. She pulls the race card. Am I pulling the race card now? Let them hurry up and release so I can start my weekend. I am done with this case. I don't even know if I'm going to continue to follow it. It is just, thank you. I don't know if I'm going to continue this case. It's really hard to sit there and know what they're really doing, what the real goal is. It's hard to sit there and for other Black people to cheer this on.
Okay. Let me ask this question too for people. Even for the people right at this point that could be possibly rooting that Diddy get time. And if he do, after this, do you feel like he had a fair trial? Just with this thing here. I mean, because I didn't want the judge to come and give a mistrial because I think it tanked things. I wanted to go through this whole process.
Update. Donaldson says, I'm concerned that the court is equating inconsistency with lying or hiding something from the court. If you bring him out here, we can come to some sort of understanding. He has come every day. I've been in this court 25 or 30 years. Let's see what we're doing.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like that just changed my whole spirit about the shit because I didn't give a damn if he went to jail or not. But it's shit like this that I don't like. Wow.
I told you guys he was no good. I don't like this judge. I think he feels that he has to please somebody, I don't know who, to remain being a judge in that court.
A convicted felon.
And he knew exactly what he was doing. This is not a coincidence, the timing. Let them complain about it this weekend, and then it'll be out of their systems, and then we can move forward with railroading Diddy with the wrong charges.
And that's the shit I'm talking about. And then you'll get these bloggers going out celebrating it. Because you know what? And when y'all see this, look at it for what it is. They don't give a damn about the community. They gonna go out there and celebrate this as if this Black guy robbed a bank or did something. He showed up for jury duty, which a lot of people don't. And whether he's Black or white, nobody at this point should be getting kicked off unless they did something wrong.
Wayne says, legal note, juror number 6 lied on his questionnaire. You can't do that in court. I have 30 years in the courtroom experience. You are not in the courtroom. You are supposed to know before you accept this person to be a juror, and before he answered his questionnaire, before he sits in that seat, that this juror is not qualified. This is the prosecution's job. This is the reason that they have jury selection. Or you can just pick anybody and set them on the seat. They also go through a phase where you ask the juror questions, and then you get to pick who you want on this jury. That's the process. Because if you don't, this kind of stuff can happen. You're right. He kept putting it off till Friday for this reason. There we go.
Wow.
Yeah.
There we go. Someone said he lied, Sherelle.
Well,
He lied, Sherelle, on purpose.
okay.
I don't know if it was on purpose or accident, but I'm saying, isn't the attorney's job to, before they give you the title juror, to know if you're qualified or not? What's the purpose of jury selection if you can just pick any damn body and then vet them later? It's crazy.
That's what I'm wondering, Wayne. I mean, because they go through this whole process of vetting these people, questionnaires over and over, damn near like they interviewing them, and they don't go.
We got another update.
Okay.
Donaldson says there have been issues with the representation of African American and Hispanic jurors in this district. We take a step with the jury. Now we're taking a step backwards. Some say Black and Hispanic jurors don't answer the call. He did. It's nothing you can do now, unfortunately, Donaldson, but make it on the record that the Southern District is developing a reputation of doing this. I want all those people who told me I was pulling the race card, look me in my face now and tell me, am I pulling the race card? And it's going to be perfectly clear by the end of this trial. They're going to have a problem with this Black juror and 3 others. They're going to get as many off as they can because they don't have a case. So now, since they didn't put this much effort into the damn court.
Right.
Somebody said preach. Listen, this is a setup. Diddy's going to jail for life. And it was designed that way. And I resent all the Black people that sent him under, sailed up the road. But it's going to come back on you and it's going to bite you.
You know, and the crazy part, even with this, I still can't say that he's going to be found guilty or whatnot. But that's irrelevant. It's just some bullshit to me how you can have somebody sit there, you doing all this vetting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're saying this guy lied or whatever. Should they go at this point and pull everybody's shit and have them verify?
They are. Perry, this is not going to be, we got to update. Judge says, anything from the government? Attorney says, I have nothing to add to your honor's writing. Mr. Donaldson is suggesting we make the decision here based on race, but the focus here isn't the integrity of the proceeding. The alternates have also been showing up on time. You know, Maureen Comey, you've made an enemy for life. You and your racist father. This won't be the last time we see you. You have a reputation for hanging Black people, and you're going to do it again. This is what we got rid of the good lawyers for. Trash like Maureen Comey. Trash. You don't even know how to be an attorney, let alone a lead attorney. Judge says anything from the government. Oh, I read that. Pure trash. Anybody who supports Maureen Comey, I'm looking at you sideways too. You can't just make up a case because a guy's rich and dumb and put himself in this situation. So you're going to get him. And oh, by the way, can we have his $1 billion too?
Somebody said this is so true.
Can we have his $1 billion too? Let's talk about what this case is really about. That's his children's money. And y'all going to rewrite the RICO right before our eyes and take his damn money? Y'all, we should get together for them kids. That's their money. That's their money. Black people, we still living by the rules of Willie Lynch. They don't have to do nothing. We do all the work for them. Today was the worst court date in history. History. We were falling asleep. Stop repeating shit we already heard that don't make no sense.
And then, okay, yeah, Season of the Witch basically said, just keep following this case. Now, and I get it, because they want people to stop following the case so people can't pull out.
Here, we got to update. He says, anything from the government. The governor says, I have nothing to add. Oh, I read that. Oh, here's another one. Judge says, in voir dire, he said, I live in the Bronx with my fiance and daughter. This is no reason to lie, but to try to get onto the jury. Then on the, I don't know, he said he just moved to New Jersey, adding that his daughter had been living in New Jersey. The judge is trying to excuse his ass decision. This judge is not African American. He is Middle Eastern, and he wants to fit in. You will never fit in. You will always be Indian. You will never fit in. But go ahead, keep kissing their ass. He is not African American. I don't care that his skin is dark. He's Middle Eastern. He has different goals and agendas than we do. Keep going, sir. Keep going, sir. Maybe one day you get to marry one of their daughters. I told you this guy was shady. And everybody was like, no, Sherelle, he's good. I didn't like him from the moment I laid eyes on him. I was like, what is he doing?
Yeah. That shit got me about mad as hell right now.
Get used to it. Diddy's going up the river. And all the black people are going to celebrate.
This is the question you would have to ask yourself, right? And this is what I'm asking myself. Or just put it out there. Why would you even question his application now anyway?
Perry, I've been complaining all week. What's the deal with juror number 6? What's taking so long? Why? Because he knew what he was going to do. He's a pick-me. He's pick-me that wants to do a good job for the white people on the stand.
No, what I'm saying is, now, what would be the reason for you to even look back into?
We have an update.
Yeah, wow.
Judge said, all my bills go to the Bronx. This is the person. All my bills go to the Bronx. It's that he wanted to be on the jury. After the break, he says he actually spends more time in his home in the Bronx, which is flat inconsistent with what he previously said. The juror is shading answers to stay on the jury. First of all, you should be glad he wanted to be on that jury because nobody wanted to be on the jury. Did you forget that? They were giving you tons of excuses. Listen, pick me. You made a decision. It is what it is. Don't try to explain yourself now. Do not explain yourself now. You know, a lot of other nationalities, for whatever their reasons are, they want to fit in with white society. He wants to be white. He's a pick-me. He's a pick-me. You will never fit in. This judge is a disgrace. The Southern District of New York is a disgrace. And they just did a modern day lynching for Sean Combs and all you lying bloggers who said you went with him to buy butt plugs. I don't know how you look at yourself in the mirror. So you got your money. Now go do whatever you want to with it. That money ain't gonna do you, ain't no good gonna come from that money. No good.
And see, then people think it's an overreaction, right? And even if you say, yeah, he did lie on this or whatever, just stop it right there. What would have you, outside of being black, or having
What
somebody
is the next steps? Go ahead, Perry.
take you to the point where you go to try to verify his address now? None of this was thought about when you asked them over 100-something juror questions or whatnot. I'm just saying, like, to me, it seems like, and just watching this whole thing, prosecution ain't did shit. We got to find some way to increase our chances with the juror. And the fastest way is to remove a black male that know a hoe that's lying on the stand when they see one.
Yes, the judge is a pick-me. He's pick me. He's been being fouled this whole time. And when I would take those polls, do y'all see that something's wrong with this judge? Y'all were like, no, Sherelle, you're overreacting. We like him. We like him.
I was wrong.
But I knew he was shady as hell. I'm like, why is he not even considering sanctions for the witnesses that lied? You still have not addressed the fact that every juror up there lied. They said one thing to the grand jury and another to this jury. You are a pick-me. You want to be white so bad and fit in that it's nothing. If you've got to go hang a black person, you'll do it. They're all, you did a good job. You will always be Middle Eastern, no matter how hard you try. Say it's sad. And you got, like I said, the black people are doing all the work. I think for the most part, us people feel the same as you, but they will always be a few house ninjas. Always. Yep. Thank you. Bye, girl. Anyway, hurry up. Dismiss. Because what he's doing now is trying to justify his actions. But he knew this was coming. That's why he waited till Friday night. But child, wait, I will wait till Monday morning. This judge needs to go. Brian Steele, yes, you are white, but you understand the black man struggle. Y'all got to do something with this judge, or Diddy will be sailing up the river. And then the new RICO law, you just rename it the Black RICOs. That's what I'm going to name it. It's for black people now, rich black people, just like Tony Busby, you know. Only seem to find only the black people that have money that are doing wrong in life. We have not heard of Tony Busby having a regular client or even working. His job is to get people like Deshaun Watson to blackmail them.
Yep.
That's how he makes his money. And then black people are going to praise him. Isn't Tony Busby a great slave owner? We just love him so much.
Somebody just had a good point. Did he pay?
Okay, we got to update. The judge says, why is this right thing to move to the alternate? I don't know. It's probably a typo. He says it's going to be a less diverse jury. Duh. That is a fact. Seeing that I've seen in this district, it is paramount to get a representative jury, particularly in this city. Because he understands what I understand. This jury is going to slowly turn all white. Or maybe put some Asians in there. It's not a representation of the hip hop community at all. It's supposed to be a jury of your peers. It is what it is. The judge says, that's why this is the right thing, to move to the alternate. Donald says, it's going to be a less diverse. That's a fact. It is what it is. We must accept it and move on as fast as we can. Move on. Diddy, you put yourself in this situation. Unfortunately, your drug problem and your sex problem, and nobody's here to help you. You know, they say in your time of need, that's when you know who your friends are. He had one celebrity show up on his behalf, and that's Kanye West, and that's it.
Wow. Yeah.
This was done intentionally. I was reading something. All right, guys. Well, let's make sure. Hold on. You got to be aware. Okay, we have an update. The judge said, I heard you, Mr. Donaldson, Agnafilo. I got a new argument. There was a state case that there's a difference between the principal jurors and the alternate jurors. I know I'm throwing the ball in the end zone with New York law, Hail Mary. Yeah, you've got to do what you got to do because you are representing your client and this is his life that you are representing. And I respect the attorneys. They're doing their job, except James Comey, daughter, Maureen. She's a bigot. She's a bigot. Her family's a bigot. They're bigots. And they want America white again. So we're going to take out any significant blacks one at a time. Name me one rapper today in their 20s that is big as Diddy was. I'll wait. Put it in the chat. Name me one rapper that's in their 20s that is big as Diddy was. They done bought and paid for Snoop Dogg. He gone. I think the last figure mogul we got left is 50 Cent, and he pissed at Daphne. He ain't worrying about nothing right now.
Oh man.
Thank you. So when you came through the 90s,
Go in the bathroom.
we had a lot of black representation in the music industry, and somehow that does not exist anymore. And when you put them in jail for life, okay, let's say you do that. You're going to take his money? You want to take his money? But why 20 plus days in there looking into that juror? I mean, that should have been done before he was selected as a juror. Update. It says they bring this up now. This is Brian Steele. They bring this up now after weeks of watching the jurors' reactions. Now they go back to voir dire. I don't know what that means. Everybody knew, but no one did anything. At least bring the juror to potentially explain. The judge says, I'll consider all this. Oh, you know what? To the judge, he's a pick-me. He's a pick-me. Don't confuse him with African Americans. He's not an African American. He is Middle Eastern. Their history totally different from our history. Now look at him. He's going to see the backlash that he's going to get. He's going to ignore it because he's gotten approval from Massa. This case is a joke. I've never seen a prosecutor put on such a big case so bad.
And I would say this too. Now, every time I've been on jury duty, and I've been on there a few times, we always have to show ID.
Yeah.
Right? And now I'm gonna go with this. And then also, I just didn't show up to the courthouse. I want to be a juror. Some shit was mailed to me.
Hold on, I wanted to answer this. Are all the alternates white? Every single one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying they had to send it out to an address. You don't just go down and just raise your hand. I want to be a juror. They would send you something. So obviously, whether he was there at the time, something got there, his mail got forwarded to him some kind of way, and he went. Now, like Steele just said, why? Same question I had. Why is it an issue now and wasn't the issue back then? They didn't want blacks on the jury from day one. Is it something they could have seen and just held on to it just in case shit got shaky? I don't know.
Also, to you guys, go ahead. We need to have I'm gonna go on my members only, but I'll allow everybody to speak. I need to get with you guys. We can't keep going through this. The case is absolutely boring. Is it time for us to do what the other channels are doing? Throw in the towel and go back to hot topics? We'll talk about that this weekend. Perry, I've had enough.
Yeah.
You can sit and wait for the judge if you want. I'm going to go, you guys. Start my weekend. Perry, he's a trooper. Let him handle it. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys. It's time to go back to hot topics. I see a yes. I see a no. We'll take a test. We'll take a poll, see what we want to do. Other blogs are abandoning it because we're not going to listen about baby oil for another 3 weeks.
Okay, you got an update. Let's see if it's over.
Okay. Okay, the judge says this came up in a colloquy. I don't know what this is this week. In an organic way. If the defense knew it before, that's something else. I'm going to thank Mr. Donaldson and Mr. Agnafilo for their issues they raised. If there's a change in my thinking, I'll let you know. F you and your thinking. We don't want to hear anything from you. Go pick me. Go.
Yeah. So
Go. You did good for the boss man because you know that there's a new Southern District of New York. And they're not the way they used to be. And Maureen Comey, I'm speaking to you directly. You put on a piss poor show. Today was the worst ever in the history of prosecution on any case that I ever seen. How in the hell did you get a law license? Did you buy one? Did daddy buy you one? You suck. You suck.
And, you know, right now our tempers are up, but a lot of people saying don't stop, watching it. We still got to finish it to the end because they want you not to watch this lynching, so you can't have a voice on it.
No, Perry, I'm gonna leave this to them and them black people that says he's guilty. Let this day show. We'll talk about it when we get off.
Yeah, right.
I'm out. Thank you guys. Love you.
All right, everybody. Have a nice Father's Day weekend.
Oh, okay. You coming? Bye.
Yeah. And bye, everybody.